9. Part 1. To the Lost, Rumors. 1563 years later. 9 years after the Battle of Krauslung. Chapter 1. What wants to stay hidden, oft gets found, and what wants to stay found, oft finds itself lost and forgotten. Albion Proverb. Wine, grunted a cracked voice, a tired voice, hoarse with the scars of copious late nights and alcohols of questionable purity. A rough hand ventured out across the wooden bartop and then slowly retreated, leaving a silver coin in its wake, its edges notched like an old sword blade that had seen too many wars. It glistened in the dim light of the smoky tavern's torches, where the sweat of the hand lingered on its metal face. "You sure, friend?" replied the landlord, standing at the end of the bar. The glass in his hand squeaked against the cloth he rubbed it with. His face was lopsided but kindly. He had kind eyes too, of a soft, glazed green like the rows of bottles that lined the greasy bar behind him. A little beard sprouted from his chin, which made up for the lack of hair on his bald, freckled head. His skin was the darker hue of his country and its men, and his forehead was adorned with the creases of frequent frowning. Not surprising, given the caliber of the tavern's usual patrons. Patrons like the man sitting alone at the center of the bar, the owner of the cracked and tired voice. The man in question lifted up his head, groggily, and fixed the landlord with a narrow, impatient gaze. "I'm not your friend, I'm your customer, barkeep, and I say I want more wine," he slurred. The landlord sighed and reached for the half-empty bottle of purple wine that sat waiting behind him. He sauntered over to the foreigner slumped over the edge of his bar. He looked like a man clinging to the edge of a precipice, trying to decide whether he should just let go. The landlord held the bottle with both hands and topped up the stranger's glass. When he pulled away, the man irritably tapped the bar top with the butt of his finger. The landlord sighed and filled the glass to the very brim, so that the purple liquid teetered at the lip of the glass. "You can leave the bottle," grunted the stranger, as the landlord reached for the coin. "And you'll be lucky, for a silver," replied the landlord, quietly. The others in the tavern, maybe 4 men at most, all sitting alone and separate, watched from the corners of their curious, wary eyes. Locals all. Strangers were common in that dusty corner of Jorpsund, where the fool roads led east, but not usually tolerated for long. This man had been in town for a day, and already his welcome was wearing thin. A few of them eyed the box sat at the stranger's feet, the box wrapped in thick gray cloth that occasionally rattled, as if all by itself. The man sighed, rubbing tired eyes with his grime-thick fingers, almost black with dirt and char. He had the look of a man perhaps too young for his skin, as if his body had seen a few decades more than his dull eyes. What skin was not covered in clothing was weathered and tough, almost leather in itself, and there were more than a few scars to be counted. Most of his head and face was covered by a wide-brimmed cloth hat, dyed black to match his cloak. In terms of build, he was a stocky man, with a beer belly larger than his belt would have preferred. A foreigner by the paleness of his skin. Arca skin. Maybe Albion at a push. His winter clothes seemed too small for his ample build, his wool shirt and tunic were stretched to the point of unraveling, and his cloak barely cleared his shoulders. There were leather bracers around his forearms. The tavern owner sniffed. He had encountered enough mages in his life to recognize one sitting at his bar. He also knew well enough not to trifle with them. He waited patiently while the mage rubbed his tired eyes, careful to keep the wine well out of arm's reach. His eyes suitably chafed, the mage reached into the inside pocket of his cloak and dug out a battered coin purse. After a musical rummaging, he produced a shiny gold coin and flicked it at the landlord, smiling. "Here," he said. "Now leave the bottle." The landlord didn't argue. He held the coin to his lips and pinched it between two yellow teeth. It was real. "Right you are," he said, and set the half-empty bottle and the silver down with a thud. There was a creak and a bang and a sudden gust of crisp, cold evening air as the door to the tavern opened and shut again. The mage didn't bother turning around, he had no enemies in those parts that he was aware of. Nobody else would be stupid enough to try him, even as dog-drunk as he was. He just sipped his poison, and watched out of the corner of his wine-glazed eyes as a woman and her child approached the bar. The landlord greeted them with a smile that was missing one tooth. He bowed slightly, stiffly. "Ladies," he said. "The finest of evenings to you." "And to you, sir," whispered the woman, lips numb with cold, her accent a hint of southern. At the sound of it the mage turned his head ever so slightly. The woman tossed back her hood and ran a hand through a tangled fringe of jet-black hair. The landlord couldn't help but smile at her. She was stunning, though not in the traditional sense. Striking would have described her better. Her features were sharp, angular even, every bone, feature, and measurement seemed to be accentuated in an odd, yet strangely attractive way, as though she had been sculpted rather too vigorously. Even her obsidian hair was extreme, had it not been apprehended and clasped in a tight knot behind her head, it would have reached to her hips. She was a foreigner as well, by the looks of her pale skin. Her cheekbones and the cheeks that hid beneath them had been pinched red by the cold evening air, and her smoky blue eyes twitched back and forth between the landlord, his wines, and the man sitting to her right, slumped over the bar. The landlord leant forward and peered over the edge of the bar at the child by the woman's side. They were quite obviously mother and daughter. She too had long black hair, and had huge, unblinking eyes like blue-green marbles. She couldn't have been older than 8, 9 maybe. "I am sorry," began the landlord, smile fading, "but there's no children allowed in here. Especially not little girls like that, The woman frowned and pulled the little girl tight to her side with her left arm. She held the other close to her side. She looked worried. "Oh, she won't be any trouble. Sorry, miss. Rules is rules." The woman bit her lip, concerned. She looked around at the others in the inn, the handful of men reclining in corners, mumbling to themselves and sipping ale, pretending not to watch and listen. "Well, who makes the rules here?" asked the woman. The landlord flicked his cloth over his shoulder and stood a little straighter. Another smile sneaked onto his face. "That would be me." At this news, the woman smiled right back, flashing 2 rows of very white teeth. "And what is your name, sir?" "My name?" blinked the landlord. Strangers didn't usually ask his name. "It's Darnham's, lady, and, what might yours be?" The woman leant forward a fraction, almost imperceptibly, and put her hand on the bar. "You see, Darnham's, sir, we've been traveling along the road all day. We had intended to travel on all night, you see, but we heard rumors of bandits in the woods to the north, and so we've had to stop here in your most lovely town. The man at the stables didn't have enough space for our bears, and so we've had to tie them up outside, and as we've just found out that the inn across the road has no rooms left, we thought we might come in here, save ourselves from the wind and the cold for an hour at least, before we go back to camping with our bears in the street." Here the woman paused to wipe a strand of hair from her eye, sniffing. "We were just hoping to get a mug of warm brandy or ale, you see, just to rid the cold from our bones for a short while," said the woman, shivering. "But I understand, Darnham's, sir. Rules are indeed rules. I'm sorry to have bothered you. Come, Samara, let's leave. Back to the bears." The woman took the child by her hand and pulled her gently towards the door. The child looked up at her mother and then back at Darnham's, and her eyes glistened in the torchlight. The mage was smirking surreptitiously around the rim of his wineglass. He almost wanted to clap, the performance was so good. Darnham's winced as they opened the door. The influx of air was cold and sharp like little knives. He could feel it even at that distance. The woman and her child hovered at the door, tucking their sleeves into their gloves and pulling their hoods up. Just before they closed it behind them, Darnham shook his head and rapped his knuckles on the bar. "Wait!" he called. The woman turned, door half closed, cold air rushing in. "Yes?" she asked, in a small voice. Darnham's beckoned them in. "Come back. And close the door." The woman hurried back indoors, the subtlest of satisfied smirks hiding at the corner of her wind-bitten lips. She ushered her child back towards the bar, both shivering violently. "Yes?" she asked, hope glinting masterfully in her eyes. Darnham smiled. "You can stay here a while, if you'd like. I'd be a lesser man if I sent 2 ladies like you out into the dark and the cold." "What with those bandits about?" muttered one of the locals, from his grimy corner. The others grunted and sipped their alish in agreement. The woman beamed. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're too kind." Darnham's held up his hands. "It's the least I can do." "Please, have a seat by the fire," he said, pointing to his fire, which in all honesty was more of a cast-iron soup pot tipped on its side and welded to a makeshift chimney that wandered up the wall and into the ceiling like an escaping snake. A handful of embers glowed in its sooty bowels. "I'm afraid I can't offer any warm ale, but I can offer some brandy for you, and some milk for the little one, if you'd like." The woman smiled again and curtsied as she moved towards the fireplace. "That would be most kind." "It's not a trouble," replied Darnham's, watching as the woman led her daughter to a pair of threadbare stools by the so-called fire. They rubbed their gloved hands in front of the glowing embers, smiling at each other. Darnham's fetched 2 chipped porcelain mugs from a cupboard, put them on the bar, and then took his second-best brandy from the shelf on the wall. While he poured with one hand, he smoothed out the creases in his apron with his other. "Don't get many women in here then, I take it, barkeep?" mumbled the mage, the lip of his glass still firmly glued to his smiling lips. "What?" Darnham's flinched, realizing he had been caught staring. The mage chuckled hoarsely. "I said." Darnham shook his head, popping the cork back into the brandy bottle with a little squeak. "I heard what you said, friend, and no, we don't," he replied. "Figures. Darnum set the brandy back on the shelf and rummaged in a coal chest for some milk. He found an open bottle, sniffed it, and then topped up the brandies with a few glugs of milk. "No warm milk?" chuckled the mage. Darnums paused, a hand wrapped around each mug. He flicked the mage a sour glare, but then he paused, and while he glared, Darnums absently pondered whether the mage was one of the fire and flame sort, and whether he should ask, or whether it would be rude. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, there came a rattling sound from the other side of the bar, at the mage's feet. The mage kicked at something with the toe of his boot and the rattling stopped immediately. He grunted, satisfied. "Wouldn't keep them waiting." "Their drinks might get even colder," the mage snidely advised, smiling at his own joke. Darnums shook his head. Holding the two mugs tightly in each hand, as if the short walk and a tight grip might warm them just a little, he made his way over to the quiet females leaning close to the firepot, smiling his very best of smiles. The mother turned at the sound of his footsteps. She saw the drinks in his hand and put a palm to her chest. "Oh, bless you, sir, we are in your debt." She reached inside her fur coat with one hand. "How much do we owe you?" Under the pitiful wash of the woman's gaze, Darnums bent down to place the mugs on an empty little table and smiled even wider. "I think, on this one occasion, I can allow some charity. They're on the house." The woman's pronounced features melted into such a picture of gratitude that, for a moment, Darnums thought she might shed a tear. She put her hand to her chest again and simply mouthed her thanks. Darnums stood up and nodded courteously, trying not to swell with pride. He strode back to the bar, picked up his cloth and a dirty glass, making it squeak loudly. The mage rolled his eyes at the man. "Watch my wine," he muttered, putting his hands on the bar. Darnums was about to inquire why he would need to do such a thing when the mage grunted and pushed himself off his stool. He rubbed his eyes a little more, cleared his throat, and then walked, a little unsteadily, toward the mother and child. Darnums stopped polishing and watched with concerned eyes. Much to the landlord's horror, and the surprise of both females, the mage didn't even bother to introduce himself. He simply sat down on the nearest stool and stamped his boots on the floor. The woman and her child looked at their new companion with a mixture of worry and intrigue. There were purple smears of wine on his lips and chin, and he had dirty, grubby hands. He tipped back a wide, cloth hat and leant forward, grinning, taking in the woman's striking features and long, dark hair. She seemed to favor her right arm. The left lay on her lap as if she had recently injured it. Its fingers were of a hue so pale they bordered on white. "If you'd like," he offered to the mother, holding out a grimy hand. The woman couldn't help but recoil. She held her mug close to her chest and stared down at the proffered hand. "Like to what?" she asked, in a whisper. "The drink, lady, give it me. The woman looked to Darnums, who was hovering at the edge of his bar, to the man, and then to the hand. She spied a key-shaped tattoo on his wrist, hiding under a dirty bracer. It was black like the wing of a crow. A mage then. Not just any ordinary one at that. "All right," she replied, and held out her mug of brandy. The mage smiled and gestured to the little girl perched on the edge of the other stool, eyes wide and more than a little scared. "And yours, little madam?" he asked. The mother nodded and the little girl gave up her mug too. "No use stopping for a drink on an evening like this if it don't warm your innards, eh? Cold brandy and cold milk can only do so much," he said. He tapped the two mugs together with a clink, and then pressed them together, one in each hand. "Do you like magic, little girl?" he asked, and the little girl nodded eagerly, a tiny white tooth biting her bottom lip, still pale from the cold, in earnest. "You do? Well, you'll like this then," he replied, winking at both of them. It began slowly at first. The mage fixed the mugs with an intense stare. For a moment, nothing, and then, very gradually, his palms started to glow with a warm, ruby light. Then the air around his hands began to waver and shimmer. Before the mother and her child could lean closer, little flames sprang up from his fingers and began to lick at the bases of the two porcelain mugs. Tendrils of steam rose from their contents to sketch patterns in the air. The little girl clapped her hands with delight, drawing stares from the others in the tavern. With a grunt from the mage, the flames in his hands died away, and he leant forward so that the woman could take back her drinks. "Take them by the handles, milady," advised the mage, and she did, passing one to her daughter and then taking hers. The two of them were soon enjoying the feel of the warm steam on their cold faces, sipping tentatively at the hot liquid. The mage rubbed his knees and watched the two cradling their mugs. He smiled and reached inside his pocket for his tobacco and pipe. "Do you mind?" he asked. The woman shook her head. She found herself watching the mage closely as he packed the bowl of his briar-root pipe with the tobacco. It was the cheap sort. More like bark shavings than the shredded moss. He didn't seem to care. He had the look of a man several weeks of wine past caring. He put the pipe to his lips and pressed his little finger into the bowl, a lick of flame hovering around its tip. A few moments later and he was sucking happily on the pipe, blowing smoke rings at the ceiling, much to the little girl's pleasure. "So," grunted the mage. "You're not from the crumbled empire, I can't hear any of that in your accent." "Definitely south, but not too south, by your skin." "I'd say Arca, if I had to guess." "Essen, to be exact." The woman raised her mug. "And you would guess correctly, stranger." The man held up his hands and exhaled smoke. "I'm at an advantage." "It's hard not to recognize your own accent," he said, clapping his chest. "Arca myself, as you've probably guessed." "Well, mage, I fear that your keen ear is wasted in your current employ." The mage laughed heartily then, until a cough caught him, and he thumped his chest with his fist to get it out. The woman smiled, confused. "I wasn't aware I made a joke." "You didn't, lady. I've just never heard being a mage like me described so lightheartedly." "Well, isn't it your job?" The mage held the pipe in his mouth, testing it against his teeth, eyes half closed, thinking long and hard. "Curse, more like it." The woman looked shocked. "A curse?" The mage shuffled in his seat and blew another smoke ring towards the girl. He was rewarded with a giggle. "Any path that leads a man to this," he gestured at the tarred pine walls and ceiling of the tavern, "is bloody cursed." The woman smiled politely. "But is it the path, or the way the man treads it?" she asked. The mage shrugged, brushing off the question. "So," he said. "What brings you through Jorpsund? Trading? Rich husband send for you and the girl? Not much of a country for sightseeing, is it?" The woman shook her head and took a careful sip of her drink. "We are in search of an education," she said, nodding towards her little girl. "For your daughter?" The woman nodded. "So you're heading to a school?" "You could say that." "I see. And you? What business brings you out this far along the fool roads?" The mage waved the stem of his pipe in the air, shaking his head. "Aptly named, those roads. I've never understood them. Is it foolish to want to explore? Foolish to seek strange lands and new peoples?" "They call them that because of the people that tread them, lady, as far as I've seen." "You could say that's what brings me out here. On a fool's errand." "And what is that, good sir?" The mage turned around to check on the cloth-wrapped box sat nestled against the foot of the bar. Darnums was still staring at him, furiously polishing glasses. The mage rested his elbows on his knees and his chin on his pipe. "Secret," he whispered, winking at the little girl. "I like secrets," said the girl, in a voice as clear and musical as a bell made of glass, bright as her eyes. The mage held her inquisitive gaze for a moment and then turned to the girl's mother, who was combing her tangled fringe with her fingers. She sensed a trade was coming. "I'll tell you my secret if you tell me your names," offered the mage. "Our names?" she asked. She gave him a shy smile. "A secret in exchange for a brace of names." "And what would you want with those?" A moment passed as a smoke ring drifted to the ceiling. "What any man would want, to use them." "Would you prefer me to call you woman and girl all evening?" The woman looked at the little girl, who had already caught on to the game. "I see. And what gave you the idea you would be spending the evening with us?" The mage shrugged. "Your choice." "Tell you what. My daughter's name for the secret, and my name for a glimpse of what you're hiding in that box of yours," said the woman. She uncurled a finger from the warm handle of the mug and pointed towards the bar, towards the mage's empty stool and the box between its legs. She had a sly glint in her smoky eyes. "And your name, as well. Unless you'd like me to call you sir or mage all night?" The mage bit the mouthpiece of his pipe and drummed his grimy fingernails against its wooden bowl. He shook his head, closed his eyes, and stuck out a hand, which the woman shook daintily. "T-Alf," whispered the man. "Maney's Mark, born and bred. A pleasure to meet you, T-Alf. The little one is Samara, and my name is Lilith." "Lilith, eh?" mused the man. "A pretty name for a pretty woman." The hollows beneath Lilith's cheekbones turned a soft crimson. T-Alf wondered if it was still all an act. He was starting to hope it wasn't. "And Samara. What an interesting name." The little girl smiled at this. "Did you choose it?" T-Alf turned back to her mother. "I did indeed. I've never heard it before. What is it, Parian?" Lilith shrugged, looking down at the little girl, who was now perched on the very edge of her stool, an inch from falling off. She was busy cradling her warm mug and swinging her legs back and forth as quickly as she could. It just came to me one day, she said. Fair enough, grunted T-Alf. He stood up and adjusted his belt. He sauntered over to the bar to fetch his cloth-covered box and wine. He gave Darnums a wink before he returned to Lilith. He could feel the heat of the landlord's eyes on the back of his neck as he returned to the little fire and the enraptured females. There might have even been a little swagger in the way he walked, and this time it was not because of his wine. With a thud he set his half-empty glass and almost empty bottle on the little table and placed his box very gently on his lap. There was a handle at the top of the box, under the thick, grey cloth, and T-Alf held onto it while he topped up his glass with the remainder of the pungent, purple wine. Lilith tried hard not to wrinkle her nose at its vinegary smell. He looked around the little tavern, trying to see if the other patrons were watching, which, of course, they were trying very hard not to do. They had watched the mage and the box for hours. They murmured between themselves, feigning conversation and sipping their Alish while they waited for the reveal, stealthily leaning into better viewpoints and shuffling in their moth-bitten armchairs. Even Darnums was intrigued. For the moment, his glass and cloth lay dormant in his hands. T-Alf lowered his voice to a hoarse whisper. You might have heard the rumors in your travels, you might not, but it's common knowledge in Krausland that something's happening to the magic in Emaneska. Something wrong, they say. Something in the water. The mage took a sip of his wine. I'll be damned if I can feel it, like the archmages and the others claim, but I can see it, I'll tell you that. I see it on every street corner of every town and city I've wandered through. They're all the same now. Magic markets. Spell peddlers. Charm merchants. Meddlers, the lot of them. Amateurs. I even see it in the wilds too, and if I don't see it then I hear it. Rumors of strange beasts and creatures emerging from the forests at night to hunt magic and meat. Magic bending trees to the ground. Magic tainting the waters of a well. It's like a disease that everybody seems to welcome. Even Albion, superstitious Albion, whose dukes had their spell books and spell libraries burnt out of fear, ushered these magic markets through their gates. I remember when magic used to be a privilege, a skill, not something to be worn on a finger to bring good luck and light your mansion at night. You sound bitter about it. That I am. But why? From what I hear, the magic markets are booming. Trade has never been better. And what of us mages? What of us written? Lilith held a hand to her mouth, almost dropping her mug. You're a written? She whispered. At her side, Samara leant forward a fraction more. One of the last I am. Look at what's become of us now. Sent on errands like common mages. Fools' errands like this. T-Alf venomously flicked his box with a finger, a bitter sneer on his purple lips. Something fluttered beneath the cloth. Now there are farmhands being recruited into the army. Farm boys and peasants with stirrings of real magic in them, casting spells like they think they deserve to. I've never heard of such a thing. Whatever's happening to the magic in this world, it's pushing the real magic users into the shadows. Lilith pointed to the box. And what is your errand? T-Alf frowned. The reason I'm out here in this backside of nowhere is simple. With so much magic around these days, and so many magic markets traveling to and fro, it's getting dangerous. More often than not, the merchants end up eaten or beaten. Creatures or bandits, that's their fate. And the archmages can't have that, can they? Not when they are so insistent on controlling the traffic of such things. No. Such a trade is too insistent to ignore, and too profitable to ban, so instead they act as its enforcers, like the good old days of the archibes, except that this time, the glory is confined to shepherding trade caravans, frisking merchants, and hunting down whatever nuisances rear their head. T-Alf quaffed the rest of his wine and let the glass drop on the table, making little Samara jump. I'm sorry. Frustrating, is all, he grunted. Lilith nodded sympathetically, and then reached out her left hand to pat Thialf's. I understand, she sighed. T-Alf looked down at her slender hand resting on his grubby knuckles. So you want to know what I'm doing out here then? He asked. His little audience nodded. There was a round of creaking as the other patrons quietly shuffled forward, coughing and mumbling. Fairies. Fairies? Gasped Samara. That's right. A whole swarm of them. They've been terrorizing some of the Rolian caravans moving up from the Shattered Isles. Causing quite the ruckus, until I was sent to solve the problem. 3 weeks, I've been hunting them down. 3 weeks I've been alone, scouring the wilds for the little bastards, excuse my language. You see, they can turn invisible at whim, which makes catching them all the more bloody difficult. Yesterday I finally caught the last one. A proud look came over Thialf's face then, a look that momentarily replaced his bitter mask. His finger tapped the handle of his cage as he slowly gathered the corners of the cloth in a tight fist. With a gentle tug, the cloth unraveled and fell onto the mage's lap, revealing a strange and vicious-looking creature. Samara finally came off the edge of her stool and inched forward, her face the very picture of fascination. Lilith held her back ever so gently. Tialf was too busy testing the bars of the cage to notice that she was not staring at the creature, not in the slightest. She was staring at the mage instead. Tialf prodded each of the bars, careful to keep his fingertips away from the little beast's maw. Though the base and roof of the cage were thick oak, the bars were iron, and were covered in tiny notches and scratches, where the teeth of the fairy had been busy gnawing. Samara knelt down so she could meet the thing at eye level. It was too busy watching Thialf's tasty-looking fingers to notice her. Insect-winged, with skin mottled like old, forgotten bone, the fairy stood as tall as a man's hand, no more and no less. It was the shape of a man too, for the most part, though disproportionately elongated and hunched. In the weak, fluttering glow of the soup-pot fireplace, its skin took on an almost translucent quality. Samara could almost see tiny veins, no wider than the thinnest thread, pumping blue and purple under its pale hide. Sprouting from its back were two pairs of wings, crystallized like that of a dragonfly. These two were throbbing with nervous, purple veins. Its head was an ugly, twisted stump, barely more than an ambitious neck, with scarcely enough room for a cluster of blue eyes and a savage, salivating mouth filled with rows and rows of needle teeth. There was a smear of dried crimson on its milky chest, where a cage of spiny ribs protruded so prominently from its shape that they looked as though they would break through the papery skin at any moment. The strangest thing about it was the noise it made. Aside from the snap and hum of its twitching, crystalline wings, it made a constant chattering sound with its jaws, as though its very teeth rattled in their sockets. It sounded as though it was on the verge of speaking, when suddenly it spat a guttural word that sounded almost like Clatterfoot. Thunderboot. Whatever it wasn't any language anybody in the tavern had heard before. The beast was an ugly, vicious thing, from the serrated claws of its feet and hands to its tree stump of a head. Samara found herself loathing it on sight alone. She crossed her arms and gazed at it, calmly. As Thialf's fingers wandered around the bars, the fairy followed them. It gnashed and bit, making a terrible noise that had most of the tavern's patrons on their feet. Darnums was now hovering nearby, brandishing a gnarled bat that he had produced from somewhere. As the creature followed the fingers, it suddenly met the serene gaze of the little girl kneeling barely 2 foot away. It was as if the beast had suddenly been jolted by a lightning spell. It threw itself at the metal bars, straining and stretching to claw at the face of the girl. Its wings fluttered so fast they became a blur. Little sparks flew from the metal as its teeth ground against them. Tialf shook the cage and flicked a tiny flame at the creature to calm it down. But it refused to snap out of its little frenzy. It chattered and spat words in its vicious little language. The mage quickly wrapped the cage in the thick cloth and put it by the wall, near to the fire. He kicked it once, and the creature fell still. There was an awkward silence in the tavern. Nasty little creature, mumbled Tialf, shaking the last drops of wine into his glass. He waved it at Darnums, who was still standing nearby with his bat. His wide eyes hadn't left the little cage. Another, landlord, ordered the mage. "I think you'd better leave," whispered Darnums. Tialf turned around so he could gauge whether the man was serious or not. His ashen face and pursed lips suggested that yes, indeed he was. Darnums pointed to the door. "I don't want that thing, or you, in my tavern a moment longer." The locals rustled in agreement. "It's perfectly safe in the cage." "I don't care. All I want is another bottle and some quiet conversation." "Please take it away, and yourself with it, Ut." Tialf got to his feet, bottle still in hand, and stood uncomfortably close to the landlord, so close that their noses almost touched. The brim of the mage's hat tickled Darnum's forehead. There was a nervous silence, prickly like a bramble, filled only by the muffled beating of anxious hearts. Darnums, to his credit, stared straight back at the mage, unblinking and unflinching. Lilith, Samara, and the other men in the tavern didn't move a muscle. "Please go," said Darnums, pointing once again to the tavern door. Tialf spun the bottle in his hand and rocked backwards on the heel of his boot. He curled his lip. "Fine. I'll do as you ask," he replied. He placed the bottle down on the little table and picked up his cage. It rattled once, then stayed silent. Tialf looked down at Lilith and flicked the brim of his hat. "Looks as though I won't be spending the evening with you after all." Lilith said nothing. Samara shuffled on her knees, looking sad and a little confused. "Well, thanks for your hospitality," Tialf grunted, and made for the door with his cage hanging by his side. As he wrenched open the door, a flurry of snow blew inwards and danced around his knees. "Figures," he mumbled to himself, and closed the door behind him. Inside the tavern, Lilith jumped slightly as the door shut with a wind-chased bang. Darnums knelt by her side and shook his head. "My apologies, madam, I should never have allowed him in the first place. Dangerous sorts, these mages, especially one with that much wine in him." "Never mind that creature in the cage." Lilith didn't reply. Instead, she turned around and looked at him with a cold stare. Darnum's smile wavered. "May I get you another drink?" "On the house again, of course." "No, thank you, landlord," Lilith replied as she got to her feet. She passed her empty mug to Samara. "Stay here," she instructed. Samara nodded. As she walked towards the door, Darnums quickly jumped after her. "Where are you going, Dot?" Once again, the woman did not respond. Darnums put a hand on her arm and she froze, fingers hovering on the door handle. She turned and looked at the landlord's hand as if it were a parasite gnawing its way through her fur coat. Darnums quickly withdrew it and hid it under his cloth. "He's dangerous, lady, the kind of man that I expect would have no qualms about harming you and the little one. And that beast he's got with him. I wouldn't feel proper letting you chase after him," he implored. "He's a fire mage." "They don't feel the cold," whispered one of the nearby men. "Wouldn't trust a drunkard like that if I were you, miss," said another. Lilith scowled at them all in turn, saving Darnums for last. "Where's your charity now?" she snapped. With a turn of her wrist and a leap she was out the door and into the gusty night, slamming the door behind her. The cold night was murky like curdled milk, washed white and gray by the frenzied haze of snow, dyed yellow by the brave lanterns that hung from tall poles dotted along the dirty street. A row of dark, faceless buildings sat hunched in the darkness, their edges blurred by the snow. Windows glowed with the light of candles, like eyes peering. For all a stranger knew, they were giant beasts waiting to pounce. The sign of the tavern rocked back and forth in the wind. Its hinges squealed in unison with the moaning of the wind. High above the little town, a forgotten moon hung in a gap between the thick clouds, the color of old chalk. Lonely. Lilith held her hand up to her face and shielded her eyes from the stinging sleet. The cold was biting. It found the gaps in her clothing, the weaknesses in its defenses, and crept inside. Not a soul stood in the street. Not a shadow in the murkiness. Lilith cursed under her breath. "I thought you might follow," grunted a voice mumbling around the end of a pipe pinched between lips. Lilith turned around to see T-Alf sitting atop his vicious cargo by the corner of the tavern. He was attempting to light his pipe, and somehow succeeding. She walked over to him and stood close. "Where will you go?" she asked. T-Alf shrugged. "Wherever they sell wine. And somewhere with a fire. Cold doesn't bother me, but this little creature," he tapped the cage with his heel, "has to arrive in Krauslung safe and sound. Orders is orders," he grimaced. "I have some wine," Lilith smiled, looking to the other side of the street, where a smaller road peeled away into the snowy darkness. A cluster of dim lights sat somewhere at the end of it. "In my pack. A little bottle for emergencies." T-Alf looked up. She could see the thirst in his eyes hiding behind the veneer of half-drunkenness. "Why do you drink, T-Alf?" she asked. The mage laughed at this. He pinched the bridge of his nose between thumb and forefinger and winced. Another headache was brewing. "Keeps the memories at bay," he whispered. Lilith held out a slender hand, keeping the other close to her chest. T-Alf took it and got to his feet. "What happened to your arm?" Lilith smiled again and held on to the mage's hand. His hands were warm. "Maybe I'll tell you over some wine," she whispered. The offer took a brief moment to sink in. T-Alf grinned. "Sounds a good idea to me. But where's your daughter?" "Inside, safe." "Then lead the way, Lilith," the mage waved his pipe. The woman, the mage, and the caged fairy made their way across the street and down the little road. It wandered side to side like the mage's sense of balance. Lilith held tightly to his arm as he rambled on about nothing in particular. She smiled and nodded, giving him the occasional lingering glance, the subtle bite of the lip. Thialf's wobbling walk became infected with a slight hint of a swagger once again. His grin became permanent. Eventually, the stables appeared out of the snow. Their lights were brighter now. The scent of animals, of bears, cows, and sheep, flew with the wind. A few stable boys wandered to and fro, tending their furry guests and yawning. T-Alf tucked his pipe inside his cloak and rubbed his hands together. He gestured towards a little shed that clung to the side of the stables. Lilith raised her eyebrows and made an attempt to stifle a rather girlish giggle. Thialf's hands snaked around her back and reached for the hem of her coat, but she patted his chest and shook her head. "Why don't you go first, and I'll bring the wine," she hissed in his ear, letting her wet tongue brush his cold neck. If only I could see the look on that landlord's face, chuckled the mage. He released her, winking, and sauntered to the shed. After jiggling the lock, he went inside and shut the door quickly behind him. Lilith's coquettish smile faded like an icicle in a fire. She marched into the stables, ignoring the curious stares of the stableboys, and made for the back of the building where her bears slumbered in their tiny pens. Waking up at the sound of purposeful footsteps, the larger of the two, an old flea-bitten sow with a notch in her ear, raised her big head and growled. "Silence, you," spat Lilith, stepping inside the pen. The bear did as it was told, letting the woman rummage around in the pack that was still strapped to its saddle. No sense in trusting an opportunistic stableboy with valuables when a bear can guard them just fine. Lilith delved deep into the bag and brought forth a slim object wrapped in a thin blue cloth. "Where is he?" asked a small voice, tiny and musical. Lilith didn't even turn around. She unwrapped the cloth and bared the sharp blade to the light of the stable lanterns. In the shed, outside. Samara crossed her arms and frowned. "How'd you manage to get him in there?" "Another trick for another day, child," answered Lilith. She turned around, keeping an eye on the stable boys, and held out the knife. Samara walked forward to take it, a blank look on her innocent little face. "Time for your education. Now, you remember what I told you, He's a written. This ain't some bandit or slave. Quick and true, like we've practiced." "Yes, Lilith," replied the girl, without a heartbeat of hesitation. She held the knife low at her side, half covered by the edge of her fur coat. Her face was expressionless. There was no fear there, nor was there excitement. Her skin was pale with the cold rather than trepidation, or worry. Her long black hair seemed to flow from her scalp like black liquid. Her eyes were as bright and twinkling as ever, though now they had something else at their core, something cold and bitter, like the weather outside. "Good. I'll be right behind you." The two of them used the back door of the stables. They trod quickly and silently through the mud and half-settled snow. When they reached the shed, Lilith halted a few steps behind the girl. Samara stood facing the door, knife glinting at her side. She took a breath, reached up for the door handle, and went inside. "Lilith?" grunted a shape in the darkness. It seemed to be sprawling across a pile of hay. Samara shut the door quickly and melted into the gloom, waiting for her eyes to adjust. The blade felt so light in her hand. She could smell the man, his sweat, smell the wine on him. Something rattled in the corner. "You took your time," said the mage. "Where are you?" Samara could see him now, her eyes had adjusted quickly. He was lying on his back. A pair of trousers lay discarded on the hay bale next to him. He groped at thin air and empty shadows. Samara circled to the side, moving as softly as a mouse. "I'm not one for games, Lilith," coughed the mage. He sat up groggily and rubbed his hands together, and a little flame blossomed in his palm like the petals of a blood-stained flower. The blade swinging through the air caught its light for the briefest of moments. In the end, it was the wine that killed him. Tialf might have reacted in that last moment, flinched maybe, dodged, ducked, anything, and perchance saved his own life. But in his numb state, in the darkness of the shed, expecting nothing but the taste and touch of a willing woman, he had no chance, even a mage like him. The little red flame still burnt in his right hand, and in the dying light of it he looked down in amazement at the sharp knife that had somehow punctured his cloak and slid between his ribs to stab at his heart. There was a hand at the end of the blade, and small white knuckles wrapped around a handle. His expression a mask of confusion, Thialf's gaze followed the hand to a wrist, and then to a slender arm, up to a fur-wrapped neck, and finally to an expressionless face, a face that had barely seen 9 years pass by. "Samara?" whispered Tialf. Blood was already filling his lungs. Her blade tickled his heart and he twitched. He groped dazedly for her arm and she let him grab her wrist. But he twitched again at the feel of her skin, as though a jolt had passed through him. The tattoo on his wrist flashed with a bright white light. "You can't," he managed, as Lilith walked into the little shed. Tialf swayed. Samara left the blade in him and stepped back into the shadows. "Good," said Lilith. She crouched beside the mage and watched as he slumped into the hay. He reached out to her with fingers bent like claws, sparks crackling at his fingers, and she smiled. "Your spells will work," she tapped the handle of the knife. "Belladonna and Nevermore paste. The first you might have survived, given your book, but the second has numbed your magic." Tialf bared his wine-stained teeth and let his head fall in the hay. "So this is how it all ends, is it?" He coughed hoarsely. "What did you expect, fool? Something glorious. Out with a flash of fire and a thunderclap, the written way." "Sorry to disappoint," Lilith murmured. The mage's eyes burnt into hers with a hatred softened only by futility. His arms and legs were numb. Something itched on his back and shoulders. It, like him, was slowly fading. Tialf shook his head and stared up at the ceiling. The flame died in his palm. Stabbed by some brat and her whoremother in a stable, he coughed. Cursed, indeed. It only took a few seconds for his heart to surrender the will to pump, for the poison to freeze it solid. When his lips stopped twitching and his final breath left him, Lilith curled a finger at Samara. The girl stepped forward. Help me roll him over, Lilith ordered. With a whisper of wet steel, Samara withdrew the knife from the dead mage's side and used it to cut the cords of his cloak. Lilith lifted his limp arm and dragged him onto his side. She slid the keen blade up the middle of the cloak and sliced it in two. Together with the help of Lilith's eager fingers, they peeled back the damp, blood-soaked cloth and exposed the incarnadine tunic beneath. Something flickered underneath the stained cloth, something written in white light. Lilith tapped the corpse's back. Get to it, girl. Samara nodded. She slid the knife under a fold of cloth and shoved it up and forwards. With a rip, the mage's back was bared to the cold air. Light spilled out. Words written in light illuminated the walls of the shed, casting strange shapes and shadows across their faces. Lilith quickly hid her face and covered her eyes. Samara leant forward. She stared at the tattoo, the book, with wide eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen one. It covered the man's entire back, from the base of his spine to the root of his neck and across his shoulder blades, intricate and foreign-tongued. Its ink was jet black when not alive and glowing. Every now and again a pulse of light would surge through a particular line or word or rune, and it would paint itself in light on the wall or the ceiling, a spasm of dying life. Samara let her fingernails wander over the words, trying and failing to mouth them. They felt hot and sticky to the touch. Her eyes tingled in their fading light. The book was dying too. Samara held the knife up and hesitated, unsure of where to start. Quickly, girl! Hissed Lilith. Samara frowned. Do we have to? Yes, now get to it. Samara shook her head, squeezed the knife handle tightly in her hand, and touched the sharp tip to the lifeless skin. Taking a breath, she began to cut. In the corner of the shed, stuck behind its metal bars, the fairy twitched and snarled at the scent of the bloody magic in the cold winter air. Chapter 2. In times of hardship, prayers are either answered, or they are not. The latter, unfortunately, is infinitely more likely. You could be forgiven for thinking this is to say that the gods ignore us. Quite the opposite, for gods have their own hardships to face. No, every prayer is heard, for the simple reason that the gods survive because of them. Just as every leaf or grain of sand cannot be counted, not every prayer can be duly answered. Our prayers, thrown so readily into the sky, have the effect of splitting a populace in two. Those who have their prayers seemingly answered become ambassadors for their faith, crying for piety and repentance and belief, while those who go ignored become dissenting whisperers, unbelievers, and stokers of the fires of conflict. Such is the sad way of humanity, to be so fickle with belief in the rumors of gods, to be ever searching for answers, as though to fill a hole we have not yet discovered. We are forever doomed to be torn in such ways, and I believe that we have only just begun to uncover the shallowest roots of our violently discordant nature. This new fetish of opinion, religion I hear them call it, will split Emaneska in twain. Excerpt from a letter sent to the Archmages Durnus and Turfing in the year 899, penned by an anonymous writer. 6 years later. There was a faint, yet tantalizing, whisper in the brittle air. Trees shivered with it. Grass passed it back and forth, scribbled notes between lovers. Beasts pricked their ears and flicked their tongues at it. Birds felt it between their pinions and between their claws. The earth, shackled and bound so cruelly for so long by the frosts, trembled at the feel of it. Spring, that most welcome emancipator of seasons, had finally arrived. It was as though the wind had been sugar-coated. As though the keen winter winds had been unexpectedly and suddenly usurped by a sweeter, warmer cousin from a faraway land, returning to claim its rightful throne. Like a tyrant cast to the rocks, the long winter had been broken. The feeling was infectious. Not that Emaneska could remember, but seasons had never come gradually. There was no real ebb and flow like the tides. No subtle waxing and waning like the bony moon. Mark it down to human perception, but seasons don't come and go like the slamming of a door. They creep in under the cover of darkness, like thieves, so that one morning curtains and windows can be cracked open and there they would be, a sun dripping with warmth. Snow shrinking, soon to be forgotten. Nervous buds and blossoms grinning at dawn. The bitter blade of winter's breezes dulled and ground to sand. Today was one of these mornings. Standing on a crosslung boardwalk, feeling the warm fingers of an unfamiliar sun on their skin, the small huddle found it hard to resist closing their eyes and turning their faces to drink it in. They could feel the change in the air like everybody else, the winter sagging and capitulating, a fallen king sliding from a throne. Thank the gods for it, too. Even the Burn Sea had given up its wintry siege on the rocky coastlines. The rolling blue-green carpet that stretched from the port of Rose to the distant islands of Scap was calmer than it had been in decades. The little waves that managed to sneak through the harbor walls slapped playfully against the hulls of the moored ships and boats. Seagulls and little rimmelinks rode them, chattering amongst themselves as they preened their greasy wings. Sailors and workers saw to their busy chores as usual, but that morning, in the light of a new season's sun, they somehow seemed less arduous. Archmage Turfing stood with his arms crossed. His eyes were not closed, but they were halfway to it. A single bead of sweat perched on his forehead, he could feel it slowly venturing toward his nose, a wanderer. An Archmage's robe was a heavy thing, made for winter and cold halls instead of an unexpected spring. He shuffled around, trying to coax some cool sea air into his clothes. "Uncomfortable?" asked a voice beside him, hoarse, old. Durnus stood as straight as a rod. His eyes were wide open, though they might as well have been closed. Durnus had never regained his sight after his battle with his brother. His eyes were now permanently glazed, frosted over, like portholes trapped in ice. Turfing peered at the blinding orb hovering in the clear, cloudless sky. "Looks like we'll have to commission the maids and seamstresses for new clothes, old friend." "Indeed we shall," he replied. Durnus turned his head slightly then, like a hooded hawk regarding the rustling of a nearby rabbit. "They're rounding the bay now," he said, waving to the four port workers he knew were standing behind him. They scurried off down the boardwalk towards an empty jetty. Turfing shook his head. He knew better than to doubt or to ask. Blind Durnus was, but blind means different things to different folk. "My fascination with how you do that will never wear off." Durnus smiled. "That makes two of us." He was right, of course. A small blotch soon appeared on the western side of the bay and tacked northwards towards the mouth of the port. Turfing ran his finger across his eyelids for a moment and then squinted at the little carrack. Even though it was a smear of white and brown in the distance, the spell let him see it as clearly and as close as though it were already docked. "All three are aboard. I can see them standing at the forecastle." "And do they look well?" asked Durnus, keeping his voice low. It was a question wrapped in code. The little group that surrounded them was comprised of a handful of Magic Council members, a few esteemed traders and merchants, and the usual smattering of our cathedral and Avernia guard. Not a single one knew the true reason why they were meeting this ship. Trade dignitaries from Halloran, they had been told. The rest was up to their greedy imaginations. "A little seasick, maybe, but well enough," replied Turfing. "More code from the old mage." Durnus nodded and said no more. Turfing rubbed his spell out of his eyes and turned to the rest of their group. A cough momentarily lodged itself in his throat. He covered his mouth quickly with his hand. "Shall we?" he asked, after recovering his breath. The council members nodded and smiled. "Lead the way, Archmage," replied one of them gruffly, a short man with a shock of red hair. With Durnus' hand resting on his shoulder, Turfing led their little party down a set of salt-encrusted steps and onto the main thoroughfare of the boardwalk. Even though it was still early in the morning, the port was dauntingly busy, buzzing like a half-drowned beehive. Crosslung had never been so busy. Trade had never flourished as it did now. Every possible type of ship and boat crowded the oily waters of the port, occupying every available inch of dock that the eye could see. Masts, booms, and spars swayed back and forth, like a forest with a mind of its own. Men infested their rigging. They shouted and called to one another as they worked. Ship hammers thudded. Axes chopped. Ropes squeaked. It was an orchestra of hustle and bustle. And they had magic to thank for it all. Magic, and the glittering coin it brought with it. As the Archmages and their party walked across the boardwalk towards their empty jetty, passers-by bowed and curtsied and fawned. Turfing nodded courteously in return, giving the occasional wave or two to faces he recognized. Mages, maybe, soldiers, a few council members perhaps, or well-known traders, all seeing to their thirsts. Ale, coin, and women, thirsts well known, and there was plenty to slake them down on the docks. Turfing couldn't help but notice the few citizens that stood still and did nothing as the Archmages passed, arms crossed and narrow-eyed. He made sure to catch their gazes, and match their sour looks with his own. Authority is never without its opposition, its dissenters. The only true measure of leadership is how many and how vocal those disputers were. Crosslungs were getting louder every day. Turfing and Durnus descended a flight of worn, salt-washed wooden steps and walked to the edge of the jetty. Beneath the boards at their feet the water danced and frolicked as if to please them. A strong smell of fish hung in the air. The few women of the group held handkerchiefs to their sensitive noses. "Fishing boat must have docked here last," explained one of the nearby workers, a length of rope coiled in one calloused hand. "My apologies, ladies and sires." What would a port be without the smell of fish? Asked Durnus, trying to hide his own disgust. His lack of sight had made his other senses many times more powerful. The odor of dead fish almost knocked him into the water. Turfing saw the flicker of disgust in his friend's face and smiled. Thankfully, the group did not have to wait long for the carrack's arrival. The morning breezes were blowing in a strong northerly direction. The white sails of the carrack bulged with them. Her bow cut through the rolling waves like a plow through a field of blue-green grass. She was soon drifting gracefully between the gap and the thick harbor walls. They waited patiently for the small ship to traverse the busy harbor and creep alongside them. When it came near enough, ropes were swapped with deft hands, and within moments the carrack was tightly lashed to the iron ring set deep into the wood at their feet. The leather-bound fenders that dangled in the water squeaked as the barnacled hull pressed up against them. 3 tall, narrow figures, swathed in warm clothing despite the unexpected weather, stood at the railings of the ship. One, a man, was very tall, with eyes of a deep tawny gold and flaxen hair. Another man was shorter, slim of frame, with a young face, burning with intrigue. He wore a long leather coat, and had brown hair with a hint of orange. The last was a skinny woman who swayed with the ship's movements like a sapling in a breeze. Her hair was the hue of discolored copper, greenish, with flecks of metallic red. Each one of them had skin as pale as alabaster. Patiently they waited for the deckhands to wrestle the gangplank into position, and then slowly disembarked, treading lightly across the slimy ridges of the plank, almost walking on the tips of their toes. The archmages bowed to the 3 visitors, and then to the carrack's captain, a short fellow with a patchy beard. He blinked furtively. He had already received his pouch of coin. His business was finished. Strangely, the visitors did not bow in return. They stood as still and as blank as 3 marble pillars. Turfing moved forward to shake the tall man's hand. He did so with his back to the rest of the group. "Thank you for coming," he announced loudly, so all could hear over the bustle of the port and the chopping of the waves below the jetty's planks. "It is an honor to have you here in our city. I hope this visit will be very profitable for both our countries." The tall man played his part perfectly, albeit a little gruffly. "And to you, Archmage Turfing, for inviting us to your great and prosperous city. I am sure by the end of this visit, we'll have made some mutually lucrative arrangements." "I hope so," echoed Durnus. Behind him, the council members and traders murmured in agreement and smiled their most winning smiles at the 3 new arrivals. Deep in cloak pockets, fingers rubbed together. Tongues probed gaps between teeth, and teeth bit at eager lips. They could almost taste the profits hovering in the spring air. "Shall we?" Turfing gestured towards the city proper. "You're probably very tired and hungry after your trip. Let us show you to the Archcathedral." The visitors nodded, and the group began to climb the steps back to the boardwalk. As they moved off, the woman tilted her head and sniffed the wind then, an odd movement, if anyone had been watching her. They were too busy swapping furtive, greedy glances to notice. The archmages led their entourage and the visitors along the busy, people-infested boardwalk and onto a winding cobbled street that snaked north and further into the city. The 3 visitors stepped as though they walked across glass or nails. They gazed about, frowning, squinting, devouring every inch of their surroundings. They would have been forgiven for thinking that the further away from the port they walked, the quieter, the calmer, the city would become. Sadly, they were mistaken. Crosslung proper was already clasped in the frantic grip of a busy morning by the time they reached it. With the arrival of this strange and exciting warmth in the air, everybody had dragged themselves onto the street to gossip and gob, to huddle and squabble, to barter and shop. Never once to miss a trick, the myriad merchants and shopkeepers were also out in force, bellowing about spring bargains and special summer offers. Shops had their innards quickly turfed into the street in an effort to entice, bars and taverns bought or pilfered chairs and tables so the minglers could sit outside and bask, merchants procured carts so their stalls might wander and follow the groups of rich folk out to enjoy the air. It was as though the sun had brought madness along with it. The city itself sparkled with the sun and with the frosts not yet burnt away. Crosslung, like the earth and its people, had felt the chains of winter slacken. Windows leant into the sunlight and felt the light on their panes. Doors were wedged wide. Chimneys poked at the blue sky, leaking the last of their smoke. Long frozen drainpipes and gutters began to trickle. It was hard not to notice the cranes balancing atop the lofty roofs, or the occasional pile of stones and bricks, or the dusty workers taking a moment to smoke a pipe and stare at the hubbub below. For the 3 visitors, it was easy to see that Crosslung was still, and slowly, being rebuilt. For every building stretching into the sky, there was one that slumped like a drunkard, gutted and dusty, burnt and broken. Under their feet, where the road had once been gouged by dragon feet or spell, sleek-eyed cobbles shared their space with fresh gray bricks. Pinned here and there on door frames, they could spy little wreaths of flowers in varying stages of freshness. Here and there were little plaques, or stones leant up against the walls. The wounds of war were only just healing. The strangest wounds of all, it seemed, were the people themselves. As with every war, it's the aftermath that can be the most damaging. It is not the visceral, pounding moments of its fire, but the dull, wounding glow of its embers that will maim. And it may not maim a limb nor a face, but it will dig its blade deep into the minds of its survivors. The loss, the questions, the outrage, it all manifests in different ways. For Crosslung, it had manifested in the strangest of ways indeed. As the group was led north and west by the Archmages, the three visitors began to spot little huddles of people standing in street corners. Some were simply little groups wearing strangely similar colors. Others wore homemade robes with little insignias on the breast. Some, ensconced in back alleys and off-road squares, stood on flights of steps and waved their arms about wildly, preaching to little groups at a time. The visitors could see their lips moving animatedly, see their faces in the grip of angst and passion, but their distant words were lost in the clamor of the streets, to all but one of the visitors. The tall man frowned at the sound of them. Turfing noticed the skinny woman staring at one of these little groups, a sorry-looking half-dozen wearing white tunics and holding cloth bags by their sides. Their whole party looked a little on the glum side. A few of them yawned, head bowed and eyes fixed on the ground, as if they were not worthy of using their necks. If one had looked a little closer, they might have spied bruises under their eyes, or little spatters and flecks of red on their white tunics. Turfing leant close to the three strangers. The company of repugnant souls. The woman said nothing. She simply curled her lip with disdain. It was the tall man by her side that answered instead. "And what exactly are they?" One of the council members butted in. "Absolutely crazy, if you ask me. But pay them no heed, sir. They're obsessed with the gods. Goddess Avernia, if I remember correctly. Don't half scare you when they start strutting about, whipping thems." "Of course," interrupted Durnus. "What Council Harrigan means to say is that in the recent years, we've seen a number of sects spring up in the city." "Sects?" asked the man with the youthful, clean-shaven face. "Nothing to worry about, young sir. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name?" Harrigan piped up again, but quickly fell silent as Turfing coughed loudly. Durnus quickly continued. "Societies, movements, sects, cults, guilds, factions, call them as you may. Opinionated, I call them. They all seem to have some sort of idea, or belief, that they incessantly preach. Their existence is due to the newest fashion, or rather obsession, of trying to define oneself with belief, or creed. People are asking questions now, and everybody thinks they have the answer. We're living in a time of deep thought and passionate soul-searching, a time that we should be welcoming, had it not spawned these strangely radical cults. Some of them seem to be passionately defensive of certain gods or practices, some of them are sadly the opposite, and some seem to be political in nature. A few we've had to watch very closely indeed." "Why?" asked the tall man. "Competition. One thing they do share in common is their desire to rally others to their cause. The other cults don't take kindly to this. The streets have become a battle for believers. There is coin in it for some of them. Subscription. Collections. Membership, that sort of thing. Some have started taking matters into their own hands. We can't have that," explained Turfing. The council members and traders behind them were beginning to look uncomfortable. This conversation didn't bode well for first impressions. The skinny woman spoke up. Her voice was airy, faint. "And when you say matters?" Durnus could feel the tension of the others behind him. He quickly decided to alleviate it. The ruse had to be maintained, after all. "We can discuss this further over a lunch, if you'd like, madam?" he asked. The woman nodded and the others surreptitiously blew little sighs of relief. They quickly moved on. With the streets as busy as they were, and under a constant hail of questions and proud comments from the council members, it took them just under an hour to reach the monolithic doors of the Archcathedral. The three visitors seemed very impressed as they took a moment to stand at the base of the fortress and gaze up at its sheer, pale marble walls and the parapets that coiled around them, like the layers of an enormous cake. At its top, near where the great hall had once stood, the walls bristled with spindly wooden cranes. They swung lazily back and forth, docile from that distance, but no doubt hard at work. As they passed under the thick archway of the main entrance and into the atrium beyond it, they marveled at the thickness of the stone, now reinforced and rebuilt after the battle. The doors themselves seemed to be both stone and wood, bricks pinched between thick panels of stout oak. On the inside and outside, they were plated in ornately engraved sheets of steel, as thick as a man's thumb at their widest. They were a great feat of engineering, and once again the visitors seemed impressed. The council members, seeing their raised eyebrows and hearing the murmurs, nudged each other and winked. There was nothing like a bit of mind-boggling construction to show off the wealth of a nation. The visitors were led across the marble-tiled atrium, and after a brief apology from Durnus regarding the amount of stairs and the state of weary travelers, they pressed on towards the peak of the arcathedral. It took them almost half an hour to walk to the top. Strangely, once they arrived, the visitors were not the slightest bit out of breath. Turfing took a moment to clear his throat again, receiving a grimace from Durnus, before he clapped his hands and bowed to their entourage. "If you will excuse us, councils, gentlemen, ladies, I think it's time that we served our guests some lunch." He turned to the three. "You must be hungry after your travels?" The three nodded in unison. One of the others held up a hand, a gray-haired crow of a woman. "I assumed we would be joining you?" Durnus shook his head. "Let our visitors rest for now, Council Thessala. There will be plenty of time for that tonight, after this afternoon's council meeting." "As you wish, Archmages," sighed Harrigan. Ignoring the frowns and pursed lips they imagined were now firmly fixed on the faces of those they left behind, the Archmages turned to lead their guests further down the corridor, towards their private rooms and towards peace and quiet. They were almost safe and sound when a jovial shout caught them mid-stride. "Your mages!" "Guests!" They turned to find a well-built man wrapped in fine attire jogging down the corridor towards them. His face was one giant, welcoming smile. He slowed to a walk and then bowed as low as his spine could possibly allow. Malvis Barkhart was a snake. He had slithered into the Magic Council and made his home beneath its marble trees. Unfortunately, a great many of its members seemed content, and even pleased, with his presence. The man was charming to say the least. Sickeningly so. He had the ear of almost every member the council had to offer, which might not have been a problem had his vision aligned with the Archmages. But it didn't. In fact, he opposed them on every single matter, however trivial. How he had been elected, they would never know. They had long suspected it was his deep, silken pockets, or his connections in the dark alleyways of the city and the velveteen offices of the traders, or his forked tongue perhaps, equally silken and yet as poisonous, and sharp as a dagger too. He had used them all to worm his way in. Malvis folded his hands behind his back. His waxed hair, slicked back and plaited into a tail behind his neck, glistened in the sun that was sneaking through the windows of the long, curving hallway. There was a narrow goatee on his pointy chin. He was a tall, narrow man, almost as tall as Turfing, and dressed in the finest clothes Croslung's markets had to offer. His shirt was blue silk and buttoned to the collar. His trousers were of a light gray and baggy around the knees, an Eastern trend. The short boots he wore were polished to obsidian mirrors. There was a small necklace hanging around his neck, a thin silver chain with a ruby pendant. The jewel glowed softly even in the daylight, a trick of whichever spell its maker had written in the silver beneath it. "Sirs, madam, allow me to say on behalf of the entire council that it is a pleasure to have you here in Crosslung. It has been too long since we have seen visitors from Hallern. Far too long indeed. Once again, the three visitors chose not to bow, but instead nodded deeply. It didn't faze Malvis in the slightest. "We are eager to discuss how our two countries can further benefit each other. Gods know the Arca need every alliance we can get these days." "You speak as if we were at war, Council Barkhart," muttered Durnus. "Aren't we, Archmage? Our soldiers may fight with spears and spells, but our war will be won with politics and coin." The woman spoke up. Even inside, away from the breeze and the city noise, her voice was still distant, Zephyrus. "And who might your enemies be, sir?" "I see none." Malvis bowed again, eyes fixed on the slender woman's pale eyes. "The enemies of progress, madam. The same enemies that would see Crosslung's expansion and well-being damaged beyond repair." Durnus sighed. "As always, Council Barkhart, you distract us with your outlandish opinions. Our guests are hungry and tired. You will have a chance to speak to them later, over dinner, if you wish." Malvis' eyes narrowed. "I wholeheartedly look forward to it." "I bid you a good day, sirs and madam," he replied, and with that, he walked away, hands still folded firmly behind his back, polished boots squeaking on the marble. Turfing and Durnus quickly led the others into their rooms and locked the door firmly behind them. Finally, Turfing sighed, spreading his hands over the door. The door seemed to hiss and quiver for a moment. When he rapped his knuckle on its gilded wood, it sounded as though he were knocking on stone. "We're safe from eager ears." The three visitors stood in a little triangle in the middle of the room. They were staring at a red velvet armchair in front of them, an armchair which held a blond man dressed in steel armor, wrapped in a black and green cape, his head back, limbs limp, and snoring contentedly. Turfing shrugged off his heavy robe and hung it on a hook. He looked over at their guests and followed their confused gazes to the man in the armchair. With a sigh, he wandered over and flicked the ear of the man, eliciting a grunt and a surprised snort. The man came awake with a start and sat bolt upright in the chair. Rubbing his ear, he looked up and saw 3 strangers staring back at him. "Well, isn't this embarrassing?" he muttered. "I was on the night shift again." Turfing gestured to the 3. "Modron, might I introduce our 3 guests? The goddess Ferrix, and the gods Heimdall and Loki. My lords and lady, this is Undermage Modron." Modron jumped from the chair and instantly dropped to his knees. "It is an honor," he whispered. Durnus and Turfing also dropped to their knees, now that they could show the proper amount of respect. "Please, rise," said Heimdall. "We have not come here for that." The god shrugged off his warm, woolen coat and let it fall to the thick green rug that covered most of the floor. He looked around at the swollen bookcases and drowned desks, the trunk stuffed with trinkets and artifacts and scrolls. He took it all in with slow movements of his tawny eyes, as he had in the streets, absorbing every minute detail like a hawk examining rabbits. A moment of weakness washed across his face, and he rubbed his eyes. The prayers had been strong enough to wrap his ethereal form in bone and skin, but his powers had been left behind. Summoning them was difficult. He sighed and went to one of the 6 chairs that sat in a circle in the middle of the room. He tested it with his hands, feeling its soft velvet and its plump cushions, before settling awkwardly into it, almost as though he had never sat in a chair before, or if he had, he couldn't remember how to. Modron and Turfing watched with blank expressions, while Durnus felt his way to an oak cabinet. "Please, sit," he asked, feeling for the cabinet's handles. Turfing didn't move to assist him. He knew better than to offer help. The blind Archmage's hand soon found a trio of glasses. "Would you like a drink? Some wine? Food perhaps?" Loki opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Heimdall. "We will not require any, thank you," he answered. "Our bodies are merely shells." Turfing and Modron took their seats. "Well, you might have to pretend they aren't. Gods might not eat, but trade delegates from Halern definitely do. We don't want to arouse any suspicion." "Very well," said Heimdall, smiling politely. While Verix found her own armchair beside Heimdall, Loki wandered to the windows that spanned the entire length of the far wall. He stared out at the city far below, hands still firmly in his coat pockets. Modron watched him intently. He didn't look like a god. Like the mage, he was fair-haired. He had deep brown eyes, flecked with yellow, and his skin was pale and clean-shaven, youthful. Modron tried to assess his age, but found himself getting confused the more he watched him. He looked younger than Heimdall, that was for sure, but it was hard to tell. He was neither tall nor short, somewhere in the middle, neither muscular nor skinny. He just was. The Undermage frowned. It was an odd sort of description, but it was the best he could summon. Maybe he was still sleepy. Durnus soon joined them, bearing 3 glasses of amber-colored wine. Modron and Turfing took theirs, and Durnus felt his way to his chair. Verix was staring at him intently. Somehow, Durnus knew it. He smiled in her direction. "What is it?" he asked. "You look nothing like your brother, Ruin," she whispered. "Then I will take that as a compliment," replied Durnus, with a tight smile. "And please, call me Durnus, or Archmage, if you prefer." "Anything but Ruin. Though your blood reeks of demon." Durnus' smile faded. "That it probably does, dot." Verix chided Heimdall, and the goddess looked confused. She ran a hand through her strange, sea-green hair. "I'm sorry. I'm used to speaking my mind," she said. "As goddess of truth, I'm sure you are," chuckled Durnus, and the moment was forgotten. Heimdall clapped his hands. Modron was trying to assess him now, staring as intently as he dared. The god was pale-faced, like his comrades, and his hair was golden, like dried wheat. The god was as tall as the siren Aram, but once again, impossible to fathom. It was the same with Verix. Their faces, aside from the color of their eyes and hair, seemed to evade scrutiny like the very stars themselves. Modron found that the harder he looked, the stranger they became. Their chests did not rise and fall with their breathing. They did not blink. Not a single mole nor blemish marred their skin. The closer he leant to them, the larger they grew. Modron moved forward to take his drink from the little table in the center of the circle, and found himself confused at how much Heimdall had suddenly grown. The god towered above him, in ways the Undermage's brain couldn't comprehend. He felt bludgeoned by his mere presence, breathless in the man's shadow. "Modron?" said a voice, shattering the mage's thoughts. Modron blinked, and realized Heimdall was staring down at him, a bemused look on his face. "Sorry, sir," he muttered. "It's not every day you meet a god." At this, Heimdall laughed. It was a deep booming sound, like thunder. For a moment, it shocked the others in the room, and then somehow some of the tension seemed to bubble off, and the mages and Durnus found themselves relaxing. I imagine not, Undermage. I imagine not. Heimdall shook his head. What strange times these are, that gods sit in armchairs and watch men drink wine. For the first time in my existence, I have trouble trusting my eyes and ears. Durnus smiled and sipped his wine. To business, then? Indeed. Loki, come sit, ordered Heimdall. The younger god did as he was told. He tore himself away from the window, and, ignoring the last spare chair, he perched instead on the edge of a stool. Where do we possibly start? Varix asked. First things first, sighed Turfing, running his hand across his jet-black beard. Has there been any sign of her? Heimdall shook his head sadly, a hint of frustration in his flaxen eyes. Wherever the spawn is, I cannot see her, not here, nor from our fortress. She is too strong. What of the woman that travels with her? She too is hidden. Turfing and Durnus sighed as one. They had secretly been hoping for some good news from Heimdall. If anyone could find Fardin's child, it would be a god who could watch a blade of grass growing from 100 miles away, a god who could see the shadows slinking back to their holes at dawn. If he couldn't see her, then nobody could. This was dire news indeed. They sipped their wine. What of the other gods? Asked Durnus. Can they be of any help? Loki sniffed. Are we no use to you? Loki, growled Heimdall. Durnus looked in the direction of the younger god's voice. That is not what I meant. I know the prayer is strong at the moment, and therefore so are the gods. What I meant was, are any of you capable of helping physically, in battle? Varix shook her head. If we were, we would not have come here on a ship. Loki looked out the window again. No, we would have fallen from the sky as brimstone and fire instead of slipping down a shaft of moonlight. That's a shame, said Modron, eyeing the younger god. Heimdall leant back in his chair and spread his hands over the velvet. It felt so foreign to him. What Loki and Varix mean is that if we could have, we would have. We would not waste time with ruses such as these. He rubbed his eyes. What have you done to find her? I have seen some of your efforts already. Everything in our power, replied Turfing. We've sent countless messengers, trackers, ships, hawks, and mages into the wilds, chasing every lead we've ever had. Every time, she disappears like smoke. And we've lost plenty of good mages because of it too, said Modron. The gods and goddess looked questioningly at the Undermage. He elaborated, narrowing his eyes. The only clues we ever get are the dead she leaves behind. The maimed, skin dead that they are. She and that old crone seem to make a point of actively hunting down our best mages, and then taking their books. I hope they go mad, and save us the bloody trouble. She is hunting written? Modron nodded. There was bitterness in his eyes. He rubbed his knuckles together. Almost always. But she isn't picky, either. If a normal mage gets close enough, she'll kill them all the same. I've lost more mages to that little bitch than I care to count. That's why I've recalled every single written to the city. I intend to keep them here too, sirs, he said. Why written? Asked Loki. Because we've become stronger, Turfing answered. By his side, Modron nodded. We're more dangerous than we've ever been. I think she must be worried. Picking us off on our own, rather than facing us as a group. Loki looked confused. He frowned. And how is that possible? Heimdall hummed. The magic in this world is getting stronger by the day. Like a storm brewing or a season shifting. Even Avernia is puzzled by it. Loki's frown got even deeper. Why haven't I felt it? Varix closed her eyes and sniffed the air again. Because you, like I, have never traveled here before, she told him. Do you think it is her? Are you serious? Asked Modron. One little girl, affecting the whole of Emaneska's magic? That's ridiculous. I spent the all of last night watching 10-year-old farmhands flick through beginners' spellbooks and cast spell after spell. Half of them had never even seen a spellbook before last night. Yet here they are, a mere handful amongst the thousands of people that flood into Maney's Mark every day, all showing signs of magic in their blood, keen as daggers to be a mage. Young, old, rich, poor. One man set fire to his wife's dress just by singing a song that he swore he'd never heard before. Just the other day, another turned a chicken inside out. I, for one, find it very disturbing. The magic is simply tumbling out of these people. And don't even get me started on the things I see in the magic markets these days. Something's wrong with the magic in this world. Turfing stood up to circle his chair. I agree with Modron. It's not just the magic or the markets. Stranger and stranger things keep appearing in the wilds. Fairies, huldras, ghosts, talk of other griffins even. There is talk of creatures even we have never heard of, creatures that seem to have emerged almost from nowhere. Dernis tapped his fingernail on his wineglass. Almost as if they're drawn to something. Turfing shook his head. It can't be her. If she's that powerful, why would she be hunting us written down, sneaking about like an assassin? Why would she fear us in number? Then maybe she's just hunting one written, ventured Loki. The room fell silent. Turfing and Modron both sipped their wine, while Dernis just stared sightlessly into space. His pale eyes said nothing. His lips, however, said it all. They were drawn tight, almost as white as his eyes, as if the blood had been sucked straight out of them. Dernis didn't trust himself to speak. If Loki felt the tension, he didn't show it. He just waited for his answer. It never came. Varric sighed. If that is the case, and what Loki suggests is true, then it is either because Farden is a danger to her, or she and the old woman want vengeance. Both can be useful to us. Modron glowered at his wine. And what of my dead mages? Collateral. I don't think I've ever cursed at a lady before, never mind a goddess, and I don't intend to start today. I would appreciate it if you could inject a little tact into that truthful tongue of yours. With all due respect, Modron said, slowly and carefully. Varric simply closed her eyes and said nothing in return. Heimdall held up his hands. We digress. Indeed we do, Dernis sighed. I think we have time on our hands. We'll discuss what our defenses are later, after dinner. For now, you three need to change. Ilesi has supplied clothes for you in the adjacent rooms. She will get you anything else you need. Thank you, Dernis, said Heimdall, getting to his feet. Loki went to stare out of the window again. Varric stayed in her chair, eyes closed and concentrating on something. As he moved to leave, Heimdall put his hand on Turfing's shoulder. I should like to see Ilios, when there is a chance. Tonight, muttered the Archmage. It was impossible to miss the flicker of angst in his face. He caught the god by the arm as he moved away. His ocean blue eyes met Heimdall's tawny ones. There, under the weight of them, it felt as though the god was looking through him, as if he were as faceless as glass. Do you know where he is? He asked. Farden? Heimdall shook his head. I do not. Turfing took a breath and nodded, and slowly but surely, released the god's arm. Fine, he replied. With a squeak of his boot, he grabbed his glass and the bottle of wine, and then went to an ornate pine door at the far end of the room, by the window. Dernis listened to his footsteps and made a face. Where are you going? He asked. Turfing's reply was almost sliced in half by the slam of the door. To my forge. Modron and Dernis looked at each other. Heimdall looked confused. The Undermage stretched and yawned. Be glad you're not a chunk of hot metal, sir, he said. Drowned, like the cracked hull of a stricken ship, was the city in its nighttime noise. The sun had vanished over the peak of Harjan no more than an hour ago. The western sky glowed like dying coals. Crosslung seemed intent on making up for the failing light with its own man-made glimmering. Candles, torches, fires, lanterns, they all came alive. That, and the interminable sound of evening in the city. The ruckus seemed louder tonight. Call it a funeral for the winter. Call it an average night in a city full of coin, sailors, and people who knew how short life could be. Call it an excuse. It was all of those things. Heimdall, the god who could hear the shadow of a cat sliding across a floor tile, stood alone on the Archmage's balcony, letting himself melt in the noise. For the moment his tawny eyes remained closed and squeezed tight. He would occasionally wince at the smash of glass, a window, or a carafe of wine maybe. He could hear the dripping of the taps in a tavern below the fortress. He could hear the feet stamping along to the lively tune of a skald in Hurljot, somewhere by the boardwalks. He even knew which floorboards needed repairing. He could hear those who used the night to meet in alleys and cellars, to conspire and to rile. He could hear them whispering. Every single one of them. Heimdall dragged himself from the ocean of noise for a moment, feeling a wave of nausea. It was hard, being so close to it all. So loud and so bright, here in the midst of it all. If he let himself open his eyes and ears to their fullest, he would be blind and deaf in seconds. Heimdall made sure to keep himself distant, as he was accustomed to. Ignoring the dull beginnings of a headache to slake his curiosity, the god moved forward to the battlements and put his elbows on the stone. It felt warm to his skin, perhaps from the day's sun, perhaps from always knowing nothing but ice-cold stone. The god smiled for a moment, and opened his eyes. Heimdall leant forward to watch the glittering city below him. His eyes flicked about, hopping from street to street in an effort to keep them distracted. A cat was stealing some milk from a kitchen pot. On a balcony, a man knelt down in front of a woman and lifted up a jewel, a ruby, if the god was not mistaken. It was a fake. In the north, between the walls and the city, a small girl sat on a stone with her head in her hands, whimpering. A few streets away, a man hammered at the door of a house with an iron bar. The man behind him was holding a knife. His hand was shaking. Heimdall drank it in tiny sips. Behind him, he heard the padding of feet in soft cloth shoes. He heard fingers sliding across stone and feeling around doorframes. He waited patiently for the Archmage to join him at the battlements before speaking. "I see you finally escaped the feast," Heimdall said, in a whisper that still managed to rumble. Durnus chuckled in his own hoarse way. "Duty calls. You and the others are lucky, you can rely on the tired guest routine. I cannot." Heimdall smiled and sighed. He seemed to have relaxed since the morning. It would take them a while to acclimatize, he thought. It had been so long. He and Varix had definitely softened somewhat during dinner. Even Loki had been polite, and had managed a smile or two, even a laugh at one point. The Archmage had been worried about exposing them to the hordes of greedy, curious counselors, but he had to give his compliments to the three gods, they were fine actors. Durnus was feeling the effects of his favorite amber wine. He let his blind eyes droop until they were half closed. Even in the darkness of his blindness, he could pick out a faint glow of the city lights. That was all he ever tasted. His ears did him proud. He too let himself melt into the noises of Krauslung. Although the beast had been stripped from him, his old vampire senses had remained in place of his sight, and he too could hear and smell things no ordinary man could. He rubbed his tired face, feeling the creases under his fingertips, and sniffed the salty air. "So blissfully unaware," he said of the city. "It is the best way to keep them. I have watched 1,000 cities over 1,000 years, and they could not be more different, every single one of them. But their people? The same. As soon as they get the scent that their lives may come crumbling down, they tear themselves apart in panic. It is better for them to think they are safe," rumbled Heimdall. "Even if they are not," Durnus replied, more of a statement than a question. For Durnus, leadership meant spending a lot of time being a barefaced liar. Even after a decade and a half, he was still finding the concept of Archmage foreign and difficult. For a man who had spent most of his life in isolation, commanding nothing except a tiny outpost and a stubborn written, it had been a backbreaking transition to Archmage. Not to mention battling the rumors and suspicions of his origins the Magic Council regularly entertained, or of his great power. It had been worse for Turfing, of course, but somehow, together, they had managed. At least they could rely on their magical authority. A 5-runed written and a pale king on the twin thrones. Nobody would have ever guessed it, and nobody knew the half of it, but one thing was for sure, their prowess was undisputed. It occasionally crept to the edge of terrifying. A loud roar suddenly erupted from one of the taverns at the foot of the Archcathedral, and Durnus thought he heard Heimdall wincing. The god leant a little further back from the edge of the battlements. Durnus didn't remark on it. Instead, he enjoyed the cold breeze on his warm skin. It smelled of the sea, spices from the markets, and brick dust. The god soon asked a question. "And what of Turfing? Surely you can hear him?" Durnus asked, and then cocked his head to the side so he could listen to the breeze. There it was, a faint and rhythmic thudding, coming from somewhere below them. Repetitive, angry, the sound of steel being punished. "I have listened to him all night. A blacksmith in his spare time. An Archmage and a forge stoker, how strange." Durnus shrugged. "Perhaps. But Turfing has been instrumental in our defense plans. He has been working day and night with the army blacksmiths to lend our soldiers and mages every edge, pardon the pun. His armor designs have been refined and put into mass production. He spends hours poring over forge spell manuals and sketching plans with the city architects. The Arfel scholars are tired of being summoned by him. Did you know the new Archcathedral gates were his design? Of course you did. He's even commissioned specialized armor for the written, based on the Skuluson pieces he's been collecting. I do not think this city has ever seen a more proactive Archmage in all its years." "He's been collecting Skuluson armor?" "Drained half the coffers in the process, much to the anger of Malvis and his council cronies," muttered Durnus. He sighed and shook his head. "It's for Farden." "Farden?" "Turfing thinks that it will entice Farden back to Krauslung. The mage has always been obsessed with that armor, as you probably know. He's searching for the 9. "Is he now?" mused the god. "Foolish, I know. The last we ever heard of him, he was in Skewerbor, in the crumbled empire." Heimdall said nothing. Durnus continued. He waylaid an old Skullguard general's hunting party in the middle of the mountains. Killed half his honor guard, so we heard, incapacitated the rest, and then, without even a word, he stripped the general of his Skeleton helmet and put it on. Apparently it was not to his taste, whatever that might be. He beat the general half to death with it and then left them both in a puddle. That helmet was most likely worth the weight of a dragon in gold, and yet he left it right there, and disappeared into the mountains. That was the last we heard of him, and that was 10 years ago. Every messenger we send comes back empty-handed. The mage is a ghost. I just hope not in the literal sense, Durnus explained. He turned his blind eyes on the god. But you already knew all of this, did you not? Heimdall looked out across the city. He scratched at his chin, not because of an itch, but because it was something to occupy him while he thought. I have watched Farden in the past. I didn't think a god could lie. We are more than capable of it. This partnership between gods and men is supposed to be an honest and beneficial one. How is that going to work if you are already lying to us? Demanded Durnus. It is for your own good. I have heard that before. Durnus looked angry. You know where Farden is, don't you? Heimdall took a moment to answer. I do. Durnus slapped his hands on the stone. Then where? We need him. And that is exactly why he will not return. Excuse me? There was a quiet click as the balcony door shut behind them. Durnus and Heimdall fell silent. Turfing stood beside the door. He was still wearing his blacksmith's apron, a smoky white affair, made entirely from salamander wool. Farden doesn't want to be needed, he wants to be left alone. Trust me, I know the feeling. He doesn't want to be found, any more than I wanted to be, he said, his voice tinged with sadness. Heimdall nodded. Durnus sighed. The god turned to face Turfing. Although I do not regret lying, I believe an explanation should be offered. Please, offer away, Turfing grunted. He folded his arms. It is as you say. If I tell you where he is, you will go there and you will root him out. You will tell him that the fate of the world rests on him aiding us in our fight. He will be dragged back, kicking and screaming, and will not be of use to any of us. Turfing scowled. Varric said that she may be hunting him. Heimdall nodded. She probably is. And if he isn't dead already, then we need him here with us, to draw her to the city, and then to fight against her. You want to use him as bait? Are we in a city of mages not enough? Do you think this woman that journeys with her has been truthful? Do you think she told this girl that Farden was her father? Varix believes, as I do, that she has told her that Vice was her father. She seeks revenge. We all know how powerful a vehicle that can be. Turfing threw his hands in the air. Bait. My nephew is bait. Heimdall half closed his eyes. If you say so. He, and all of us. We are all bait to her, in the end. But Farden is a fighter too, if he is willing. And that is the crux of it. He needs to make this journey willingly. Turfing opened his mouth to speak but Durnus beat him to it. What then? We wait for him to change his mind? It has been 15 years since he disappeared. Heimdall, what makes you think he will change it now? He asked. One of us needs to go, added Turfing. Heimdall nodded. Indeed, one must, but not you, nor you, Durnus. Who then? Loki, replied Heimdall, simply and quickly. Durnus pulled a face, confused. Loki? Turfing looked equally bewildered. Why him? Because Farden has never met him before. And despite him being a young god, and a petulant one at that, Loki has a certain way, if you will, said Heimdall. It is why I brought him. That, and the gods insistent please, but he chose not to mention that. Turfing remained unconvinced. While they stood in silence, deep in dark thought, a woman bustled into view behind the windows of the balcony, a woman with curly brown hair that reached all the way to her hips, a woman in a simple maid's outfit, a woman who was busy cleaning up the empty wine glasses and tooting to herself. A woman called Elessi. As she cleaned, the door behind her opened, and in walked Modron, fresh from duty and more than a little tired, dark rings circling his eyes. He quietly closed the door behind him and walked over to the maid. She smiled at him. There was a muffled mumble as the undermage said something incoherent to all but Heimdall, something that made her laugh. The archmages and Heimdall watched them through the dusty glass, a pleasant and momentary distraction from their conversation. Modron and Elessi were unaware they were being observed. Inside the room, the glare from the bright candles had turned the balcony windows opaque. The three on the balcony were invisible for now. Just as Modron turned to leave again, he leant forward and gave Elessi a long kiss on the cheek. She laughed and pushed him away, and he left. As Ilesi went back to her cleaning, a wide smile on her face, Turfing turned back to Heimdall. He sighed. And what magic words is Loki going to use to get my nephew back? Heimdall was still watching the maid. That, I believe, is up to her. Turfing couldn't help but sneer. Ilesi? The god turned back to the city. Ilesi, and her husband-to-be, of course. Chapter 3. Father, father, why do the stars shimmer and shake? Son, son, because everybody shakes when they know they are soon to die. Even a god. Excerpt from the book The Righteous Are the Foolish, author not known. A day later, and half a world away, Albion could only dream of spring. Spring may have sprung in mainland Emaneska, but in Albion, it was running late. Here winter was still playing the last few bars of its dreary tune, a little ditty of drizzling rain and cold, careless sleet. Like a talentless skull down on his luck, it knew its time on the earth was short. A storm was gathering over the sea in the east. That night there would be a thunderous finale to winter's sown. The man crouching on a slimy branch, halfway up the old, cracked oak tree didn't care for the rain. Nor did he mind it. He had seen more than his fair share of dark and dreary afternoons in his time. One more wasn't going to kill him. Besides, it made his job easier. A gray blanket of clouds had stolen away the sun. The afternoon was dark and gloomy, wrapped in premature shadow. The perfect sort of afternoon for killing. The man reached up and flicked a bothersome drip from the lip of his black hood, and then reached down to massage his right leg. It had gone to sleep about an hour ago and was now stubbornly refusing to wake up. The man reached up to the gnarled, twisted finger of a tree branch that hung above his head and lifted himself up so he could move around without falling. With a grunt, he kicked his sleepy leg aside with the other and then settled back into a seated position on the slimy bough that was his perch. The fingers of sleep were slowly beginning to paw at him, like misty hands reaching up from the sodden bracken below him. He scrunched up his eyes and rolled his tired shoulders in a circle, hearing the wet leather of his cloak squeak. There was a muted rumble in the distance as the storm tested its voice. The man looked up through the tangled, leafless branches of the half-dead oak and spied the faint flicker amongst a cluster of dark, faraway clouds. Gripping the branch above his head again, he wiggled his sleepy leg until it had thoroughly woken from its numb slumbers, and then sidestepped along the thicker branch until he could hold himself against the rough trunk of the oak. He looked down at the ground beneath him, covered and obscured as it was by the sea of dark green brackens and brighter ferns that seemed to infest this side of the forest. It was quite the fall, for an ordinary man. Farden had never been an ordinary man. With a scrape, his boots slid from the branch and he plummeted into the bracken below. There was a snap, a crack, and then a resounding thud as Farden collided with solid ground. With no more than a wince, he stood, grunted, and simply flicked a bracken frond out of his face with a grimy finger. He pushed his way into the undergrowth, heading for the dirt road he knew was only a stone's throw away from the foot of the oak. Farden crouched at the edge of it, watching the rain do battle with its broken cobbles. It was an old road, old and tired. The well-worn wool ruts were testament to its age, as were the patches of churned mud and puddles where greedy peasants had dug free and liberated entire barrel-loads of cobblestones, for use in their cottages and walls. Some of these ruts had been thoughtfully filled with sand or gravel, while the rest had been left as gaping, wheel-jarring holes. Farden assessed his section of road once again, as he had earlier that afternoon. None of the holes were severe enough to stop a coach, and even if they had been, the driver would see them in time and steer clear of them. Cow-drawn coaches were not known for their breakneck speeds. Thunder vibrated the sky again, louder and bolder this time, and Farden stood up. In the booming echoes, he cupped his ears, hearing an unmistakable rattling coming from somewhere in the rain. Somewhere further down the road. The sound of rusty axles and loose bolts. Of iron-shod wheels kissing old cobbles, getting closer all the time. It was time. Farden rubbed his hands. On the far side of the road was a pine tree. Wrapped in lichen and drowned in ivy, the tree was rotten to the core. Its bark had flaked away, exposing the flaky splinters beneath, dyed green and yellow by the rot. It looked as though it would topple at any moment. And that was exactly why Farden had spent the afternoon hacking at it with his axe. Farden quickly crossed the road, hopping over the puddles and potholes until he had been swallowed by the bracken once more. Farden cast around, rubbing the rain from his face and pushing aside the intrusive bracken. Where is it now? He hissed to himself, cursing. Something clanked against his foot and he reached for it. It was his axe, slimy with the wet. Farden hefted it, ignoring its blunt, notched edge, and instead turned his attention to the gaping notches he had already gouged out of the tree, one on each side. He prodded them with the toe of his boot and was rewarded with a wet squelch. The tree creaked in the wind. There was barely any wood holding the tree up at all. It was perfect. Farden gripped the axe and held it against his shoulder, waiting. The clattering wheels were rolling ever nearer, he could hear them as clear as day. The sky shook with thunder once more, and Fardan raised his axe to the sky as the lightning flashed again, and let it bite deep into the rotten wood with a wet thud. A moment passed, filled with nothing but the rain and the storm. Fardan stepped back, leaving the axe embedded in the tree. He pulled a grim face. Shit! The coach would be on him any moment. Fardan pushed on the tree. Nothing. Not even a creak. He tugged on the axe, but the blade had bitten deep and refused to budge. Shit again, he told himself. There was nothing else for it. Fardan took a step back, grit his teeth, and aimed a wild kick at the handle of the axe. There was a resounding crack as his boot collided with the axe, forcing it deeper. Fardan had to keep from clapping as the tree whined a slow, sad whine and slowly but surely began to topple. It was just in time. A team of 4 tired-looking brown cows emerged out of the rainy haze, a faded purple coach close behind them. The cows pulled in pairs, each wearing a thick collar with curved hames around their thick necks, to which the traces of the coach were harnessed. The patchwork beasts were soaked to the bone. Steam billowed from their grimy noses. They plodded along sullenly, paying almost no attention to the impatient coachman and skinny footman that sat behind them on the narrow box at the front of the coach. They were dressed in the bright yellow and purple livery of the Modlo Duchy, or to be exact, the livery of Modlo's rather extravagant and flamboyant son. The coat of arms emblazoned on their chest was a tree wrapped in a ribbon, a large, stylized H held in its branches. The 2 men on the box looked half asleep, heads and eyes drooped, hands limply hanging onto the reins. They probably would have been asleep, had it not been for the rain. They soon came awake when they spied the toppling tree in their path. Their sleepy expressions turned to ones of exasperated horror. The coachman leapt to his feet, thrashing the cows with his coach whip, yelling for them to stop. The footman was shouting too, nervously tugging at the coachman's tunic. For a brief moment, Fardan thought the cows would refuse to stop, and plod straight into the shadow of the falling tree. Thankfully, they were only tired, not stupid. The docile animals saw the tree just in time and instantly dug their hooves into the road. They lowed fearfully as the rotten pine crashed to the ground barely a foot from their steaming noses, showering them in moss, mud, and splinters. The 2 men hopped down from the coach, noticeably relieved. Fardan wondered blithely if the skinny footman had soiled himself. He had that look of nervous guilt about him, clinging to one of the wheels, wringing his hands. The coachman was in no such mood to dawdle. He marched across the wet cobbles to confront the tree blocking their path. In a moment of utter fury, he began to flay it with his coach whip. Fardan quickly ducked back into the thick bracken and reached for the longbow that was strapped alongside the quiver on his shoulder. He pulled it loose and unraveled the waxed catgut bowstring from his pocket. It took him 3 grunting attempts, but he finally managed to string the stiff bow. He plucked at it to test its tautness, making it hum like a 1-stringed harp. Satisfied, the mage snatched 2 arrows from the quiver and ran his fingers through their bright green feathers to remove the beads of rain. Fardan notched one on the bowstring and the other he pinched between his teeth, tasting the beeswax and the aromatic tang of the cedar arrow's haft on the tip of his tongue. He knelt to the wet earth and rested the bow sideways on his lap, ready, waiting. The mage watched, a cold smile on his cold lips, as the infuriated coachman continued to thrash the pine tree with his whip, berating it. Then, for some reason known only to himself, in a moment of pure and senseless desperation, he tossed the whip aside and began to grapple with the wet and muddy bark like a fumbling wrestler, trying to shove the pine tree out of the way. Needless to say, the old tree didn't move an inch, and the man ended up slipping and falling to his face in the wet mud. He got to his feet and brushed the filth from his livery, his breathing a little on the heavy side. He thumped his fist against the tree. Bah! By Jotun's balls! He could be heard yelling. Just when you thought nothing else can go wrong. He shouted over the pitter-patter of the rain, a pitter-patter that was growing heavier and louder by the minute. "I better go talk to his lordship," ventured the jittery footman, still a little bewildered by the spectacle of desperation he had just witnessed. He was hopping nervously from one foot to the other. Perhaps he had soiled himself. "That you'd better, before he has us both flogged right here on this very road." "We're already an hour late," hissed his comrade. The skinny footman shuddered. He went to the door and tapped timidly on its faded paint. There was a moment before anybody answered. The footman's knuckles hovered in the air, debating whether to knock again. Deep in the bracken at the side of the road, wet fingers curled eagerly around a bowstring. The door cracked open, no more than an inch, and the footman bowed, narrowly missing banging his head on the door handle in the process. A shrill voice, slippery and slurred with wine, could be heard now. "What's the problem now? Why have we stopped?" it demanded. "Lord," burbled the footman, a nervous babble. "A tree has fallen across the road. An old rotten thing. We A velvet-gloved hand shooed the man away from the door. Barely 50 yards away, an arrowhead, blackened with soot, touched its barbs to the neck of a longbow. "Well, fetch the axe and get cutting, servant, before I am made any later than I already am. Lady Gavitt will have my guts for her stockings if I miss her banquet." The door slammed, and the arrow relaxed. Farden cursed below his breath. He needed a clear shot. He couldn't give his prey the slimmest chance of escape. The gloomy afternoon and drizzling rain was perfect for hiding and sneaking, but that also went both ways, should prey manage to bolt. Farden didn't fancy spending the night prowling through the damp and dreary forest, looking for a duke's son to skin. He squinted at the door of the coach, hoping to spy a target, but the glass was fogged and speckled with rain and mud, and the lace curtain behind it obscured everything else. Farden began to edge sideways through the bracken. The footman hopped up onto the box of the coach and rummaged through the chest that was hiding beneath their narrow seat. He quickly produced an axe and waved to the coachman, who was now sat on the tree, arms crossed and face as gloomy as the sky. The front two cows were now lying down, sneaking a moment or two of rest. He was currently engaged in a staring contest with one of them. "Hoy!" called the footman as he splashed through the puddles towards his colleague. The coachman looked up. "What's that for?" "It's an axe." "What do you suppose it's for?" The coachman snatched it from the skinny man's hands and tested its blade. He rolled his eyes. "Well, you make a start, and I'll finish it off. I need to feed these lazy creatures, or we'll never get to Gavitt's shindig. I, for one, have a young and willing kitchen maid waiting for me at Gavitt's mansion, and I don't intend to let her spend the night alone, or with another coachman, for that matter. Now, get chopping," he said, handing the axe back to the footman. He got up, stretched, and sauntered back to the coach, muttering something dark and dangerous to himself. Farden waited for the wet thump of a dull axe biting into wood, and then let his arrow fly on the second. He timed it near perfect. The green-fletched arrow leapt from the bowstring and buried itself in the coachman's head just as the axe fell for the second time, masking the sharp crack of an arrow punching through skull. The man slumped to the ground like a sack of rocks, quietly enough not to alert the attention of the footman, who had barely made a dent in the tough bark of the fallen pine. Farden put him out of his misery with an arrow to the neck. The cows lowed, confused, as the footman folded limply over the tree, gargling blood. The puddles around their hooves began to turn a shade of muddy crimson. Farden held his breath, waiting for a slam of doors or a shout or a scream, but nothing came. The maid slunk forward, sliding gently through the mud and moss until he was slightly behind the purple coach, still hidden by the bracken. There was a window on the back of it. It too was smeared with road mud and rain. The white lace curtain behind it was still. The maid slipped another arrow from his quiver and onto the longbow. With a sniff and a crack of his knuckles, he sidled onto the road, hoping the people inside were too busy quaffing wine and chortling amongst themselves to notice a hooded figure in the rain. There was a flash of sheet lightning, so quick it made the eyes wonder if they had blinked, and then thunder followed, making the air in the wet forest tremble. Rain drummed on the mage's clothes and splashed in the puddles around his furtive boots. He crouched to the cobbles, just beneath the back window. He could hear a thudding from inside, and the cackles of laughter. Tobacco smoke, fragrant with cloves and thick like the prying fingers of sea fog, leaked from the seam of the coach's door, to be harangued and perforated by the heavy rain. Holding his bow with one hand, Farden loosened the long knife at his belt, shuffled forward, and then pounced. Farden wrenched the coach door open with his free hand and then fired at the first thing that he clapped eyes on. The woman screamed as the arrow pinned her to the velvet cushion she lay against, making the others crammed into the hot, sweaty coach freeze, horror on their faces. Two men with long hair and wine on their lips, half naked from the waist down and fully in the midst of groping each other, began to yell and scream. They fought each other to the other door and away from the steel-eyed attackers standing in the rain. They didn't get far. Farden let two more arrows fly from his bow. More blood painted the cushions. The remaining occupants, a woman and an extravagantly dressed man with a sizable paunch, tried to hide themselves under their coats. The man pushed the woman in front of him, desperately trying to find the dagger he had hidden in his boot. A pair of strong hands seized them by their flailing limbs and dragged them out, dumping them on the muddy cobbles. The woman was screaming and sobbing uncontrollably. Farden winced at the piercing sound. He pushed her against the wheel of the coach and waved the knife in her face. "Quiet!" he yelled, and her screams died into a muted whimpering. She clutched her dress around her and rocked back and forth. "Thank you," Farden grunted, turning his attention to the pot-bellied man lying wheezing on the cobbles. A trickle of blood came from a cut on his forehead. The mage pressed the heel of his boot on the man's throat and he squeaked, turning a shade of white. "That goes for you as well." "What do you want?" hissed the man. There was so much venom in his voice, Farden could almost taste it. "What is your name? And what should you want with my name?" Wouldn't want to kill the wrong person now, would I? The man turned even whiter. My name is Truespin. If you're after the Modlow's son, Havanth, then you've already killed him, murderer. The man raised a shaky hand and pointed at one of the half-naked men. He was that one, there. Farden rubbed his chin, looking at the dead draped about the coach's cabin. Is that so? He asked. The man nodded as much as the mage's boot would allow. Farden smiled down at him and waved his knife in a circle, assessing his velvet coat and its lace trimmings, the man's wine and meat-fueled paunch, the soft, manicured hands that had only ever seen hard work through a spyglass or a coach window, the embroidered H&M on his breast. The man blinked as the rain mercilessly pelted his face. Farden turned to the shaking woman. Is it true? She shook her head once, a little twitch to save her skin. Farden smiled again. He pressed down with his boot and Havanth Modlow, the Duke Modlow's one and only son, gasped. You know, I've killed so many of you in the last few years I can barely count them all. Some were mere landowners, some were minor lords or ladies, maybe ambitious husbands or madwives causing trouble. Some might have been the nephew or a cousin of a lord, leverage maybe, or revenge. Some were even the daughter, the sister, the brother, or son of a duke, just like you, Havanth. Farden pointed the knife at the man's neck. And you know what I've learnt about you? You're all the same. From the landowner to the duke-to-be, you will all lie your tongues off at the end. Not a scrap of honesty and pride. You'll say anything to squirm your way out from under my boot. I suppose it's what makes you so easy to manipulate, so I'm told. Certainly makes me feel better about killing you. Havanth glared daggers at the mage. Is that what your master tells you? Farden slammed the blade into the man's chest, feeling the metal bite through the ribs and into the soft organs beneath. I have no master, he lied. Havanth's mouth sagged open, his narrow eyes now very wide. He died quickly, silently. Farden left the knife in his chest. He would need it again in a moment. Behind him, the woman yelped and scrambled to her feet. Shoes kicked aside, she sprinted across the cobbles with tears and rain running down her face, whimpering still. Farden sighed and turned to watch her clamber over the fallen tree. Leave none alive. I don't care who they are, said the voice in his head, the very same voice that had delivered those orders a week ago. Farden bent down, retrieved his longbow, and took an arrow from his quiver. He took aim at the fleeing woman, shut his eyes and released the string. A few seconds later there was a wet slap and a scrape as a body hit the cobbles. The mage rubbed his eyes and took a breath. He had killed so many he could barely count them all. So many, and yet he could still remember every twang of every bowstring, every thud of an arrow in the spine, every swish of a blade, every crack of a spell, every yelp and every scream. That was how he remembered them. No names, just deaths. What a cold way to count them, thought the mage. He shrugged, and strapped his bow to his back again. Make it look like a bandit raid, demanded the voice. Farden knelt to the cobbles, and began the most honorable task of stripping the dead bodies of their coin and jewelry. He shrugged. At least he got to keep what he took. Farden made quick work of emptying the pockets of the dead. He stood up and stretched, looking up to the sky so the rain could wash his face and bloody hands. He looked down at the body of the Duke's son. His face was slowly turning gray. The mage sighed, and reached for the knife still embedded in the man's chest. There was but one task left to do. Bring me his head. Chapter 4. Kiltirin, Kiltirin. Who knew the grass of Albion could breed such a snake? And what a slippery snake he is. Trace the path of 100 murders and I reckon you'll find him sitting pretty at the end of every one of them, hands clean and asking for proof. I don't know why more of us don't suspect him. Why don't I try to beat him, you ask? Well, to beat him, you don't just need to be a better player, you need better pieces too, and I mean one in particular. Nobody's got a better killer than that Duke, but I'll be blasted if anyone knows who or what he is. Nobody is safe from him. I like my family as they are. Alive and whole. Nobody has nothing to lose when they're sitting at the top of a castle. A letter written by the Duke of Duneira to his cousin Lunfries Duneira in 905. Lunfries was found floating face down in a well a few months later. Duneira himself publicly proclaimed it as an unfortunate accident brought about by too much ale and not enough sense. A week passed, and with it the storm. Winter finally withdrew itself from Albion. Had Jezim the sight to see it, she would have perhaps remarked on the way the sun hovered on the strips of feathered cloud lashed across the sky, how the warm air felt strange on her breeze-pricked skin, how the canals, which had always been described as dull, slate-colored slugs of things to her, sparkled in the sun. Or she might have just shrugged, and called it another day. It wasn't just her eyes that were blind. There were only two things that mattered to Jezim, and one of them was coin. Didn't matter who it came from or why, as long as it came regularly and in reasonable amounts. Coin was more than currency to a woman like her. Coin was food. Coin was a roof. Coin was locks on the doors and blankets for her girls. Guards for the door, if she was lucky. Jisun stood at the corner of a house, slouching, letting the wood hold her up. She filtered out the sounds of the riverboats and the gurgling canal and the river birds squawking and listened to the people instead. It was funny how people assumed being blind meant you were deaf as well, as if the two were related somehow. It was also a wonder how many tidbits of news a single person could pick up whilst standing on a street corner and simply listening. They ignored the young woman lounging at the corner of the large house, gossiping and chatting about everything under the sun as they walked along the bank of the canal. Jisun knew their voices all too well. She could hear specific shoes striding across the gravel. Barol, with his limp. Hunst, the market guard, with his giant boots. She could hear the shrill cackle of Persina and her flock of daughters. It was the thud, thud, thud of the well-made shoes pacing hesitantly across the bridge that held her attention, the type of hesitant pace that someone exhibits when they see an unfamiliar woman standing next to their door. Jisun combed her long hair behind her ears and folded her hands in front of her. Ready. When the shoes stopped a few paces in front of her, she cracked a smile that many a man had paid heavy pouches of coin for. She could smell the oil of the man's hair, the musty silk of his coat. "Hello, sir," she said, waving. "Hello," replied a deep voice. She could hear the little scratch of a fingernail on a stubbled chin. "Can I help you?" the man asked. Straight to the point. "Why yes, I believe you can," Jisun smiled again, making sure to pronounce her words as best she could, as she had been told. She held her hand out to the man, palm down. A few seconds passed before the shoes took a few more steps forward, and Jisun found her hand in the surprisingly gentle grip of a rough hand. A pair of lips brushed her skin. Jisun beamed. She flicked her long hair and bobbed a little courtesy. "Jisun," she said. "A pleasure, I'm sure. Now what was it I can help you with?" "I'm in a rush, US. I understand you're a man of means and pleasures, or so they say." Another pause. The voice spoke again, lower this time. "I don't know what you mean." "Well, sir, they say you like your pleasures, and that you have no shortage of means to pay for them," she replied. She made sure to comb her fingers through her hair again, making sure it was all in place and tidy. He liked his girls tidy, she had been told, expensive looking. Expensive sounding. "And who are they, might I ask?" Jisun looked to the left, towards the canals. "The girls from the other side of town. On Gossamer Street. I believe you know the place. They tell many a tale of you, sir." A brusque cough. "Maybe I do. Maybe I don't know what you're talking about. Look, what is this about?" "Well, I'm not one of those girls. I'm from this side of town. There are girls here too, you know, at a certain house not a dozen streets from here," she said. She took a step forward. "And we're just as good. I think you've got the wrong purse." Jisun chuckled, almost letting her accent slip. "Surfessen, if I heard right? All the girls in Kiltirin know about you." She smoothed her dress. "I am here to show you that the girls on this side of the canal are just as good as the girls," she waved a hand at the water, on that side. Surfessen cleared his throat. "Look," he said. "I'm sure they are, but I don't have the time. Maybe next time I'll come to see you instead, alright? Now, it was nice meeting you." The voice moved past her, the sound of footsteps moving from gravel to the hollow wood of the doorstep. Jisun turned around to follow. "But this offer expires," she whispered to Surfessen, pulling what she could imagine was her most coy look. A key hovered in the mouth of a lock. "What offer?" "No charge. A teaser, you might say. Of what me and my lot can offer." "Your lot?" Surfessen queried. "As in?" Jisun inwardly chided herself for letting her act slip. "Expensive," she reminded herself. "My girls, I mean. My girls and I." "I see. I do hope so. And this offer expires?" "The moment you close that door with me on this side of it." Another pause. She could hear him looking around, hear his stubble moving against the collar of his tunic. Jisun took another step forward. "I can tell you're interested. I don't need my sight to see that." She heard Surfessen's mouth break into a guilty smile, a tiny click of saliva and lips moving across teeth. She smiled back. She held out her hand again, this time palm up. "I take it you and your girls are discreet? If you know me and my business, then you know about my wife." "I do. So I can take your word?" "We are most discreet, sir." The rough hand grabbed hers, not so gentle anymore. Then come inside. I have a little while. Just before she was ushered inside, Jizan turned her head slightly and looked to the city, knowing she was hiding somewhere, in the buildings on the other side of the canal, watching the whole thing. Jizan walked inside, and heard the door lock behind her. Sir Fesson rubbed his hands together. Jizan turned, and smiled, and waited. Lead the way, she said, when Sir Fesson didn't move. The air in the house was cold. She could smell the smoke of a log fire, and the sweet aroma of dried lavender, hanging somewhere above her head. Upstairs, said a deep voice, and Sir Fesson grabbed her firmly by the wrist and led her quickly down a corridor and around a corner. Mind the steps, he said, waiting for her to find them with her feet. Jizan did her best to keep up with him. They reached the top of the stairs and he pulled her along another corridor and then another, until they came to a door. A handle rattled and hinges creaked, and she was led inside a room that seemed to be slightly warmer than the rest. Jizan was maneuvered to a bed and told to sit, which she did. Her smile was now a permanent fixture of her face. It took years of practice to hold a smile like that. She heard a rustling as Sir Fesson undid the buttons of his coat. She heard it fall in a heap on the floor nearby. Lie down. She did. The jangling of a belt buckle now. A quiet, muffled thud as the door downstairs quietly slid shut. A sound that only a person that lived half the world through her ears could have possibly heard. Sir Fesson was not one of these people. Jizan kept smiling. The sound of shoes being kicked off and tossed under the bed. Footsteps creeping along the corridor and around a corner. More clothes landing in a heap on the floor. Sir Fesson approaching the bed, his hands resting on her knees. Jizan pulled up the edges of her dress, feeling how soft the borrowed fabric felt. The creak of an old floorboard down the hall. The creak of the slats under the bed as Sir Fesson leant over her. She could feel his cold, rough hands on her hips. The rhythmic stamp of footsteps coming down the corridor, confident now they knew they had their target trapped. Now this, Sir Fesson did hear. Sadly, it was just a moment or two too late. The door swung open and the door handle bounced off the wall with a bang. Sir Fesson, an unbuttoned shirt away from stark naked, looked up in alarm to find a buxom woman and a muscular man in a formal-looking black tunic standing in the doorway. The woman was pointing and jabbing her finger at Sir Fesson. Her face was beetroot red. See? In the very act. I told you, Dot. Sir Fesson jumped off of Jizan and grabbed his clothes. Carlia. Husband, replied the plump woman. She turned to the man in the black tunic, who was staring at the whole debacle with the most disapproving expression on his face. Carlia put her shaking hands on her rather buxom hips. And do you believe me now? I do, said the man, in a dry and monotone voice. Jizan could feel his eyes on her. She shuffled into a sitting position and smoothed her dress. A calm smile still sat on her face. Well, demanded Carlia, what are you and the Reaver going to do about it? The man in black tore himself away from Jizan and looked Sir Fesson up and down. Well, milady, you're absolutely right. An unfaithful husband he truly is. Law dictates a compensation, as you pointed out. I doubt the Reaver will have any objection to it, not after this, he said. Sir Fesson turned a shade of red that rivaled his wife's crimson thunder. You scheming harlot! He shouted. Jizan was pretty sure he had aimed that at her. She didn't move. You set me up, didn't you? The man in the tunic gingerly tried to grab the half-naked Sir Fesson and usher him out of the room. Come along you. He ordered. You won't get a single coin, Carlia. Bellowed Sir Fesson, but it was all useless. After much pushing and yelling and threatening, Sir Fesson was finally manhandled out of the room and was escorted down the corridor. Carlia hovered in the doorway until she heard the bang of the door below and the faint sound of laughter drifting up from the people in the street. Carlia reached inside her coat and tugged a fat purse from a pocket. She weighed it in her palm, looking at Jizan out of the corner of her eyes. The purse jangled. As we agreed? As we agreed. 50. Gold. Jizan stood up and smoothed out her rumpled clothes. And I can keep the dress? There was a snort. Fine, Dot. Jizan walked over to where she knew the woman was standing and held out her hand. A heavy purse dropped into it and she quickly tucked it between her breasts. I don't want to see you again, hear me? Otherwise this won't work. Jizan shrugged and tapped the corner of her right eye with her long, painted fingernail. Can't promise that. But at least only one of us has to worry about it. She didn't need her sight to know that Carlia was scowling. Time to throw you out, then, she said. Jason was marched out of the room, down the stairs, and to the front door, where Carlia made a great show of pushing the harlot down the steps and into the street. She stumbled, but stayed upright, and listened to the whispering of the crowd that had gathered. They already knew who she was. What she was. It was no secret. Just another little slice of gossip for the streets. Jason smirked as she heard her name shiver through the crowd like autumn leaves, skittering across the flagstones. Carlia played her part well. She sauntered onto the doorstep with her hands on her big hips and waved her fist at the young woman. "And stay out, whore!" she yelled, slamming the door. Jason combed her hair behind her ears and shrugged, leaving the crowd to mutter as she walked away. Jason felt for the wall of the house, the touch of the sanded oak beneath her sensitive fingers, and followed it to the street. Somebody brushed past her and hissed, "Harlot," in her ear, but she barely even flinched. Insults fade after years of use, becoming blunt like battle-weary blades. Insults rely on probing the open wounds of shame and guilt. She had neither. Their opinions affected her as much as the passing of night and day. What was another insult thrown about by strangers in the darkness? After all, what is an insult, when it is true? Jason traced the face of the wall to the next building, and then to the next, her arms out in front of her like the waving branches of a tree in the wind. Her fingers read the wall like the features of a map. A drainpipe here, a boarded window there. She knew them all. She paused at a crack in a wall to flick an offending shard of gravel from her sandal, and when she reached up to balance herself, she put her hand on leather and firm flesh rather than wall, and she jumped. "You ought to be shamed, sneaking up on a blind girl," she challenged. "There was no sneaking involved," said the stranger, a man with a deep, yet quiet voice, the fringes of which were frayed with tiredness and travel. "Farden," she breathed. "The very same. And what could you want, I wonder?" said Jason, with a dry smile. She crossed her arms. His ability to sneak up on her, her of all people, was infuriating. She could never sense him until he was right under her nose. And now there he was, and suddenly Jason was wishing he was anywhere but under her nose. She could smell him now, taste him almost, the copper smell of blood still under his fingernails, the scent of mud and leather fighting for air. Metal. Weak old sweat. "You tell me," Jason mumbled the mage. Leather shoulders creaked. "Bath, by the smell of you." A shrug. "That too. Same old Farden. You'd better be careful. The Duke's dog is become unpredictable." The mage grunted. "Watch your mouth, and keep your voice low." Jason lifted her chin. "Would you have me dumb, as well as blind?" There was a silence. Farden smirked. The sun was hot on his stubbled face. He examined a muddy stain on the back of his hand. "I'd call you many things. Dumb isn't one of them. I know what you meant. That was quite the little scam you just pulled. Almost had me fooled. Especially the wife." "We should find her a stage," said the mage. He reached out and flicked the bulging coin purse hiding under the embroidered neckline of her borrowed dress. It clinked. "Quite a bit of coin for a day's work," he said, his voice low, quiet, dangerous if she didn't know him any better. Luckily, she did. She slapped his hand away. "Nothing wrong with a bit of work on the side. Anyways, women have to keep together." She waited for the nearby footsteps to recede. "I was doing Carlia a favor. Sir Fessen's been touring the brothels like they're going out of business. Now she can finally be free of him and get what's heirs as well. Reavers don't pay no heed to us girls or to the city gossip. Those lawmen need to see proper proof," she asserted in a hushed voice. "So we gave em some." The mage leant forward. "Jason," he said. "It's not a favor if you charge for it." The woman shrugged, wondering why she was trying to justify her actions. The mage was right, she couldn't have cared less about Carlia or her husband. There was no use trying to paint her life with a varnish of virtue and morality, it would have flaked off in an hour. Most of the people in her town were just purses with legs, open hands holding gold, waiting to be taken. That's how she saw them in the murky darkness, and she didn't care to be proven wrong. Farden though, now here was one of the precious few with qualities other than his coin, although Jason grumbled to admit it. She poked the coin purse deeper into her dress and reached for Farden's hand. He let her find it. "If anyone's the authority on morals round here, Farden, it ain't you." "Not by a bloody long shot," she said to him, gesturing towards the street. "Come on then." A few hours later, a bathed Farden stood in front of a grimy window, drying his tangled black hair in the sun. In a mixture of apathy and forgetfulness, he had let it grow down to his shoulders, and now it spent most of its day trying to annoy him, trying to escape. Farden gave up trying to unravel it with his fingers. He turned around, casting about for some sort of brush or comb. Jason was dozing on the bed, wrapped loosely in a blanket. A nearby window was propped ajar. Sounds of the canals and waterways floated up and rested on the windowsill like the gray pigeons that roosted there. They burbled and cooed sleepily, mumbling to themselves. A cold breeze ruffled their feathers, prickled the mage's skin. Farden walked to the window, hands ready to shut it. He lingered there for a moment, looking out over the confused little city. Tain was the sister city of Kiltirin's capital, imaginatively named Kiltirin, and what a strange little place it was. Built straight in the path of a river, the city had bent it to its will, dissecting it into 100 little waterways and canals, wrapping them up in brick and stone. It made the city look like a bursting capillary. It was a jumbled place, full of dark stone and slate roofs, gravel and spindly bridges. The breeze was turning colder now that afternoon was dying, making way for evening. He stared out of the window, half at his grizzled reflection, half at the city, with its veins of dubiously colored water. A lone and brave star hovered in the eastern sky, just to the left of a chimney pot across the street. Farden scowled at it, and shut the window with a thud. The mage walked to the other side of the room, where a thin sliver of polished bronze had been propped up in the corner. Farden confronted his metallic reflection. It had been so long since he had seen it. Now he curled his lip at it, like an unwelcome guest. His hair was even longer than his fingers had suggested. It was a tangled, black mop, the ends of which had clumped together in places to form long knots. Even the bath hadn't helped them. Farden pulled at one and frowned. Next he looked to his shoulders and chest, probing them with his rough fingers and feeling knots of a different sort, hiding under his dry skin and in between his tired muscles. Every few inches or so, his fingers would come across a gnarled lump, or a puckered indent, or a twisted line. Scars, young and old. Some were camouflaged by the black hair on his chest, others were in plain sight, like the missing finger on his left hand, Vice's parting gift. He ran his palm across his chest and felt them all, bloody memories, every single one. Farden reached down and lifted his towel up over his shins and knees to look at the scars there too, a tapestry of bloody blades and daggers and sharp, evil things. Farden turned to the side, slowly, and looked at the tendrils of black script that curved around his ribs. He turned some more, craning his stiff neck so he could see his whole book, splayed across his back. He noticed that not a single scar dared interrupt the lines of black script. Selfish magic, he thought. There was a patchwork of scars across his shoulders and spine, silvery, wandering trails like snail grease, but wherever they met the obsidian ink of his tattoo, they faded and gave way, reappearing in between the lines and runes for brief moments until they died completely. The same could be said of the key-shaped tattoos on his forearms. Farden looked down at them and scowled. On the bed, Jason rolled over in her sleep. 2 coin purses sat on the side of her bed, one large and stuffed, the other smaller and lighter, with a few flecks of clay-colored mud on it for good measure. Farden tiptoed over to the end of the bed, where his clothes lay folded over the curved spine of a chest. His pack and haversack lay on the floor to the side of it, crumpled and tired. New equipment was needed, he thought. That meant the market. Farden had grown to hate them with a passion that bordered on violence. Markets meant magic, and Farden had already had enough of that in his life. With a snort, he rubbed his forehead. The dull headache had returned to pester him. Farden lifted up his clothes and reached for something gold and red and shiny underneath. He sat on the bed, garnering a sleepy groan from Jason in the process, and put the 2 vambraces on his lap. They clinked as they rolled together. "What's that?" muttered Jason, head entrenched in a pillow. Farden turned to look at her. Her hair covered most of her neck and her chest. Gold, curly hair. Even though her eyes were blind, they looked as perfect as could be. They were not misted, nor scarred, and had her eyelids been opened, she would have stared out of eyes the color of an empty winter sky. Blue and cold. Farden reached out to move the hair from her face, thought better of it, and cleared his throat with a deep cough instead. "Nothing," said Farden, sliding one of his vambraces onto his arm. The metal was cold, and at the touch of the mage's skin, the overlapping scales of steel shivered and rattled. They contracted around his arm until they fit perfectly. Farden savored the coldness against his skin, cooling his veins, numbing his head. He reached for the second one. "What's that noise?" asked Jason again, lifting her head out of her pillow. "Nothing," I said. With a groan, the woman sat up. She was stark naked. She reached out and found the mage's muscled, scarred shoulder, and traced it down to his arm. The mage watched her nimble fingers prod and probe the metal of his vambrace. "Don't you ever leave these off?" "They're safer on than off." Jason looked offended. "Sayin' you don't trust me, Farden?" He put a hand on the back of hers. Habit. And no, I don't trust anyone. What are they then? What makes 'em so precious? Old family heirlooms. They're nothing, he told her. An easy lie. Jizen sniffed, shrugged, stretched. She ran her hand back up the mage's arm and down his back. The mage naturally shied away from the feel of her hand across his book. I wish I could see it, she said. Count yourself lucky that you can't. Why do you think I come to you, instead of the other girls? A half lie, this time. Somehow it was harder. Jizen ran her hand through her golden locks and smirked. Sure. You come to me 'cause I'm blind. That's the reason. She lay back on the bed. So I take it I owe this little visit to the Duke, then? You off to see him? Farden hummed a yes. He looked down at his vambrace and shook his head. He had forgotten about the Duke. He pinched the metal between finger and thumb and it slithered apart. It soon found itself firmly back in his haversack, hidden in a nest of dirty clothes. Why don't you stay tonight? Keep us company. Trying to squeeze more coin out of me? Usually, but no. Either way, I can make it worth your while, Ot. Farden hesitated, and then shook his head. It's not safe. Be safer for us girls having a mage like you in the house. I was talking about me. As if anybody in Kiltiran would dare challenge you. Need to protect my girls. You've got more than enough coin to hire some men. Do that. And why do that when I can Ave and Arca written instead? Farden thumped his fist on the end of the bed. Jizen jumped. I told you to keep your mouth shut about that. I am not a written, Farden growled. Not anymore. Jizen folded her hands behind her head and tooted. Funny. Thought the tattoo thing on your back said different. Told you, I'll make it worth your while. No charges. Farden hoisted his pack over his tired shoulders and pulled his hood over his head, checking his belt. He had only the dagger, he had burnt the longbow and its arrows in a campfire 2 days before. Evidence, there would not be. He knelt and picked up a sack he had been carting around for a week, and slung it onto his back. I'll see you soon, Jizen, he said, moving to the door. Jizen scrambled to her knees. She pulled the blanket around her body, anger flickering across her face. Her eyes searched about wildly. What kind of man are you, to turn down an offer like that? She spat. Farden paused for a moment. A man that can't be relied on, he grunted. The door shut behind him. Jizen threw her hands up in the air and tossed herself back into her pillows. She listened to the clomping of the mage's boots as they hurriedly receded down the wooden hallway. Damn that mage, she cursed. Pinning him down was like trying to hammer a nail into a wriggling river eel. Jizen lifted her head and let the sounds of her cathouse fill her sensitive ears. The whooping, the moaning, the dull thudding. Normality, for now. More and more girls came to her every day, looking for a shiny coin and a way off the streets. Jizen thumbed her nose. Coin, and her girls. Her two little cares in her dark little world. Jizen closed her eyes and let herself drift into it. She didn't get long. There came a timid knock at the door and a little voice called her name. Jizen? It ventured. It was little Osha. What? She yelled. The door inched open and a little face to match the little voice poked into the room. Osha had a pointy little face like a mouse's. She was still young, only just 10, if Jizen remembered right. She was a house girl, born and raised, literally speaking. There's a man here for you, she whispered, pointing to somebody behind the door. There was always a man somewhere in this house, sighed Jizen. Tell him I ain't available. Give him to Letitia. Osha bit her lip. He says he wants you. Well, I'm busy. Go away . Osha ducked her head behind the door and Jizen heard some hushed mumbling, too quiet for even her to pick out. The little girl quickly returned, flapping her paw-like hands. Her nails were painted a bright, gaudy blue. The product of the boredom of one of the other girls, stuck between appointments. He says not for, that. He says it's business. A proper, more mumbling from behind the door. A proposition. Proposition, Osha. That's it. Ugh. Hold on. Jizen grabbed the coin purses sitting on the side table and tucked them under the straw mattress of her bed. She stood up and wrapped the blanket tightly around her, feeling her way to the window and a little wooden box on the window ledge. She lifted its carved lid and reached inside, feeling the cold kiss and scrape of a little blade. She tucked it under the fold of her blanket and shut the box. Show him in then. Osha pushed the door wider and gestured to the man. Had Jizan been able to see him, she would have seen a tall, thin gentleman, almost tree-like with his spindly arms and skinny legs, like a winter-bitten willow escaped from a riverbank. His face was gaunt, his eyes a dark shade of brown, and his nose wide and crooked, a sign it had been broken some time in the past. It hadn't been set well. His hair was shaved within a fraction of its life, so that the landscape of his skull could be seen, and already the years were beginning to pull its borders back. He wore a tight-fitting tunic and a long, heavy-looking jacket made of bear leather. As Osha opened the door, he took 3 long strides into the room and stood patiently at the corner of her bed, a round cap clutched in his hands. He stared at the woman by the window, and waited for Osha to shut the door behind him. Osha waited for Jizan's word. "It's all right, Osha. You can go now," she said, trying to sense the manner of man standing in her room. The door shut and Jizan smiled a tight, impatient smile. "What can I do for you then?" "Straight to the point then, miss." "Right you are," replied the man, in a clipped and formal tone. His accent was from the Leith, maybe Clanner, Duchy. "I have a proposal for you, from the Duke himself." At this, her ears pricked. "Which one?" "Why, Kiltirin, of course." "Your very Duke." "Kiltirin himself." She wanted to ask why Farden couldn't have delivered it, but decided that was a dangerous question. The mage was right about keeping her mouth shut. Farden was supposed to be a shadow, the smoke to Kiltirin's fire, faceless, deadly, and impossible to grasp. The Duke might get nervous should he learn that his favorite killer, and his employment, was known in a city cathouse. She had worked miracles to keep it quiet the last few years. Nobody gossiped like the girls of her house. Jizan had often cursed the mage for telling her who and what he was, no doubt he did the same. "And what is it?" she asked. The man looked around at the little room, at its peeling wallpaper and well-trodden floorboards. "It's rickety bed. A man just left this room, a man in a hood and cloak." Jizan shrugged, trying not to show that her nerves had just been plucked. This line of questioning had a sharp, sour edge to it. Was this man even from the Duke? If you hadn't noticed, she pointed to her eyes. "I don't see what people are wearing, Dot." The man smiled. "My apologies, miss. But do you know the man to which I refer?" "I know a man. Don't know his name. Never had him before, sorry." "I already know his name." "That's not what I'm after." "Then what d'you want from me?" There were 2 thuds as the man took a step forward. Under the blanket, Jizan throttled the handle of her little dagger. "I noticed that you've got a lot of girls here, and not a lot of men to protect them." Jizan could tell the blood was draining from her face, betraying her. Her confidence was cracking. "It's something we've been meaning to fix," she said. "Guards cost a lot of coin, especially in this part of Tain. The Duke could help you. Keep your girls safe here. Remove the competition, so to speak. Give you his seal of approval." "And why would his lordship do such a thing for me?" asked Jizan, suspicious. "Nothing like this ever came for free. Not to a woman like her." The man spread his hands wide. "Because you're going to do something for him." "Am I now?" "When that man returns tonight, which we both know he will, I want to be in the next room, watching." Jizan pulled an acidic face. "I'm sure the Duke's business ain't whatever strange fantasies happen to light your candle, sir." The man laughed then, a loud braying laugh that made Jizan jump. "That's where you're wrong, miss, on both accounts. I just want to make sure of something, that's all. Check we've got the right man, understand? We wouldn't want our lordship making any uninformed decisions, now would we?" Jizan shook her head. Was this a trick? Was Farden in trouble? Of course not. "So then, miss, will you do something for your Duke? And who's to say this man'll come back?" The man smiled. "I think we both know he will." Jizan was torn. Torn, confused, and filled with the dull burn of unease. There was something decidedly suspicious about all of this. Why would the Duke send a man to check up on Farden? Was this man even from the Duke? In the silence after his question, she heard a bang and a crash downstairs, the man shouting something incoherent, and the unmistakable yells of women. She winced. "I need something," she blurted. "Up front. Token o' goodwill." The man chuckled. "The Duke and I guessed as much." The man reached inside his coat and withdrew an envelope made of yellow parchment. He tapped the front of it, where a circular design was stamped in blood-red wax. "Consider this a fraction of what's to come, should you play your cards right, miss. And if you have any doubt, there is a seal on the front of this envelope, made by the Duke's own ring. Have your girls take a look at it," the man instructed. He tossed the envelope on the rumpled bed, placed his flat cap on his balding brow, and turned to leave. I will return in a few hours. Jizen found herself asking a question. A sly hope, maybe. And what if he don't come back? The door creaked as the man opened it. There was a scuffle as Osha leapt away from the door, innocently scratching her ear. The man gave the little girl a dark look and she scuttled off down the hallway. He will, he replied, and with that he shut the door and left. Jizen took a big breath. Her thoughts all spoke at once, each demanding an audience. She laid her dagger on the windowsill and felt her way to the bed. She patted the sheets until she found the rough parchment envelope, ran her finger over the rubbery seal, and quickly delved inside. She froze. Very rarely did she curse her blindness and long to witness certain things, but in that moment, she did. It wasn't every day that one gets to see their hands full to the brim with tiny, cold gemstones. Chapter 5. If a man is defined by his actions, then call a man who quaffs ale a drinker, call a man who plies the waves a sailor, and call a murderer a murderer. Old Arca proverb. If there was one aspect of Tain that annoyed Farden the most, besides the lingering odor of the canals, the infuriating and constant use of gravel as a road surface, and the dullards that inhabited its walls, it was the insects that ruled the hours of twilight. Not content with the usual sort of flying pests, like mosquitoes, gnats, moths, and the other routine offenders, Tain's dirty canals had bred a few of its very own species in the last few years, as the winter had weakened. One of these pests in particular was something the citizens of the city had fondly dubbed firefangs. Farden slapped his chest for the 10th time, wondering how the creatures kept infiltrating his clothes. He winced as he felt the sting of the insect's teeth spreading across his skin. Firefangs had earned their name from the size of their vicious jaws, their burning venom, and the way they intermittently flashed with a sickly, green-yellow glow. They were like fireflies, crossed with a saber cat. Vicious little buggers. Nature wasn't completely merciless, however. The firefangs of Tain came with a little advance warning. A man could see them coming for him, at least. Farden pulled his cloak tight around his chest and folded his arms as he strode up the gentle hill towards the Duke's castle. Night had begun its descent upon Albion. The shadows had grown long and enveloped the narrower streets. Around him people were hurrying home, shops were shutting, and lamps were being lit. Farden kept his head down and kept walking, ignoring all. The air around him hummed with the wings of countless hungry insects. He could feel them on his ears. He ducked every time he saw a bright flash of sickly glow. The slight breeze did nothing to deter the bastards, the sunny afternoon had made them thirsty and bold, and now they were out in force. Farden hurried on, watching the growing darkness pulsate and flash. A cluster of them pulsated in the mouth of a nearby alleyway, circling around a mottled wolfhound sleeping in a shop doorway. Farden gave them a wide berth, breaking into a stiff jog. A pained yelping chased him. Farden looked up at the hulking blotch of rock that leant against the darkening sky, Castle Tain itself. From high above, he imagined that Tain looked a little like a pointy hat, half drowned by a brown ribbon of river. Tain was a relatively new city compared to the others of the duchy, barely 100 years old. During its construction, the builders of the city had used the rocks and mud from the nearby hills to ford the river it sat on, and they had centered their efforts around a natural spike of limestone that rose vertically out of the water like a spear out of a corpse. It was on that spike of rock that Kiltiran had built Tain's castle. Why the builders hadn't been content with building the city next to the river, Farden would never know. He doubted even the Duke knew, and if he did, he probably didn't care. Besides, intentional or not, what better display of resources and power was there than successfully building a city in the middle of a river? But like the jumbled buildings that surrounded it, Castle Tain was a mound of grey parapets, walkways, angles, towers, and walls, all of which clung onto the huge limestone shard for dear life. It was actually quite an impressive structure, considering its foundations. During the long ascent to its gates, to numb the dull boredom of the climb, Farden always found himself counting the castle's myriad windows. He had never finished. The gravel road curved gently to the right and took a steep turn as it reached up to meet the castle's gates. Farden strode up the hill, breathing heavily. He was tired. He had already walked several hundred miles, his legs didn't need the extra exercise. With a grimace, the mage ignored them and kept walking. As he reached the gates, he wasn't surprised to find them wide open, and himself thoroughly ignored. As always, the guards, standing like bored statues, tried their best not to look at him. They had seen him coming. They had their orders. Unchallenged, Farden sauntered through the gates and into the narrow corridor betwixt the first set of walls. The same thing happened at the second gate, and at the third, until he was walking through the bowels of the castle, padding softly across the limestone and granite floors, followed by glances and hushed whispers. Everybody, save a privileged few, knew better than to speak to him. Such things were forbidden in Castle Tain. Farden found a flight of stairs and barged past a group of women. One tooted loudly, and was about to add some venomous words when one of her friends, nervously eyeing the brown-stained sack hanging from Farden's shoulder, grabbed her wrist and shook her head. The mage walked on. His head was pounding now. He tried his best to ignore it. At the top of the stairs was a man with a halberd, clad in an ill-fitting suit of mail. He stepped into Farden's path and lowered his weapon. Farden halted several steps down, crossed his arms, and stared at the sharp steel point hovering in his face. His eyes wandered up the weapon to its owner. The man was bald, with a scar across his forehead. The rest of his face was like an avalanche. He had quite obviously suffered some sort of awful injury in the past. His nose and cheekbones were squashed and broken inwards, his top row of teeth seemed to be missing, and one eye was now considerably lower than the other. It was quite a dreadful sight. Farden took a good hard look at him. There was something about him that the mage couldn't quite put his finger on. Something he recognized. "Do I know you?" he asked, squinting. The man waved his halberd. "No, and I don't know yer." "So turn around," he said, whistling oddly through the gaps in his teeth. Farden shook his head. "Let me guess. You're new here, aren't you?" The man nodded. Farden pushed the point of the halberd out of his face. It quickly returned. "The Duke wants to see me. So either you move out of my way, or you can be thrown out of it." The man opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. A strange look came over his landslide face then, and he slowly but surely stepped aside. "Good man," muttered the mage, as he passed him. It was then that a voice echoed around through the hallways, a voice with a shrill edge to it, like a dagger scraping across glass. It stopped Farden in his tracks. It made his insides groan. "Better remember that face, Wharton. He ain't one for patience." It hollered. It was quickly joined by another, a deeper, booming voice, equally as exasperating. "Especially when he's late." Farden closed his eyes and begged for patience. Before he could escape down the corridor, two sets of hands clapped him heavily on his back. Farden reluctantly turned around to face their aggravating owners. To say the thought of drowning these two men in a shallow puddle had occasionally crossed Farden's mind would have been a severe understatement. He longed for the day the Duke ordered their quiet removal. Longed for it, dreamt about it. For the last 10 years they had made it their mission to irritate the mage to the point of violence. That was their goal, of course. They wanted to see what the mage was made of, mainly so they could try to fight whatever it was. So far, Farden had not given them the satisfaction. Farden raised his eyes to look at their grinning, oafish faces. If ever two men were to be chosen to be the definition of thug, these were the two for the job. Kint was a thin slice of a man with a narrow face. He was wiry, taller than Farden, and apparently handsome, according to the tittering castlemaids. They must have been short-sighted, or desperate, or both. Kint was the smarter of the two, if that were possible, a merchant of sarcasm and the proud owner of a furious temper. Word had it that he had killed over 30 men, and had tattooed every single one of their names on his upper arms. Nobody knew for sure. He never let anybody get close enough to see. Kint and his shrill tongue had a sinister reputation in the city taverns. Worse still, nobody had ever plucked up the testicular fortitude to challenge him, on account of him being one of the Duke's right-hand men, of course. That, and his irrefutable skill with a blade. So it was that Kint was now the bearer of an ego so big, Farden marveled that his neck didn't snap. He turned to his counterpart. Fat Forless was exactly that. The most redeeming part of the man was his skill as the castle's torturer, if that could be called redeeming. It was a skill anyway, though there are some skills the world can do without. Rumor had it Fat Forless could show a man his own heart before he died. He was a huge man, constantly sweating and dabbing his damp forehead with his grotty sleeve. He sported a giant brown beard that rested over his protuberant belly and a mop of brown hair tied back in a tail behind his head. Farden tried to remember a time when he had ever seen him without his favorite toy, a nasty-looking club, the one currently hanging from his belt. The thing was a knotted limb of oak that bristled with shards of glass, bent nails, barbed wire, and a variety of other sharp and ugly things. For Lass had even given the gruesome-looking thing a name. He called it the Fiend. "I've patience enough to stomach you too," spat Farden. They stared at Farden with sneering looks, marveling at the mud on his clothes. The mage could almost hear the cogs of their small minds whirring. Kint sniffed. "Patience that the Duke don't share, Farden forehand," he jibed, ogling his missing finger. It was an insult that Farden hated with a passion. Fat Forless let out a low, ponderous chuckle. His belly wobbled with it. He pointed at the cloth sack that was slung over the mage's shoulder. "Yeah. He ain't happy with you. You're 2 days late." "Says who?" Farden spat. Says me, Kind butted in. He put his hands on his belt buckle. Farden could see his cocky smile fading into something much nastier. Did you give me the job? Countered the mage. Kent sniffed. Duke relies on me to make sure his orders is carried out, whatever they be. That means making sure you do your job properly, he said. At his side, Forless sniggered. Farden flung back his hood. And who's watching you, Kent? This fat lump? He challenged, pointing at Forless. If Forless hated anything, it was being called fat. Unfortunate, really, for a man of his size. He laid his fingers on the hilt of the fiend. Say that again, I dares you. Farden's headache was pounding now. His own fingers itched for his knife. Itched to let it loose and finally put an end to the two detestable bastards that stood glaring at him. The mage clenched his fists, eyes burning. No, he told himself. It was more trouble than it was worth. It hurt to do it, but the mage shook his head and turned around. You're not worth the time of day, he mumbled. Kent laughed again as Farden stomped down the corridor. We never are. Coward, chuckled Forless. It took everything Farden had to keep walking. Thankfully he did not have far to go. He ascended several more flights of curving stairs until he reached the main tower and the Duke's own door. Kilteren's crest had been painted on the door, a crimson three-pointed shield, a pair of crossed daggers, and a black cat. Whoever had painted the door had embedded 2 shards of jet into the wood to fashion the cat's eyes. The mage looked up at the feline as he reached out to bang on its chest. Farden could have sworn the eyes moved. He barely had a chance to touch the wood before it was swiftly wrenched open by a sobbing man clutching a hand to his ear. Blood was leaking from the gaps between his shaking fingers. Farden moved aside to let him leave, which he did, and very quickly too. Farden shrugged, and entered the room. The Duke was standing next to a huge fireplace. He was wiping something with a white handkerchief and muttering to himself. Shut that behind you, he said. Another eavesdropper? Asked the mage, pushing the door shut with the toe of his boot. He looked down. Like tiny crimson stepping stones across a sea of limestone tiles, little droplets of blood led an unswerving path towards the Duke. Farden found himself deliberately stepping on them, making little smears across the tiles as he scuffed them. At least there was less blood than last time. Kilteren made it his personal duty to slice an ear off anybody he or his men caught eavesdropping or gossiping. The first time, they lost the right ear. The second time, they lost the left. If they were stupid enough to be caught a third time, then they lost their balance, usually while standing on the ramparts of Castle Taine's highest tower. Farden had to admit, the servants were slow learners. They're like rats in a cheese cupboard, hissed Kilteren. He tossed whatever he was wiping onto a nearby desk. The blade landed with a heavy thud and the handkerchief quickly followed. He turned and assessed the mage. No matter how many traps you set, the bastards keep coming back. Apparently so, mumbled Farden. Kilteren walked over to a large window and spread his hands across the windowsill. His face glowed orange in the city lights. The years were starting to turn on the Duke, his once fire-red hair was graying at the edges, as was his trademark goatee. The stresses of long days of politics and longer nights of scheming were beginning to show in the form of creases at the corners of his eyes and lips. His once muscular build had sagged in certain places. Simply, he was growing old. Now, for a Duke, that also meant growing desperate. There comes a time in every man's life when he begins to sift through his life, sort through the countless sea of moments and nuances and try to condense it into the crash and pound of the shores of the current, to take stock of what he is. Memories, they say, make a man, but a lifetime of them, like a handful of dry sand gripped hard, sneaking through fingers, is hard to hold, fragile and finite. And, like his bones and skin, memories also die with him. So he turns to what he has in front of him, to the scars, to the weight of his purse, or the fields he still toils in, or the view from his castle window, to see what he has made of himself. A man's final handful of years hinge on whether he is content with what he finds there, or whether he is disappointed. Kilteren was beginning to look from his castle window, and look hard. You're 2 days later than I expected, he began. So Kint told me. Kilteren turned and raised an eyebrow. Farden swallowed something bitter in his throat. I'm sorry, replied the mage. Was it done as I stipulated? Farden rolled the sack off his shoulder and walked over to the window. He dropped it onto the floor beside the Duke's left shoe. Every last little bit. Kilteren looked down at the sack. Show me. Farden knelt and gingerly prized it open. After a week on the road wrapped in a sack, the disembodied head was starting to rot. Fortunately, he had wrapped it in another bit of cloth so as to keep the smell from arousing suspicion. Using the tips of his fingers, Farden picked apart the cloth, grimacing as he did so. He held it open long enough so that Kiltirin could peer inside and see the dead face staring back at him. Its eyes were milky, and its face was beginning to turn the color of winter lichen, but he recognized it well enough. "And there you are, Havanth. I bet your father is reconsidering now, How I wish I could mount your face on my wall for when he next visits," muttered Kiltirin, more to himself than to the mage. He looked up at the wall to the left of the window, where a herd of disembodied animals hung on plaques and hooks. They grinned at the two men standing below them, lips shrunken and stiff with resin, peeled back to show their sharp teeth. Deer, boars, saber cats, ice bears, even the enormous tusked face of a bastion clung to the wall. Farden had seen the Duke's grisly collection many times before, and he wasn't surprised to see a few new additions. Kiltirin waved his hand at the sack. Wrinkling his nose, he turned back to his view. "Toss it in the fire before it fills my room with its stink." Farden nodded and quietly obeyed. The fire in the huge brick fireplace was already roaring. Farden tossed the head, sack and all, into the fire. It landed in a fountain of sparks and a burst of flame, and the mage leant forward to hold his hands near the flames, cleansing them of the smell of the rotting head. A flame caught his finger, and he flinched away, hissing through his teeth at the unexpected pain. He heard the soft scuffing of Kiltirin's shoes behind him. "Something wrong, Farden?" Farden swiftly stood up and clenched his fist. He tried his best to ignore the pain in his finger. "Not at all," he quickly replied. Kiltirin had a sly look on his face. "You haven't burnt yourself, have you? Farden the old mage?" "Surely not. Too much of that Nevermore, that's your problem," he mused, sardonically. Farden glowered and sat down on a neighboring chair. He turned to stare at the fire, which was now sizzling and spitting as it attempted to devour the sack and its putrescent contents. "Good riddance, I say. You look uncomfortable, Farden. Why don't you take off your cloak and your pack?" "I'm fine, Dot." "Suit yourself." Kiltirin shook his head. "Wine," he offered. Farden shook his head, even though his mouth was dust dry. His brain was pummeling him from the inside. The tips of his fingers ached. Something about Kiltirin's mood had put him on edge. He had borne the brunt of these moods before. Suddenly he couldn't wait to leave. No, of course not. Kiltirin got up and went to a table, where a carafe of ruby red wine sat lingering in the light of the fire. The Duke poured himself a large glass with one hand while opening a drawer with his other. Out of the drawer came a leather bag tied tightly with a string. The coins inside it clinked as he set it on the tabletop. Farden gazed at the pouch, already dividing its contents up in his head. A quarter for the jester, some for supplies, clothes, food. Food I can do without. Kiltirin left the pouch on the table, sipped his wine, and began to pace up and down in front of the fireplace. "I have another job for you," he said. Something inside Farden sank while simultaneously another part of him perked up, sending a little whisper to scuttle through his mind, a whisper of coin and something else. He tore his eyes from the leather bag. "Who is it this time?" Kiltirin smiled contentedly. Farden might have pretended to be different, but like every other thug under his thumb, he still had his weaknesses. Kiltirin prided himself on being able to weasel out the weaknesses of a man. It was the only thing that never changed between a peasant and a duke, and it was the secret of how far he had come in the last 10 years. Sometimes it was a wife, a son, or daughter. Sometimes it was a field, others a house. Sometimes it was as simple as a pat on the back. But more often than not it was coin. Cold, dull, coin. Farden was no different. Kiltirin came right out and said it. "Duke Wodehallow," he hissed quietly. The mage was shocked to say the least. "You want me to kill a duke? Are you deaf, man, Dot?" "No," replied Farden. "It's just you've never made a move this bold before. And why should that be any of your business, Farden? Tell me that. I don't keep you around for your opinion. I keep you around because you're good at killing things. Damn good. Don't think that because you once had the ears of the archmages means you can comment on my orders." Farden simmered quietly in his chair. Kiltirin sipped his wine. "Ah yes, you forget that I know everything about you," he chuckled. Farden shrugged. Kiltirin liked to remind him every now and again. It was rather like reminding the man who had just fallen from a cliff how high the cliff was. "It doesn't matter to me," he grunted. "Yes, I know all about you," chuckled Kiltirin. "You and your story. I have eyes and ears all over Emaneska these days. Farden the outcast, the dangerous one, hiding in a written skin. Archmage Vice's prodigy with a princess beneath the sheets. A lowly soldier who thought he saved the world. Now look at you. Farden Forehand. You're a fairy tale tragedy if you ask me. The words grated against the mage's ears, grit against raw skin. A decade and a half ago he would have beaten the Duke to a pulp just for daring to utter them. Now, he bit the inside of his lip, tasting his own blood. This wasn't the first time Kilterin had berated him like this. It was his way of keeping the mage in place and, sadly, it worked. The years had been long under Kilterin's shadow. The darkness had eroded him more than Farden was prepared to admit. And as I keep telling you, that Farden died a long time ago, mumbled the mage. And yet they still look for him. Yes. I thought that might surprise you. An Arca man came to me a few months ago, asking if I had ever had dealings with a written mage. He didn't mention your name, but you fitted his description almost perfectly, the same as when I first found you, the year of the battle. Fancy that, Idot. Farden scrunched up his face. And what did you say? Kilterin rolled his eyes. Relax. Do you think you'd be here today if I had said yes? The mage shook his head. Of course you wouldn't. Why would I give up my best assassin? My favorite killer? Farden sat very still whilst Kilterin paced back and forth some more. He stared at the fire for a moment. What was his name, the man they sent? He finally asked. I didn't catch it. I doubt he was anyone important. Kilterin smirked behind the lip of his wineglass. Oh. Farden picked dirt from his nails. He didn't care anyway. It changed nothing. To business then, announced the Duke. Kilterin walked over to the table and snatched up the leather bag. Farden quickly stood up. The Duke couldn't help but sneer. He flicked the bag as if to throw it, but then changed his mind at the very last second. The mage flinched, and then glared. Look at you, chuckled the Duke. I've had you figured out since we first met at the bartering. Part of me hoped that under my wing you might have shown, grown, blossomed even, set yourself apart from the rest of the brainless thugs outside that door. I hoped a man like you might actually be different from the drunkards and the brawlers. You could have become my right-hand man. A lord in your own right. But instead all I see in the man slouching before me is just another blade for hire, a drug addict, a beggar on a street with his hand out for charity, just like the rest. Look at you, eyeing this, he jiggled the leather bag in his hand. It's all you want, isn't it? Farden took a step forward and for the tiniest of moments the Duke's contemptuous expression cracked just a little. Only for a moment. Farden pulled his black hood over his throbbing head. What I'd like to know is, why does everybody think it's their right to tell me what's wrong with me? Because there's barely any right in you to mention, he spat. Now, are you going to kill the Duke, or have you had enough? The Duke waggled the pouch of coins. Do I have a choice? You've always had a choice, Farden. Keep doing what I say or go back to living in a hovel in the hills like a leper, with no coin and no nevermore. Who knows, maybe you could take up holding passers-by at knife point. I imagine that would be easy to turn your hand to. Unlike you, I still have morals to which I abide. Did he though, really? That made Kilterin grin. Do you now? An assassin, with morals. Tell me, which of us in this room is the murderer? Who's more of a murderer, the one who holds the knife, or the one who pays him to hold it? The mage thought, but he said nothing. I want 4 times the coin, he spat. 2 times. 3. Twice. 1 now. 1 when you return. That should keep you in your beloved Nevermore for at least a few months. Farden bit his lip again, and stiffly held out a hand. He soon found a heavy pouch of coin occupying it. Give me your orders then, he muttered. Kilterin waved his hand. On the table, near the door. Farden looked confused. The Duke turned his back on the mage and walked to his window, waving his hand at the door, the paintings, and the grisly trophies. Rats have ears, Farden. Rats have very, very good ears. Now get out of my sight. Farden turned around and sauntered over to the little table by the door. He spied a lonely slip of parchment sitting on top of it. But as he reached out for it, it was the shining object sitting just to the right of the little table, the object perching on top of a flat-topped oak chest, the object that gleamed and shone in the light, forcing the flames to play in its facets and polished curves, that caught his attention. Farden almost tripped when he saw it. Something wrong? Asked Kilterin, watching intently from the windowsill. Farden could feel his eyes on the back of his head, and his thoughts turned to the vambraces nestled deep and safe in his pack. Farden cleared his throat, and stamped his boot on the floor, as if punishing it for tripping him. He kept his back to Kilterin. No, he coughed. Farden approached the table and picked up the folded parchment that held the particulars of his next murder. He pretended to fold it and fiddle with it while his eyes eagerly took in every glistening inch of the armor, barely a foot from him. Forged from the trademark gold and red metal, it was a Skeleton breastplate, and a fine one at that. Its scales were etched with circles and spirals and filigreed runes. No straps could be spied at its edges, no fastenings. No strings. No hinges reared their greased heads, and no rivets dared to show their flat and beaten faces. There was a depiction of an insect on its central plate, a shallow carving of a beetle in flight, with 2 tiny rubies for eyes. Like every piece of Skeleton work, magic or ordinary, it was a work of art. Farden's finger itched to touch it, to feel it. To test it. "Caught your eye, has it?" asked the Duke, smiling proudly. He strolled towards the mage. Farden played innocent. His pack suddenly felt very heavy on his shoulders. "What?" "That, there, by your elbow. That exquisite piece of armor." "Oh, that," replied Farden, trying to sound nonchalant. "Yes, that. A present from a friend in the crumbled empire. I did a deal with him a few months ago, and seeing as most of the old Skullguard nobles are considerably short of coin these days, he paid me with this. I think I came off the richer of the two, don't you?" Farden nodded. He stared at the breastplate, trying to find a fault in it, a scratch, something that screamed fake. If only he could run a finger across it to feel if it had any power, he strained. See if it shivered like his other pieces did. "I suppose you've seen a few like it, in your time?" asked Kiltirin. Farden shook his head and the Duke laughed. Of course he had. "Now I doubt that very much. You must have seen Skeleton armor before today?" Farden tapped his shoulders. "Never bothered much with armor. Used to slow the magic." It was true. Some metals like lead and bronze slowed the flow of magic, while others, like the arc of blacksmiths made for the Arcathedral and a vernier guard, could deflect it. Steel was usually fine. Iron tended to melt. It depended on whatever spells the blacksmith uttered or carved into the metal during the making. But Skeleton was different. It allowed magic to flow as freely as it did through skin and bone. It had been one of the first reasons for his falling in love with it. Kiltirin kept pressing. "Well, surely you must have heard of it? Heard the fables of its smiths? The Eddas?" he asked. The mage shook his head and shrugged again. "A few. Impenetrable stuff, dot." Kiltirin walked forward to admire his prize. Even he didn't touch it, as if it were deathly fragile. They both knew that was far, far from the truth. All Skeleton armor is extraordinary, but only a precious few, if they even exist at all, are legendary. The Eddas say that in the troubled times of the old scattered kingdoms, the Skeleton smiths created 9 suits of flawless armor, perfect in every way. Impenetrable, as you said. In fact, they even protected their wearers in ways the smiths didn't originally intend. Not just against swords and spears, but time itself, Farden. Age. This armor protected its wearer from the weapons and wounds of time itself. So it was that the smiths decided that in such war-torn times there should be a set of knights that could wear the 9, and protect their makers and Emaneska. Of course, like all noble ideals, they failed. The 9 filled every king, queen, duke, and lord with either greed or fear. Army after army marched on Skeleton, and war was declared on the smiths and their Skeleton knights. In time, they were wiped from the earth, all their secrets and skill lost. Kiltirin paused to smirk. According to the skalds, the knights threw themselves into a volcano to stop the war, to rid the world of the armor, once and for all. But I know better. You don't just throw away something like that. Stolen and scattered, I think. Like in some of your Arca songs. Pieces of the 9 out there somewhere, I believe it. Not that I think this is one of the 9, mind you, but even ordinary Skeleton armor is said to have some strange properties to it. Magic or not, it's mine now. I'd like to see an assassin's dagger get through that. Farden snorted. He felt like braying with laughter. So the Duke's latest scheme was hunting the 9. Of course it was. It made perfect sense. There wasn't a single thread in Emaneska that Kiltirin wasn't trying to tug at with his greedy, conniving fingers. Farden knew that better than anyone. If the thread couldn't be tugged, wrapped around Kiltirin's finger, Farden was sent to cut it. That was how it had worked, for 15 years. A fear dawned on him then. Was the Duke aware of his vambraces, his gauntlets, or his greaves? Did he know? He had eyes everywhere, after all. But Farden had been more than meticulous. Before, he would have worn them brazenly and smirked in the face of anyone who challenged him for it. These days, anybody who was lucky enough to glimpse his armor found their throat slit soon after. Farden had realized very early on that now, in this life, in this current company, it was far wiser to avoid greedy eyes, his current company especially. Farden would never have admitted it, but hiding under his skin was the fear that he could no longer protect it if he was challenged. What? The Duke was eyeing him intensely. Farden tucked his orders into the pocket of his grey trousers. He felt the urge to leave. There's always something, Kiltirin. There's always a piece of armor that stops you aging, or a sword that shoots fireballs, or some sort of cheese that makes you bloody invisible. The Eddas wouldn't be Eddas without them. When are people going to learn their just songs? He said with a sigh, trying his best to appear as though he didn't care if Kiltirin was hunting the nine, then Farden would have to redouble his efforts to keep his armor out of sight. Kiltirin narrowed his eyes. Probably when they stop being true, he said. Didn't I tell you to get out of my sight? Get out. And remember, I want Woadhallow's head. I don't care how. Slink back to whatever hole you hide in, but make sure the job gets done. You have 2 weeks. Farden walked to the door. Clear a space on your wall. And have the coin ready. Kiltirin watched him leave. The door clicked shut behind him and the Duke shook his head. He grabbed the Skulusan breastplate with one hand and lifted it up to shake it viciously back and forth. It wobbled and moaned until something inside it twanged, like the sound of a tense-jot string giving up on life. The Duke threw the flimsy fake onto his bed and went back to his window. It had done its job. He heard the man let himself in and lock the door behind him, but he ignored him for a moment, waiting for him to announce himself. It's all arranged, said the man. Kiltirin nodded. Did it work? The man asked. Exactly as we hoped. Couldn't take his eyes off it. Make sure you congratulate your man in the forge. A silence. Do you think he still has them? You've seen his face. He hasn't aged a day. You were right. Well, we'll know for sure tonight. Make sure he doesn't spot you. Nobody ever does. You'd better hope not. If he doesn't rip your throat out, I will. There was a polite chuckle. Without me, Duke, you'd be none the wiser. Just remember our deal. Farden left the Duke's room and scuffed his boots along the limestone floor. A man walked towards him, a tall man in a bare leather jacket with a shaven head and a broken nose. He had a flat cap in his hands. He nodded to the mage and smiled. Farden just scowled and walked past him. He had no friends in Tain. He didn't need to pretend. A lesser man might have emerged from such a meeting with a tremble on his lip and a downtrodden heart. A better man wouldn't have entertained the thought of such a meeting at all. Farden thought himself somewhere in the middle. Coin was coin. All his life, he had been trained to kill, so why should he not charge for it now? As a drunk man had once whispered to him in a lonely tavern, if you are good at something, never do it for free. Besides, he had spent a long time learning to ignore, and to justify, the sour taste of his contemptible profession. He was now somewhat of an expert at it. What did he care about the people of Albion? But it was not his murderous job that was tugging at his mind, it was the Duke himself. Kiltirin's vindictive words had stung the mage. The mention of the nine had prickled him, and the meeting had dug at some old wounds and sore spots that Farden had thought he had buried. A life he had left behind. Mistakes he had made. Fortunately, Farden had learnt exactly how to deal with these sorts of thoughts too. Like little corpses that refused to stay dead, the answer was to bury them once again. Only deeper. The mage retraced his steps back to the lower levels of the castle, avoiding Kint and Fat Forless in the process. He traipsed through the corridors and hallways and found his way to one of the smaller banquet halls, near to the north wing of Castle Tain, where the windows tentatively peered out over the precipitous edge of the limestone spire. The hall was empty for the most part. A few of the castle's kitchen boys lounged in a corner, laughing and tossing a pair of dice against the wall, betting meals and days off. They stiffened at the sound of boots, but Farden ignored them, and so they went back to their huddled gambling. Farden wasn't interested in them. He was interested in the colorful little character that was crouched on a stool in the far corner of the room, squinting at an upside-down book and humming to himself. Farden walked towards him, quickly, eagerly, hand already molesting the warm coins in his pocket. Bastio was the very definition of a sore thumb. He was an eye-offending splash of color in the middle of Castle Tain's palette of grayscale stone and tired wood. He had the look of a skinny rat that had been doused in paints and left to dry. His attire wasn't out of choice, no, of course not, a castle's jester always wore what he was told. Or else. In this case, he had been given a headache-inducing one-piece outfit of lemon yellow, spattered with a sky blue and moss green diamond pattern. His pointy hat was a dark red, and his shoes the same, only muddier. It was almost as if a rainbow had vomited upon him. Farden grabbed a stool in passing and sat down next to the man. Basho was the type of fellow that always moved in quick, jerky increments, like a rodent, always snatching, twitching. It wouldn't have been a problem had it not been for the fact that his hat and clothing were festooned with tiny bells. Every time he moved they tittered and chimed with him, making every little movement annoyingly musical. To make it worse, the jester also had a habit of humming. No wonder Basho spent most of his days alone, thought Farden. More than an hour in the man's company could have driven anybody to a level of madness. Farden looked at the book, and then back to Basho. His mouth moved as if trying on the words for size. The mage leant forward. You know it's upside down, don't you? Basho stopped humming for a moment. He gave the mage a suspicious glance, and then turned the book around so he could assess the truth of that statement. On seeing that the title of his book was lingering near the bottom of the cover, he huffed and flipped the book the right way up. What you want, forehand? He asked. Can a man read in peace? That usually depends on whether he can read or not. I can read. Farden reached out and snatched the book out of his hands. What's the book about? Basho crossed his arms with a jingle. What'll it be then, Farden? Double what I had last time. Basho winced and rubbed his hands together. Double? Might want to have a think about that, forehand. Prices have gone up. Farden scowled. What? The jester tried to look as innocent as possible. Taxes, see. Taxes? What taxes? My taxes, forehand. For reading lessons. Don't test me, clown. I'm not in the mood. I'd hate to see you try to play the lute with a pair of broken hands. If Basho was worried by that threat, he didn't show it. My prices are what they are. Less of course, if you want to try find in another like me in this town, one that'll do business with the likes o' you. Farden stared hard at the skinny man. Basho stared right back with his beady little eyes. This game was loaded in the jester's favor and they both knew it. Farden hadn't ever been clever enough to hide the intensity of his habit. Basho knew this very well. Farden stood up. Maybe I'll do just that. Basho simply chuckled, jingling. The mage clenched a fist, briefly contemplated beating it out of the man, and then sat down again. How much are we talking? 2 bags. 50. Silver? Gold. Gold? If you think this is funny, growled Farden. What else had he expected from a jester? He dug deep into his pocket and let his hand hover there, finger and thumb pinching the coins to count them. 50 was half what the Duke had paid him. 30. I should get a discount. Nobody else buys as much as I do. You say it like it's a good thing, forehand. I ain't ever seen a man like it as much as you. Rot your brain one day, you will. And that would be my business, not yours. Basho rubbed his chin. 45. 35. 40. Fine, Farden consented, eager to leave. He could almost smell the scent of the Nevermore escaping the jester's pocket, taunting him. Farden licked his lips. Basho reached inside his multicolored collar. Farden looked around warily. He needn't have bothered, but old habits died the hardest. Nevermore wasn't forbidden in Albion like it was to the Arca. In Crosslung, Mainie's Mark, or Essen, the rules had always been that anybody found with it had the Nevermore confiscated and burnt, and a black eye or worse to show for it. Mages were lucky if they spent a few months in the Arcathedral cells. Written faced a hanging from the gates. No exceptions. It was a wise approach from the Magic Council. A completely intolerant approach meant Nevermore and its ilk were very hard to come by in Arca lands. Temptation was a foreign thing. It was a fine idea if a mage never left Arca lands, but as Farden had discovered very early on, the rest of Emaneska had never been so strict. Basho produced a cloth bag from his pocket. Farden snatched it quickly. He teased apart the neck of the bag and peered inside to assess his spoils. He let the bittersweet, oleaginous tentacles of its scent fill his nose and his forehead. Halloran's finest, that is, said Basho, proudly. Farden wasn't listening. His mind was already halfway out the castle and filled with smoke. The mage hummed. He got to his feet and tucked the cloth bag deep into the inner pocket of his cloak. It better be. Now if you'll excuse me. I wager that I'll be seeing you soon enough, forehand, Basho sniggered. Any time would be too soon. The little man smiled. Enjoy. Farden didn't reply. Feeling slightly cheated and yet strangely satisfied at the same time, he left Basjo to his book and made for whatever door could lead him out of Castletaine. The mage wasn't in the mood for any more of today. Farden had often contemplated buying a hawk to relay his orders and bags of gold to and from the Duke. That way he wouldn't have to see anyone at all besides the people he killed, and they wouldn't bother him. Not for long anyway. Farden could be what he wanted to be, a ghost. Farden shook his head. Gold via a hawk. He hadn't even touched the Nevermore yet. The mage strode down the halls, barging some of the slower people aside. Their yelps and cries of surprise were music to his ears. Once he had descended to the lowest level of the castle, he spotted a purple square of torchlit sky sitting in the gap between two open doors, and set a course for it, like a ship escaping a storm. He was almost free when he heard a high-pitched shout from behind him. Farden! Farden stopped inches from the doorway. The guards stared dully at him. Farden knew exactly who was calling him, and that knowledge made him smile just a little. The mage turned around to find a woman, slightly gray of hair, slim, and somewhat attractive, walking towards him down the corridor. She had a small smile on her lips. There was a small rusty-haired boy by her side, his expression as vile as the little trickle of snot that was slowly making good its escape from his left nostril. It was Kilteren's son, Timion, and already every inch his father and growing more every day. He had his hands firmly clasped behind his back. He couldn't have been more than 11 years old, yet he was glaring at the mage as if he held an ancient grudge against him. Farden forehand. Here at my father's bidding, are you? He piped out, voice squeaky in its youth. Farden made a point of snorting at him and looked to his mother, the Duke's lonely wife, Moirin. Leaving already? She asked him. Farden let his shoulders rise up, helpless. Orders are orders. Only if you follow them, she smiled, a vacant sort of smile, sad, resigned, yet one that still curled in a way that was reminiscent of brighter days of wit and charm. Farden found himself smiling back, but it was then that he noticed a slight smudge of yellow on the angle of her jaw. Half a week old maybe. He reached out a hand to examine it, but she flinched away. The brat by her side coughed noisily. I thought he had stopped coming to see you? Farden asked, ignoring Timion. The boy was one big scowl. He spared a quick glance at him, and spied the faint shadow of a bruise on his pale wrist too. Moirin made her excuses. A banquet for one of his fiddlerig friends. He was drunk. Farden clenched his fist so hard that one of his knuckles clicked. Moirin moved her dark hair forward to hide the bruise. Farden had first met her a long time ago, a year or so before Timion had been born. She had been a striking, sharp-tongued lady of Kilteren's court, well known for her activities during banquets, and after them too. In the first few years, when Farden had been invited to accompany the Duke to banquets with more than a dubious guest list, he had often found her outside, roaming the gardens. They had spent the nights talking. Only talking. It had been all Farden could manage at the time. The thoughts of Cheska were still rawer than a battlefield. He had long suspected that his past inaction nettled her, but they had never spoken of it. Now, however, Moirin was more like a rusty trophy than a wife, one that had been assumed gold, but found to be brass, and thus locked in an attic. Kilteren usually ordered her confined to the sanctuary in the eastern corner of the castle, kept out of sight, just as he liked her to be. That way she could be ignored, summoned when needed, and in the meantime keep Timion out of the way until he was old enough to be interesting. The little brat might have been a boil on the cheek of Castletaine, but giving birth to him had been Moirin's saving grace. Farden looked at the stairs he had come down, as if contemplating going back up them, but instead he just grunted and shrugged. Drunk, was all he could say. Moirin pursed her lips, almost as if disappointed. Gods, Farden, it's not the first time in this world that a husband's taken his hand to his wife, she said. And not the last, Farden inwardly hissed. Timion piped up again. So, forehand, what's my father making you do now, None of your bloody business, Dukeling. Timion went as red as his hair. You can't speak to me like that. Farden contemplated flicking him in the face, hard, just on the bridge of his nose where it would make his eyes water. The idea of the wailing wretch fleeing down the corridor almost made him smile. But he didn't. He restrained himself, out of respect for Moirin. He prodded the boy in the chest instead. You aren't Duke yet, Timion. Till you are, I'll speak to you how I please. One day, Timion burbled. One day you'll, but he lacked the cerebral wherewithal to finish his threat. This time, Farden did smile. Moirin pointed her son up the corridor. Timion, go wait for me on the stairs. But. Go! Timion sullenly did as he was told and stalked off, stumbling for a moment over his own laces. Farden heard the faint hiss of a snigger from the guards behind him. Moirin watched her son stamp across the floor. He will be Duke one day. Now there's a scary thought. There was a moment. Moirin leant a little closer. So what has my husband got you doing this time? You know he'd beat you for asking me that. Better if I don't say. Better if I don't know. Moirin nodded. I understand. Just make sure you don't get yourself killed doing my husband's dirty work. Somebody might miss you, she sighed, and slowly turned to walk away. Her long velvet skirts made it look as if she were floating across the stone. Varden's eyes followed her to the stairs. She didn't turn back to look at him. Only Timian looked back. He had the gall to flash a pair of fingers at the mage before his mother slapped him across the cheek. Varden grinned at that. Make hay while the sun shines, why not? He heard more sniggering from behind him. The guards again, up to something. Varden turned around to find one of them busy humping the shaft of his spear, making his armor rattle, while the other was trying, and failing, not to laugh. The sight of Varden marching towards them soon put a halt to their little joke. They tried their hardest to ignore the stony-faced mage as he walked up to them, lips tight, holding back the laughter. Varden brought his face within a hair's breadth of the nearest guard's face, so close their noses almost touched. Varden's eyes flicked to the man's spear. How about we shove that thing up your arse, and see how funny you feel then? He growled. Fancy that? The guard quickly shook his head, his laughter dead as a stone. I thought not, Varden said, jerking his hand up to brush a stray bit of hair from his face. It made the guard flinch, and Varden walked away, chuckling. Varden walked out into the twilight of the town and the timid stars. As his boots hammered the endless, knee-jarring steps that led down into Tain, he found a little calm in the buzzing of the fattened insects and clatter of the town. Music spilled from the open windows of taverns. Alleys and streets murmured with hushed conversation. He passed a house, and heard somebody screaming, in the throes of passion by the sounds of it. A little idea blossomed in Varden's mind then. He gnawed his lip at the thought of the Nevermore in his pocket. No. It can wait for now. Perhaps he would make one quick stop before he left town. When he took the next turning, so did the silent shadow lingering behind him. 1,569 years ago. A dagger. Fast and blunt yet bright as sunlight, it slipped behind the tendons of his knee and deftly pulled the earth out from under him. Corin hit the sand with a crunch and a wheeze. He wasn't surprised to find the same dull blade tickling his windpipe when he lifted his head to breathe. The scarlet-headed woman squeezing its handle threw him a contemptuous look and stood up. Exasperation glinted in the russet shards that were her eyes. She gazed down, lip curled, at the wan figure sprawled at her feet. Corin had rolled onto his stomach. He lay there like a beached whale, tasting sand. It tasted of disappointment. It tasted the same as the last time. Again? Brayed a nearby man, a giant of a figure, and even more so looking up from the sand. Estina, I owe you a mug of Voltic after all. Peasant, snorted Estina, from a little distance away. She had gone to fetch a white towel from a barrel by a door. Hope for him yet, advised another voice, finding time to speak in between the sharp clack and clatter of spear shafts repeatedly colliding with a pole. He was chosen, after all. Well, maybe the smiths and the pens made a mistake, asserted the woman, Estina, a thin switch of a warrior, topped by a shock of bright red hair. Easy now, warned the huge man who had spoken first. I'll make the same wager I made with Belinual, Gasped. One more time. Gasped shook his bald head. I do not wager on the futures of other men, but... While the others debated his apparent uselessness, Corin pushed himself wearily to his feet and sauntered to the edge of the tabletop of stone atop which the circular training grounds perched. Barely a knuckle of brick sat between his feet and the shingled precipice. Even the ivy that embroidered its grouted edges seemed to cling on for dear and hallowed life. Corin had often taunted that edge, late at night when he was given an hour, two at best, to sleep and to watch the wolves caper across the ice below. What was an hour of sleep in those days, when all it did was make the aching more obvious? The others didn't sleep, so why should he? Corin put a bare, blistered foot on a brick he knew to be trustworthy and looked down at the vista spread like a knob-bled carpet below him, a carpet of white and brown, bronze and blue. Skalusson was a dismembered town. Many who lived in the Frostsore, its towering heart, claimed it was a city, but those clinging to its skirts snorted and said otherwise. It was more a collection of towns, villages, and the occasional fort, spread out roughly and randomly as if they had been thrown there in the wake of an ice flood. But despite its jumbled nature, Skalusson was a jewel in the ice. The top of every building glinted with the morning frosts, as though the roofs had been scattered with diamonds. Blue, red, and yellow flags shivered atop poles. Seagulls, rimmelings, and berghoppers flew in swarms of hundreds, all dancing and wheeling around the taller towers, skimming low over the river that snaked through the settlements. In the day it was a curving band of the deepest blue. Broken chunks of ice, flowing west, joined flotillas of seabirds to speckle the smooth sapphire waters with spots of white and gray and black. On the pure white ice, lingering just a fraction to the north of Skalussen's edge, tiny black dots covered the ice. Penguins, or wattlefoot as the locals called them, gathered in ranks of thousands. Corin had yet to see them up close. He had heard stories that they were as tall as a man, with a beak so sharp they could punch through a foot of ice in one peck. Behind them, in the distance, where the ice rolled and cracked like foothills, mountains rose from its clutches. Black mountains forged of dark, jagged rock. Here and there, Corin could see plumes of yellow and black smoke leaking from the earth. The spine. Corin had never been this far north, where the blankets of permanent ice jostled shoulders with the rocky earth, and this wild, cold land fascinated the young lad. The animals of his father's farm seemed drab in comparison to the strange creatures that called the icefields home: patchwork whales with spears stuck in their noses, seals with horns and others with teeth like those of saber cats, white bears that vanished into thin air like mist on a sunny morn, rainbow-beaked birds, foxes as white as the snow they hid in, hares and rabbits the size of baby deer, and huge furry monsters that walked in never-ending lines, with curving tusks and trunks like snakes, beasts that the Skalussen called mammoths. And wolves. Always wolves. Corin could hear them calling to each other at night, under the ethereal light of the wake. Perched on the edge of his precipice, he would listen to their faraway songs and wonder at their meaning. The beauty of it all was swiftly interrupted by a sharp slap on the cheek. Corin whirled around, face stinging, to find Belimuel standing behind him, one knee forward and leaning on it, peering over the edge of the precipice. "What was that for?" Corin snapped. "To wake you up, lad." "I was already awake." "Really now?" "Doesn't look like it. Staring off into space, getting turned on your arse every other second by Estina and the others. Piss poor job, if you ask me." Corin opened his mouth for a retort, but both his brain and his tongue failed to come up with anything. Belimuel must have had giant blood in him. No man got that big by chance or training, and food made a man grow out, not up. Belimuel nudged 10 foot on a bad day. His arms and legs were as thick as young oak trees, and his hands were so large he could have wrapped his fingers around a man's thigh and still touched his fingertips. His head seemed to be 1 part face and 2 parts beard. A very dark brown, almost obsidian black, the big bushy thing rested lightly on his chest, the odd bit of sand and droplet of sweat hiding in it after the morning's training. His eyes were a rain-cloud gray, like the hue of his fingernails, and that alone hinted at his unusual bloodline. He had fixed Corin with those overcast eyes. Corin looked over to the 7 others. Each of them was a whirling blur of blade or pole, and each of them frightened him intensely. He was nothing compared to them, these seasoned, trained, and deadly fighters from across the scattered kingdoms and beyond. Each of them had seen a war or two in their time, for war was easy to find in those years, and each of them had come out grinning and shining with blood. The only blood Corin had ever spilt had been from the throats of his father's mud pigs. "Ain't no difference between a soldier and a fool, Corin, and there ain't no pride in either," said the voice that had plagued his thoughts since he had first set foot in Frost's tower. Corin wiped the sand from his lip. "Estina's right. They made a mistake with me, didn't they?" "Did they now?" mused Belimuel, in a voice as deep as a bear's. He combed his beard with his hand, eyes still fixed on the young man slouched before him. "I saw you, in training?" "Yes. Caught you in the corner of my eye. Hard to miss if you ask me. You were clenching your teeth so hard I thought they might crack. Beat me through most of the tests, did you know that?" "No, I don't suppose you did. Never seen a boy nor man with so much grit in their face, and I'm not talking about this." Belimuel reached out and cuffed Corin on the cheek again, where a streak of sand clung to the man's skin. The blow was softer this time but still painful. Corin flinched away. "Hey," he cried. "Stop it, Dot. Never seen a man with so much anger hiding under his skin. So much to prove." Another swipe, and this time it caught Corin on the back of his head, waking up a number of old bruises. Corin jumped out of Belimuel's reach, but the giant stood up and stretched to his full height. His shadow enveloped Corin as he took a step forward, hand raised to strike again. "Enough!" yelled Corin, but Belimuel did not halt. He swung again and Corin ducked. The young man reached for a pole that had been left propped up against a wall, but Belimuel batted his hand away. Corin winced. "Leave off. What's wrong with you?" "What's wrong with me? What about you? Where's that fire I saw in the tests, eh? Where's the fire that brought you here, farm boy?" Belimuel kicked out and caught Corin in the shins. He was fast for a 10-foot tall man. Corin hopped backwards. The others were watching now. Gaspard frowned, while Estina looked on with a mixture of sneer and grin pasted on her scarlet lips. "Where is it, lad? Show me." Bolimuel grabbed the spare pole and began slapping Corin on the thighs and forearms with it, sharp, stinging blows that went straight to the core of his tired muscles. Corin managed to fend some of them off, his training doing some good, but he was running out of room. Bolimuel was slowly trapping him in the corner of the training yard. "Have they made a mistake then? Leave me alone, Bolimuel. Got the wrong farm boy, did we?" Whack! The pole connected with his knee and Corin half fell to the ground. "Stop it." The pole poked him hard in the chest. Gaspard moved forward to interrupt the two men, but Bolimuel waved him back. He knew what he was doing. He could see the first tinges of rage blossoming in Corin's cheeks and in the corners of his eyes. "Stop wasting our time, lad," he shouted. Whack! This time to the side of the head. And this time Corin snapped. He bellowed something drowned in unexpected rage, a raw scream that made all 8 of the others jump. Corin snatched the pole from Bolimuel's giant paw and lunged at the man. Bolimuel managed to fend him off for a few moments, strike after vicious strike glancing off his arms and ribs and thighs, until, very unexpectedly, the end of the pole snaked under his heel and Corin yanked, hard. The giant toppled like an ancient oak and landed in a cloud of sand. There was a whisper of shock from the others. Not in 10 weeks had any of them managed to fell the man. And here was Corin, the farm boy, the supposed clerical error, beetroot red and breathing heavy, brandishing a dusty pole inches from Bolimuel's left eye. For some reason, the man was smiling. Corin was shaking. "What is your problem, Bolimuel?" he gasped. The man lifted up a hand, gently moving the pole to the side, and then lightly prodded Corin in the center of his chest. "There's our number 9, he said. A faint smile might have appeared on Corin's lips then, but it disappeared as quickly as it had ventured out. Instead, he threw the pole to the sand and tottered over to the edge of the training grounds, where he sat down and stared out at the ice and smoking mountains in the distance. Gaspard stood beside Bolimuel as the man got to his feet. He was still smiling. "I say, what was that about?" he asked. Bolimuel wiped the dust from his rolled-up sleeves. He was sweating ever so slightly. "That boy's got a fire in him. Just needed to let it out." "So what?" "A lucky shot," said a woman. Her hair was short and cropped. Bolimuel sighed. "Did anyone see him during the testing? Gaspard? Estina? Rozif? No? Well, I did. Barely a scrap of muscle nor a season of battle in that lad, and he beat most of us in half the tests. Beat us with his mind, he did. Roll your eyes all you want, Estina, I saw it. I'm glad the Pens did too. Doesn't mean he can fight." "He's useless," muttered a tall man standing nearby, a wiry fellow from the east, with a beard like a dagger. "And how many times have you toppled me, Chast?" challenged Bolimuel, crossing his huge arms. The tall man didn't reply. "Thought so. 10 weeks he's kept at it, 10 weeks he's been thrown on his arse and had dust kicked in his face, and today's the first day I've seen him waver. There's a passion in him that you can't train or buy. If it were up to me, I'd get rid of all of you and pick another 8 just like him. He wants this more than any of us. Longs for it. Like a prisoner longs for the kiss of freedom." "We don't even know what this is yet," said Gaspard. "We'll know soon enough," hummed the giant. "We all will." How wrong he was. Chapter 6. To say that the Grimsayer is a rather special book is as to say that the sea is somewhat wet. The Eddas tell us that the book was once a ledger of names of dead dragons that had passed to the other side, recorded in way of remembrance. Started by the very first siren, millennia ago, it held the names of dragons like a tear book holds memories. But, as those few who have ever laid eyes on it will know, the Grimsayer doesn't just hold the names of dragons, but of all sentient creatures since the dawn of time, and their faces too. Ask their names and the Grimsayer will show them to you. How? Legend suggests a few explanations. 1. That it was a mistake. A miscalculation of a spell. The Grimsayer is a spell book, after all. Its keys are the names that are uttered to it. Another speaks of a goddess, her name and purpose forgotten, spilling her own blood on the book, infusing it with her power. Yet another suggests the book simply sprang into being. This last suggestion, of course, I hold to be utter rubbish. Excerpt from a book on siren legend, by a little-known author last arrest, salvaged from Farden's collection. In the southeast of Albion, the rolling land and pasture faded into foothills, and then to moorland, and what an endless moorland it was. Fleethurst the locals called it, a stretching lowland of gorse and tor, and today it was caught, pinched and trapped, between two enormous banks of cloud. A storm in the west, a storm in the east, each reticent to pounce. They both postured and frothed at the mouth, gesturing with their frosty tendrils, while the land beneath looked up anxiously, wondering which one of its attackers would be the kinder. If a traveler had looked long and hard enough, they might have even spied a few storm giants lingering at the bases of the clouds, stretching and flexing and getting ready to fight. Farden, on the other hand, couldn't have cared less. It had been 2 days since leaving Tain, sneaking off in the middle of the morning while Jason had been asleep. His brief visit to the loathsome Duke was still playing on his troubled mind. He had chewed some of his precious Nevermore on the first day, but it had slowed his pace too much. For now, he simply let the sound of his boots striding across broken flint calm his churning thoughts. Farden looked up from his feet and towards his destination. A snake of flint road, empty save for nervous deer and the occasional curious rat or vole, led east towards the sea and the larger of the storms. The sky was a sculpture of chaos. There was a narrow band of bright sky stuck fast between the faraway waves and the roots of the impenetrable clouds. He was heading straight towards it. The wind ruffled his clothes, unsure in which direction to blow. Any mind wandered when encouraged by long walks and lack of company, but for Farden, it was incessant. In all his years, the mage had never quite discovered why his mind insisted on wandering into dark corners and tiptoeing along the precipices of deep, gloomy wells of memory. It simply did what it did. Farden counted out his steps. The numbers would keep his head distracted for the time being. 1, 2, 3, 4. Crunch, crunch. Soon a white cottage came into view, hidden in a dip between two low hills. It had a driftwood barn, a little flint wall across its front, and a half-moon of misshapen fields hugging its back. A little trail of grey smoke leaked from its chimney. Farden hadn't realized he had come so far already, and the sight of it made his stomach roar, a sound a saber-cat might have been proud of. Farden quickened his tired pace at its behest. Just as the eastern storm was reaching out to throw its first colossal punch, Farden reached the cottage and the corner of its flint and dry stone wall. A sliver of lightning scampered across the sky above him. Its thunder came a little afterwards, lazy and slow. The mage followed the wall to a gate with a canewood arch. He gently pushed the gate open and then stood at the edge of the flint path that led to the cottage door. A man was leaning against its driftwood doorframe. Any other man would have grimaced or flinched at the sight of the travel-muddy, bitter-faced mage, but instead this man smiled, and even went as far as to tip the brim of his farmer's hat. "Rabbits in the pot," he said, jovially. He had a face like a weathered oak. Wisps of grey hair were sneaking out from under his hat. Farden smiled a rare smile. One that he rarely used these days. "I was hoping it would be." The man tapped the door with a finger that looked more like a dirty parsnip than a human appendage. "Syria's finishing it up now. You hungry?" Farden reached for the handle of the gate. His eyes turned towards the east and the sea, and his hand reached to his cloak pocket for his Nevermore. "I can't stay long though," he mumbled. "No bother to me, lad. I know you never do. One day, mayhaps, and then Syria can stop worrying about you." Farden closed the gate behind him. "One day." Old Trafford held out his arms and Farden embraced him stiffly. He and his wife Syria used kindness like a gang of thugs used their clubs. They bludgeoned their rare visitors with it until they either gave in or ran away. Farden was a runner, but he also kept coming back. They were masterful cooks, and the only scrap of humanity for miles. Nothing lived out in the east wilds of Fleethurst save for the creatures that could scrape a living from the thistles and the gorse or those that nibbled them: deer, rabbits, voles, hawks, perhaps the occasional wandering wolf. The human population was just as sparse, a handful of wide-flung, isolated farms, an old watchtower, 1 or 2 cottages, and, unbeknownst to everyone apart from Trafford and his dear wife, one wandering mage. It seemed that mages and wolves had something in common. Ducking his head under the driftwood frame, Trafford pushed open the door and led Farden inside. The air inside the cottage was smoky and thick, but it smelled delicious. The sense of smoldering driftwood and gorsebush, peppered rabbit, boiled carrots, crushed potatoes, and rock thyme all assaulted his senses. He could even smell the sweet tang of nettle tea in the air. A rather large woman stood with her back to the door, busy stirring the contents of a huge iron pot. She was singing snatches of some unknown tune in a high-pitched voice, the half-hearted, uncaring sort of singing somebody does when alone and preoccupied. Farden stood by the door and waited for old Trafford to tap his wife on the shoulder. "Visitor," he said. Syria looked up quickly. Her eyes lit up, just for a second, and then immediately narrowed at the sight of Farden's muddy boots and dusty skin. "You'd better take those boots off in my ooze, young man. I don't serve supper outside." "Yes, Syria," Farden nodded. He found himself a stool and set about untangling the fraying laces of his boots. He could feel his bones sighing at the taste of sitting down. It felt as though his legs were gluing themselves to the stool. Farden kicked off the boots and stayed where he was, content with watching the husband and wife bustle about. "Fetch him some tea, Trafford, afore he dies of thirst." "Look at him." Trafford did as he was told, as he always did. Farden had never heard even the faintest mutter of complaint from the man, not in the 8 years he had known them. He dutifully fetched a waxed skin cup and poured the tea from a small kettle that hung on a pole over the flames. He gave it to Farden with a grunt and a wink, and went back to his wife. The cottage was small but homely, in the way that small places often are when care and attention is poured into them. Despite the sooty fire, the flint dust, and the rickety thatched roof, it was also spotless. Syria was the queen of her own home, just as Trafford was the king of his garden and his fields. She saw to it that dirt stayed at the front door and never ventured in. She was always in one of two states, cooking or cleaning, and on rare occasions she even did both at the same time. Farden couldn't remember a time when she had actually sat down to eat dinner with the two men. Trafford found some bowls in a cupboard and beckoned to the maids to put them out, which he did, bones and weary muscles complaining. He was then given a pair of spoons to arrange beside the bowls. "Sit down, Farden, afore you fall down," ordered Syria. Farden smiled politely, he knew better than to argue. "Trafford, you're like a slow worm. Get him some stew, you rude old man." Trafford laughed and rolled his eyes. He took Farden's bowl and returned it full and steaming and overflowing with thick, chunky rabbit stew. He tucked in eagerly. By the pot, Trafford nudged Syria and they both shook their heads at the sight of the maid fervently slurping at his spoonfuls. She filled her husband's bowl and shooed him away to the table. Then, instead of fetching herself some stew, she immediately began to clean the fireplace, sparing random moments to sip at the stew ladle and hum to herself about the apparent invasion of spiders. The stew was delicious, as Syria's cooking always was. It was a marvel how they made the moorland fare taste so good. Out here in the eastern wilds, a simple cabbage would have looked exotic. Farden and Trafford ate it in relative silence, mumbling about the weather and rabbits and the sea and other things that were simply said to fill the gaps between the chewing. Syria bustled around them, occasionally butting in with a reprimand for Trafford or a comment on Farden's muddy attire. Farden didn't mind it in small doses. Syria wasn't Kiltiran, her comments, although wrapped in severity and muttered from pursed lips, actually stemmed from a genuine care for the mage. Hers were never insults nor compliments, just her way. Both men finished their bowls, and Syria swiftly whisked them away to be cleaned. Old Trafford went to the back door of the cottage and out onto a rickety porch he had made from thatch and driftwood. Farden followed. It had begun to rain, and heavily too. The world had suddenly turned noisy indeed, the clattering patter of the raindrops on the stone path, the muted hiss of it on the thatch above, the dull thud of single, heavy drips here and there. Trafford reached inside his woolen coat and brought out a short pipe and a tin box of tobacco. He slowly and gently packed the bowl of the pipe, taking his time over every single scrap of dried leaf. Farden joined him, fishing out his own pipe. It was an old, scratched and battered thing he had bought in a market a decade ago. It had served him well. His fingers brushed the cloth bag inside his coat and he licked his lips. Not long now, he told himself. Trafford and Farden sat on a pair of stools that flanked a little round table with a square box on it. Farden sat hunched over, while Trafford leant against the flint of the wall behind him. He stared at his garden, mentally listing the things that needed doing. Farden pointed at a row of vines snaking around a gorsewood frame. "You making wine now?" "Traders are scarce these days." "Got to trade what I can," Trafford mumbled, still deep in thought. Farden nodded. He sucked on his pipe, eyeing the little box on the table. With a little sigh, he reached down to his belt and plucked at the strings of a little pouch with his dirty fingers. Half of him, the darker half, the half thinking of the cloth bag inside his cloak, yelled at him to stop. The other half, the half that had grown used to living in the shadow of the first, shouted too, and for once it turned out to be the loudest. He fumbled one-handed with the pouch, worming his way inside and grabbing a handful of its contents. They were cold and sharp to the touch. Then, without a word, he lifted the lid of the square box on the table, and dropped his handful into it. The box closed with a thud and Farden went back to his pipe. "I've been meaning to do that for a while," he said. Trafford scowled. "And what's that?" "Something for a rainy day." Trafford pointed at his dripping garden and the sodden view before them. "Plenty of those about." "Something for your kindness then." Old Trafford didn't reply. He didn't even move. Then he reached out and lifted the lid of the box with his work-tough fingertip. He lifted it an inch, no more, peered inside, and then shut it again. "I weren't hinting when I said. That is. I know. I shan't tell Syria where those came from. Probably best. There would have been a time where I would have thrown that back in your face, lad. Never needed no dead man's trinkets before. But, as they say, hard times change hearts. I know that more than anyone. Take it. You need it and they didn't. That we do, though it pains to think what it came from, and how. Then don't think about it. Leave that to me. Right you are, Trafford sniffed, and fell silent for a while. When he finished his pipe, he stood up and lifted the box from the table. My offer still stands, you know. Farden scratched his head and tapped the burnt tobacco out of his pipe, leaning forward so the rain could lick its bowl clean. His mind was so full of thoughts that he had to shrug. Which one was that? Never had no children, Syria and a man of my age can't work the fields as much as he'd like to. There's always a need for strong hands around here, Farden. It's not just trinkets and baubles we are in need of. Farden nodded. He mumbled something and shook his head, and Trafford sighed. Right you are, he said. I'll see Syria put some of that rabbit in a pot for you. You can give some of it to Whiskers. Farden sat alone and watched the rain for a while before going back indoors. When he did, he found Syria busy scrubbing the table. She stopped when she heard the door click shut, and looked up at the mage. She said nothing, but rather came around to the other side of the table and gave Farden a short and simple hug. Always nice to see you, she whispered, and then in a louder voice, but I don't know anybody in their right mind who would want to go traipsing about in weather like this. Farden smiled and hoisted his trusty hood over his head, buttoning his cloak tightly around him. Never did mind the rain. You'll catch your death of cold out there, if the Ghoul King don't catch you first, Syria replied, and Farden rolled his eyes. Albion's latest superstition. The Ghoul King and his shrieks. An old fairy tale that had leapt from a child's fable to common lore. If there truly was a Ghoul King that stalked the stormy nights, dragging travelers and children to their cold, clammy deaths, then let him come. Farden would see to him, too. Old Trafford was waiting by the door. He put a hand on the mage's shoulder as he tied the laces of his tired boots. Don't go getting yourself killed, is what the wife means, lad. He leant an inch closer. We'd rather have you than baubles. Then you're a strange pair, Farden shook his head. That rare smile hovered on his face again. He turned around so Syria could push a pot, covered by a waxy cloth and sealed by twine, into his hands. Go see to that Whiskers of yours. He's sure to be starving, she ordered, hands on hips. Her cheeks were blossoming into a deep red, and Farden didn't know if that was due to him leaving or her constant bustling. Or he's found another hermit to pester, added Trafford. Farden snorted. I doubt that. The mage pushed open the door and stepped out into the rain. Without so much as a goodbye, he jogged down the steps, through the gate, and back onto the flint road. He was soon lost in the haze of the downpour, leaving an old couple to stand in the shelter of a driftwood doorframe, arm in arm and shaking their heads. Every ghost needed a place to haunt, and if Farden was to be a ghost, then this lonely little shack was his. Moss-licked and brave, the little shack stood in a dip between two hills, square onto the boisterous eastern sea and teetering on the edge of the land. Rocks and stranded seaweed were its garden. Boulders and valiant, flint-crushed soil its foundations. A little curving dagger of sand fell out of its back door, wandering through the rocks and down into the roiling slate-gray waters of the eastern sea. The sand did its best to hold back the waves. Some days it triumphed, other days it failed. Today it was failing. The shack itself was a makeshift house of brick, gathered driftwood, stolen doors, and pilfered iron sheets. It had 4 windows, 2 on the front, and 2 on the back, and a door that swung open at a drunken angle. The windows had been filled with borrowed glass, and behind them, thick blue curtains had been drawn. Moss gave the place a slightly greenish hue. Rust painted whatever metal had bared its face. Seagull droppings and sand coated the roof and the stubby chimney. Between the gaps in its 3 stone steps, patches of curious mollusks shone bright red and yellow, adding a little vibrancy to the jumbled-up shack and the overcast sky. The storms had almost abated by the time Farden reached his little house. The flint road had died a few miles back, fading into the earth, but even in the remote wilds Farden had never failed to find his abode. He'd had a decade to practice, after all, and besides, he always had the tree to rely on. He looked up through its branches as he passed underneath it, as he always did. An ash tree, so he had been told by Trafford. A spindly, skeletal thing, he was sure he had never seen it blossom, not in all the years he had lived beside it. The tree itself was unremarkable. It was just an average tree, but what was strange about it was why such a thing had decided to grow here, on the edge of a barren moorland, without so much as an explanation nor a hint of how. There were no other trees for miles around. There weren't even any gorse bushes nearby, just sharp-tongued grass. Farden had often puzzled over this on long walks and lonely days, and the answer had always eluded him. The mage left the tree behind and walked down the hill to the shore and his shack. 2 seagulls were perching on its roof. They looked half asleep. Their long yellow and red beaks were gently resting on each other's backs. Farden clapped loudly to shoo them away, and then went inside his little house. The smell of mold was the first thing to hit him. He always noticed it after spending a long period away. He sniffed and grimaced, he would soon come to ignore it. He set his pot of rabbit stew on a nearby, and rather wonky, table, and then threw his haversack onto the cot of straw and cloth he called a bed. The haversack clanked as it landed. The shack was barely big enough to swing a cat in. It couldn't have measured more than 12 foot by 8 in total, and the roof was low enough that if Farden jumped in the right place he could have made himself a new skylight. There was a half-stove, half-fireplace on one side of the room. Farden sat down in front of it. Even after all these years, his first habit was to reach out and spread his hands over the drywood he had left inside it, but he caught himself, and swore as a shiver of pain ran across his forehead and down his back. Instead, he dug flint and tinder out of his pocket, drew his knife, and after a few moments, he had a crackling fire. Before he could get comfy, Farden went to the bed to open up his haversack. He fished around in between clothes and supplies until he found his vambraces. Rolling up his sleeves, he swiftly put his hands into both of them and felt the cold metal contract around his skin, pinching it ever so lightly until it adjusted to him. Farden stood there for a moment, letting the cold seep across his forearms. When he was done, he knelt down and used his fingernails to pry one of the rickety floorboards from its rusty nails. The floorboard came up easily, and he rolled it aside to reveal 4 pieces of red and gold armor, a pair of greaves and a pair of gauntlets, all covered in a thin film of dust. Farden grabbed them greedily. He clapped the greaves to his legs and then slid the gauntlets over his hands. They were cold too, and the mage drank it in. He lingered there for a few moments, eyes closed and savoring the metallic kiss of his armor against his rain-battered skin, before getting up and sitting himself in front of the fire. About 9 years before he had somehow managed to salvage an armchair from a ship that had wrecked itself several miles down the coast. If one had looked very closely at the shack and its innards, they probably would have spotted several more things that had been pilfered from the stricken ship, such as the ropes tying the roof together, the glass from an iron porthole, a lobster trap serving as a basket. Farden had liberated them all. The armchair had been in the captain's cabin, with a dead captain in it. It had taken several months to get the smell out of the threadbare cloth. Farden sat down with a groan and kicked off his boots so he could warm his toes on the growing fire. He was teetering on the edge of exhaustion. Even the cold, sweet feeling seeping into his veins from the Skeleton armor could not stop his eyelids from drooping. He let his fingernail wander between the folds and scales of his left vambrace. He closed his eyes and tried to picture the breastplate kilter and had somehow got his claws on, but all he could see in his tumultuous mind was the Duke's smug face, and the etching of a beetle. Farden clenched his fist and listened to the cold metal whisper. Was it all a dream? A psychosomatic effect from his intense desire for them to be something special? Farden had asked that question countless times. From what he remembered, his uncle had been oblivious to the feeling of the gauntlets and the greaves. Farden pinched the bridge of his nose between his finger and thumb and tried to clear his busy mind. Exhausted he might have been, but he needed to write this down before he forgot. With a sigh, he reached down the side of the armchair and felt around for his notebook and his stick of charcoal. But instead of a notebook, he found something hairy instead. He tested it with a squeeze and was rewarded with a squeak. Whiskers. The rat scuttled up the side of Farden's armchair and onto his rain-wet lap. It sat back on its haunches and tail and sniffed the air in the way that rats do, head back, snout out, bobbing up and down. Farden reached out and cupped his hand and the big rat jumped in. He was getting fat in his old age. And old he was. Whiskers had come with the armchair. It had shocked Farden no end to find a rat perched on his shoulder one afternoon. The beast had seemed perfectly tame, and industrious too. It had fashioned itself quite a warren in the bowels of the chair. He had often wondered if the captain of the ship had known about him, trained him even. Now he was Farden's tailed nuisance. The animal had refused to leave, no matter how many times the mage had shooed him off or tried to scare him away. He had even carried him back to the ship and left him there, but lo and behold, 3 days later, the rat turned up again, sitting comfortably inside one of Farden's Skeleton gauntlets. And that was how Farden had been given his idea. Farden put the black rat on his shoulder and reached down to the side of the armchair where he kept his notebook. He lifted it up with a heave and laid it out on the nearby lobster pot. The notebook was more of a tome than a book. It bulged with scraps of parchment and snippets snatched from scrolls. Places, names, histories, all here, and every single word pointing in one direction of thought and one direction only, Skeleton. Durnus would have been proud. Farden lifted its fraying cover and pried a small scrap of charcoal from a pouch glued onto its underside. He thumbed through the bedraggled and moldy pages until he finally got to where he had left off, only a month before. With Whiskers watching intently, the mage began to scribble. Whiskers still as fit as ever. No more gray in his coat. His nest inside one of my gauntlets seems to have stopped him aging for good. It must be at least 9 years now. For all I know, he's the oldest rat in history. The bastard Duke has found himself some armor. Breastplate no less. Says it was a present from somebody in the crumbled empire. Lies. I don't trust it for a second. I'll have to add him to the list of owners and possibles. Is it real? One of the 9? I can tell if I can touch it, but he watches me like a hawk. He knows something. Be careful. He knows the pieces of the 9 are somewhere, and they exist. Don't know who he's been listening to, but he's right. Dangerous. Need to examine the sketches for any sign of beetles on armor. Never seen that before. Usually bastions, sabercats, wolves. Only have 4 pictures, so not impossible. Must keep mine as hidden as possible. If only I had the Grimsayer. I could see if his body had the armor, where he might be. That last sentence surprised him. He had thought of that strange book many times in the past, but it hadn't crossed his mind in years. He could barely remember what it looked like. It was a silly notion, anyway. The book was locked up in Nelska. Even if he did have it, he didn't know the name of the knight whose armor he wore. Useless. Farden shook his head and reached down to the other side of the armchair to retrieve a broken, jagged slice of mirror. He grimaced, but forced himself to check his temples, hair, and face before putting the mirror aside and scribbling some more notes. Few more grays. Skin fine. Scars still there. Time running out. No magic still. Good. We'll scribe more tonight. Farden tossed the charcoal into the center of the page and slammed the book shut. Whiskers squeaked in his ear. The mage sighed and stared out of the window at the wind-blown sea. His mind was still churning. Usually the note-taking, like his counting of his steps, kept him distracted for a while. The sad truth of it was this, that if a man was bound by his actions, then Farden was tethered and chained by his thoughts. 3 things cleared his mind those days: the cold, quiet purpose of a kill, Jason, his blind favorite who looked like his lost Cheska, and lastly, the bitter acridity of a mouthful of Nevermore smoke. His old favorite. The first 2, aside from mental distraction, were means to his ends. His work for the Duke gave him an iota of purpose at least. Even as questionable as it was, the mage had become used to it. It kept him busy. He had lied to Kilterin in Tain. Whatever morals and sense of higher calling he'd had before had all but been numbed. Numbed as a blizzard numbs a lost traveler. It simply put coin in his hand. Coin that made the other 2 possible. Jason satisfied the cravings that any lonely man felt and more besides. Somehow, his times with her managed to patch the gaping, dusty hole in his heart, if only for a little while. None of the other girls over the years had quite managed it. Maybe it was because of her appearance, maybe her brusque coldness, but somehow, she did. But it was the third of these things that formed his true crutch, his true bolt-hole and sanctuary, as it always had been through the years. Nothing decimated thoughts and dark minds like the intoxicating, smoky tendrils of Nevermore. Most of all, it kept his magic away, and that alone was precious. Farden had realized a long time ago that magic had been the root of all his problems. The wheels of the cart of sorrow. Without magic, he would never have been in this position. He wouldn't have been sat there, hunched over a lobster pot, staring out at the waves rolling back and forth like wind-blown shale. Farden growled bitterly at himself, and stood up. Placing Whiskers gently on the arm of his chair, he briefly stoked the fire and then wandered to the opposite end of the shack, where a large cabinet had been nailed to the wall. Farden took his knife from its sheath and then opened the cabinet doors. Inside, 50 candles had been crammed onto 4 shelves, and almost all of them had a face. Some were long faces with bulging eyes, earlier attempts by the looks of them, while later ones exhibited freckles, wrinkles, even hair. Some stern-looking ones had been half-melted, so that their faces were caught in the midst of their ghastly death throes. Their eyes sagged, their features twisted, globules of wax residue clamping their mouths shut. Farden used his knife to pry a chubby, half-melted one from the shelf. Squinting, he examined its unfinished features and then closed the cabinet. He walked to the back door and undid its latch. The mage kicked it open with his heel, and then, ignoring his lack of boots and the wild weather, he sauntered out onto the rocks and down onto the sea-battered spit of sand that arced into the frothing sea. The wind tugged at him, but he ignored it too. He paced across the gritty yellow sand, making sure to stamp on every single discarded seashell he could find, and then stood at the water's edge, where the olive seaweed desperately tried to escape the pounding of the waves. Farden stood there for a moment to eye the receding storm, and then began to whittle the unfinished face of his fat little candle. When his feet had gone numb, and the stump of the finger on his left hand throbbed with the cold, he wandered back indoors. He shut the door firmly behind him and slumped into his armchair. Whiskers had nibbled the twine from the pot of stew and was currently fishing around inside it, using his tail to hook himself to the side of the pot lest he fall in. Farden snorted. Clever rat. It was growing dark outside now, and the fire was going out. Farden examined the face he had carved into his candle. It was a chubby face, with jowls that hung beside its pursed mouth like curtains. A bulbous nose hovered above them, and squinting eyes above that. It stared at the mage with a mixture of distaste and judgment. Farden returned its haughty gaze and set it on the upturned lobster pot while he stoked the fire and removed his cloak. He returned to the armchair with a pipe, a length of smoldering twig, and a cloth bag. Farden had made himself wait long enough. He lit the candle with the twig and tossed it back in the fire. The little face began to sweat. It was the work of a moment to fill the bowl of his pipe with the precious Nevermore. He made each little movement of his fingers meticulous and careful, in case he accidentally lost even the tiniest scrap. The smell of it, even now, made his mouth water. Farden took the candle, its face already sagging, and held it over the bowl. Farden took a deep breath, and after setting the dying candle back onto the lobster pot, he melted into the armchair. Fingers of warm smoke clutched his brain, and he felt his face go numb as the feeling of the Nevermore spread outwards from his lips, to his cheeks, to his neck, and down. Down. Down into his chest, until he was staring at the molten face of the candle through blurry eyes. It curled its lip at him until the very last moment. Chapter 7. Today a council member asked me an intriguing question. Are the written getting more powerful? I had to say yes. If Modron and Turfing's observations are accurate, the written, like the rest of Emaneska, are experiencing a surge of magic like never before. I must say it is an exciting time, if not one that is a little worrying. Even I can feel it in my bones, my blood. I can feel it humming in the air on certain nights. Spellbooks are coming alive by themselves, whispering to scholars. The magic markets and caravans and trade ships bring stranger and stranger things every week. Quick doors spontaneously open. Ordinary soldiers are using magic like the mages. Written are suddenly wielding spells that would challenge the skills of Turfing or I. It seems that the written are only now reaching their full potential. How painful it is then that we are losing so many of them to the murderer in the wilds. Emaneska's magic has truly been set aflame. The question is why? I dearly hope it is not something to do with Farden's murderous spawn. The search for her continues. Taken from Archmage Durnus' diary, first due 904. Hide! Screamed the voice inside his head. The hand of fear ran its razor around his heart once again. His breath came in ragged slurps. Knees ached. Feet blistered. Owls and other night things screeched and laughed at him. Spirals of mist rose from the spiny loam, early wreaths to a grave not yet dug. Hide where? Vossum shouted at his own useless thoughts. He blinked. More blood. The cut must have been deep indeed. Vossum quickly clamped a hand over his forehead and rushed on. Trees groped at him and scratched his neck and bare arms with their long fingers. Pine cones splintered under his pounding boots. Hide. Vossum peered through blood and darkness for a place, any place that could offer him sanctuary. The night was thick, the forest too, and the trees were thin and arrow-straight. No gnarled fallen trunk for him. No void in the earth to curl up in. The ground was flat and its only foliage needles and cones. He crouched, tempting the mists to swallow him, but they were still too thin and timid. And then he saw it. A fist of rock half sunk in the earth, surrounded by trees. Narrowly missing a tree trunk, he veered violently towards it, grazing his shoulder in the process. He barely felt it. The mage hurtled on towards the rock, his sanctuary, his hiding spot. Breathless prayers fell from his lips and wafted into the cold night air. Skin met dirt as he skidded and crumpled into a fetal position underneath a jutting lip in the rock. Vossum held his lips tight and forced himself to breathe through his nose, slowly, gently, as quiet as he could. His lungs were on fire. Darkness clutched him close. Who was she? What was she? Somewhere in the screeching darkness a twig snapped, and Vossum held his breath tight in his throat. Behind closed lips, he slowly began to weave together another spell with his tongue. Something with light and noise, a distraction maybe, something to give himself time to escape. Curse his lack of meld magic, he thought, fingers probing the stone around him, trying to dig into it, become it. Another twig split in twain, closer to. A foot scuffed a pile of leaves while the trees whispered above, as if telling the hunter where her prey hid. Vassam peered into the shadows, lit only by the curious, bony fingers of a half-moon delving into the pine woods. Tonight the sky was picked clean of stars. Ambitious fog graced the sky like ghostly entrails. Sunken clouds and spiny trees obscured all but the aloof, phantom moon. Vassam glanced up, moving his head slightly to see if he could catch a glimpse of her. He couldn't, and it made him shiver. Something was watching him in the misty folds of night. Two pinpricks of sheer darkness, even blacker than the night around them, hovered by a tree a painfully short distance away. They tugged and pulled at the night around them, as if sucking it in and feeding off it. Gray smoke leaked from their corners. Vassam's breath caught in his throat. He stared at them, desperately trying to decide if they were human or beast, or both, or whether his mind had finally snapped. When they inched closer, accompanied by the sound of crunching pine cones, he felt his veins fill with ice. By the hands of the gods, they were eyes. Black, terrible eyes, swallowing what paltry light the moon offered. Vassam felt naked. He wilted into the loam as the ghastly black eyes marched forward. A shape emerged behind them, with a waterfall of black hair and a pale face as hard as the steel in its hand. He lashed out wildly, but the girl was too quick. His spell sprang half-formed from his mouth, and as light and magic sputtered, Vassam saw the blade plunge into his stomach. He crumpled to the ground again, moaning a brief prayer as a slender hand wrenched his head backwards by the roots of his hair, and a blade slipped into his throat. The girl stood upright and wiped the wet blade on her leather sleeve. She closed her pitch-black eyes, squeezing them as tightly as she could. When she opened them again, the hungry darkness in them had died, and the trails of gray smoke had evaporated. She didn't need her eyes now, she cast a spell that burnt away the shadows with a bright white light. The girl stretched, making her back click in several places, and then knelt to the needle-strewn ground so she could begin to cut the man's sweat-drenched leather jerkin from his back. The seasoned blade took a few moments to bite through the tough leather, but with a swift yank it came free, and was tossed aside. The strange girl paused then, hand hovering, knife wavering, as she stared at the dead man's back. He wore a thin yellow shirt under his thick jerkin, again soaked with fear and sweat. But something was missing. Knife forgotten, the girl seized the shirt and ripped it off his still warm skin. No light, no runes, no book, nothing. She grabbed the man's nearest arm to examine it again. There it was, a tattoo in the shape of a long, skeletal key. This man was a fake. Fuming, the girl got to her feet again and stared down at the corpse. She spat on it, and then kicked it in its lying face, once, twice, 3 times, pounding it viciously with the toe of her thick boot. She stopped only when she heard the sick crunch of a skull cracking. Sheathing her knife, the girl marched north into the misty darkness lurking between the pine trees, eyes black and smoking once again. The frail half-moon looked on, confused. A crimson stone landed in the dust, rosy with the dawn glow. Then a black stone, chipped and scarred with age and use, landed next to it, rolling in a circle before it waddled to a stop. The last stone was a milk-white, like an eyeball that had misplaced its pupil. It fell between the other two and shoved them both aside with a sharp crack. Lilith frowned, and took a sip of the brackish tea she was clutching between her cold knees. She looked up from her befuddled stones and stared at the day. The mist still clung fervently to the daylight, like a ghost clutching at the unraveling threads of life. The sun had just woken from its slumbers and was sitting nonchalantly on the hazy horizon. It would be a hot day, as far as Emaneska was concerned. Sleepy insects were already beginning to buzz. In the distance, somewhere in the stubborn fog, near to the outskirts of the foreign little town, cows lowed. Lilith shuffled around to look at her seer stones from a different direction, but that only deepened her frown. She muttered something and pushed the stones away with the back of her hand. The fire beside her had burnt out in the early hours. It was now a ring of charcoal and smoking twigs. The greenwood spit that hung over it sported the carcass of a huge water rat. It was mostly bones and emptiness now, something for the crows to pick at. She could hear them in the edges of the pine forest, a little way to the south. Bored, Lilith sipped her tea and waited. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long. Barely half an hour later, Samara trudged out of the fog and crouched by the dead fire. She didn't speak. She simply dug 2 fingers into the cold innards of the water rat and prized out some meat that had been missed. She stuffed the greasy strands into her mouth and chewed silently. Her face was a frown. Lilith looked at her hands, her pockets, and all around her. There was barely a speck of blood on her hands. Where is it then? Samara ignored the question. She stared at the weak, yellow morning sun and frowned some more. In the years that had passed, Samara had grown into a wiry, lithe little figure. A frame of bones and skin on tall legs. Those foolish enough to judge her by her skinny form, those who had even tried to take advantage of it, had quickly found themselves the new owner of a broken something, or worse. For her age and size, Samara was unnaturally strong and painfully quick. Not that she was anywhere close to natural. Her whole being seemed to vibrate on a different level from those around her, even Lilith. That was the magic at play. Samara's obsidian hair was now braided in places, knotted in others. Her eyes, those dangerous little orbs, could never decide on which color was their favorite. Like her moods, they were unpredictable and ever-changing, morphing from a piercing ice blue to a deep sapling green with a flick of her eyelashes. Those young eyes hid an animal behind them, stained glass windows through which a brave person could glimpse a monster drenched in magic, and when coupled with her seemingly innocent tongue they could weave lies alongside the best of them, just like Lilith had shown her. And Lilith had shown her very well. Lilith crossed her legs and entwined her fingers. She narrowed her eyes at her young charge. "I'm talking to you, girl. Where is his book?" Samara rolled her eyes. He was a fake, Lilith. His key tattoos were cheap imitations. Lilith scowled. She had been wrong again. "Well, didn't you follow him beforehand? Didn't you watch him?" "Of course I did," asserted Samara, growing angry. "You're the one who showed me him." "Well, it's your responsibility to make sure of it. You obviously didn't look close enough." "I don't see why it matters. Another mage is dead. So what if he wasn't a written?" Lilith held up her hand for silence. Samara reluctantly bit her tongue. The seer rubbed her eyes with her good hand inside. Samara watched her mentor closely. The more she looked, the more she could see the years eating away at her, like a mold slowly seeping into her skin. Her cheeks and brows were beginning to sag. Gray was beginning to infiltrate her once dark hair. Her left arm was wilting again. Samara knew what this meant. "Where next then?" she asked. Lilith cracked open an eye to stare at the 3 seer stones that were still lying in the dirt. It was a while before she answered. "I don't know," she hissed, pained. "You're losing it." "I haven't lost anything." Lilith snapped, whirling around to face Samara. The young girl didn't flinch. It had been a month since they had killed their last written. Last night's had been a fake and the other 2 hadn't even existed. The questions are difficult. Ambiguous. Just as your magic clouds your future, the world's magic clouds my stones. They're confused, she muttered. Samara rolled her eyes. Either Lilith's seer stones were failing, or she was. Samara offered an explanation to calm the seer down. Not that she cared, but she couldn't stand her when she was in one of her foul moods. It wasted her time. "Then maybe we've killed them all," she shrugged. Lilith's mouth curled. "Don't be foolish, girl. I don't recall killing an archmage, or that bastard Farden. Do you? Please inform me if I missed those wondrous occasions." Samara stood up. Lilith might have flinched then, but she hid it well by shuffling closer to her seer stones. She looked away from the girl and prodded the red stone by her sandal. "Where are you going? Why don't you ask your stones?" "Don't give me that lip, girl," Lilith warned. Samara was becoming more and more recalcitrant with every week that passed. The seer couldn't tell if it was boredom, or sheer petulance, or maybe her father's streak rearing its ugly head. Whatever it was, Lilith didn't like it. She wouldn't have ever voiced it aloud, but she also feared it. "Where you off to?" A reluctant answer floated out of the mist. "For a walk." Lilith cupped her hand around her mouth and shouted after it. "Well, be quick about it. I want to move on before the day is wasted." There was no reply. Lilith put her chin on her hand and took a deep breath. Samara followed a thin trail of scuffs and hoofprints through the brown dust. A collage of tracks wove in and out of her feet. Some were the cloven horn shapes of cows. Others sported the faint pinpricks of claws. Foxes, probably. Samara tilted her head, and the soft clucking of chickens and geese reached her ears. Her stomach rumbled at the noise, but she swiftly slapped it into silence. Through the misty haze and low cloud, the early sun could be stared at without squinting. Still lingering just above the horizon, it was a humble yellow ball, yet to bring any heat to the earth or pain to the eyes. Samara could simply watch it, daring it to do its worst. The air was deathly still. Not a single breeze nor zephyr disturbed the morning air. It would have been stifling, had it been any warmer. Samara wandered on towards the animal sounds of the farm and the town hiding in the mist, somewhere up ahead. While she walked, she scanned the dusty, grassless ground, looking for something in particular. Whatever it wasn't to be found. Samara soon came across a dry stone wall that had seen better and more attentive times. Slumped and spilled in places, the wall was clogged with moss and mouse droppings. Behind it lay a dust field dotted with tough grass and the odd woven basket of pale hay. Large shadows lumbered about in the fog. They mooed and dug at the dust with their hoofs. Samara dug her toe into the wall and swiftly vaulted it, landing with a light thud. The cows quickly sensed the presence of something in their field, something very strange indeed. As a thin shape emerged from the mist, striding nonchalantly towards them, the patchwork beasts began to low fearfully. She used danger, and they could smell it. Luckily for them, cows were not what she was after. The girl paid them nothing but a sideways glance as they bowed their heads and quickly cantered to another corner of the field. The chickens, on the other hand, were not so lucky. Samara followed the sound of the muted clucking and burbling to a tumble-down henhouse that stood by a wooden gate. She crouched beside it and scraped a handful of dirt from the ground. A few sleepy hens stood on the little ramp that sloped from their raised door down to the earth. A few feathers sat like a rune at the foot of it. A smattering of blood lay in the dirt, an accidental blotch of scarlet ink, the signature of a fox. But chickens were not known for their lengthy memories. They had already forgotten their lost comrade in the red-haired predator, and were now staring at the unfamiliar girl crouching by their house with a mixture of curious intrigue and hunger. Samara held out her hand, cupped as though full of grain, and offered it to the stupid birds. The docile creatures were used to humans handing them food, and quickly came down the ramp to investigate. It was the last mistake they ever made. In a flash, Samara seized two of them by their necks and spun them around in a circle until their necks snapped with a loud squawk. She was back at the dry stone wall before their feathers had fallen to the dust. Crouching behind the wall, Samara found a length of twine in her pocket and used it to tie the two chickens together. She slung them over her shoulder and followed the wall to its crumbled corner. Pausing there, she flicked a feather from her leather sleeve and looked around. There was a dirt road a few yards away that no doubt led into the town. Samara looked right, towards the town, and then left, where the road sloped gently up a small hill, and where a dark shape hovered high in the mist. She gazed at it, trying to make it out, but it was just a shapeless blotch in the morning haze. Curiosity piqued, Samara went to investigate. It took a moment for its features and edges to loom into clarity, but once it did, Samara stood underneath it, and let her eyes rove over its greasy hinges, its rusty bolts and locks, its spikes and its bars. It was a gibbet, suspended high over the road by a sturdy pole and a moss-covered beam choked by iron chain. It looked as though it had seen 10,000 dawns in its time. Its iron cage was half rusted away and tired, while the wood it hung from was gray with age. Cracks ran up and down the pole like thin veins of coal in a granite face. There was a skeleton inside the gibbet, a crow-picked and weather-bitten frame of bones. It was easy to see the man had been dead for a decade. Whatever flesh its cracked armor had once protected was now long gone. Even the maggots had moved on. The armor itself, bent and buckled, a memory of polished steel now washed moon-gray by rain and time, was that of an old Skullguard soldier. Samara recognized its style. Even though the empire had fallen, some men and women still clung to their old life, in the way that the lost do. Here, in the remnants of old Skullguard lands, now dubbed the Crumbled Empire, some still wore their old armor and their memories on their chests. Depending on which way the empire had crumbled, some towns and lands didn't mind the relics, while others despised them. This man, now staring hollow-eyed at the sleepy sun, had obviously stumbled across the wrong town. Samara reached up to rock the gibbet. Its chains and bars squealed like a strangled cat. The dawn was creeping into day, and a blunt glow was beginning to caress the wooden beams. Something glinted at the girl's feet and she looked down to find a muddy puddle. It held the reflection of the gibbet in it, making it wobble and waver slightly. Samara smiled. Tossing her dead chickens to one side, she quickly knelt down in the dirt. She put her finger in the puddle and swirled it around curiously, watching the mud dance underneath the rippled surface. The water was cold, despite the dawn sun. Samara put her elbows on her knees and waited for the water to calm again, for the reflection to grow still and mirror-like once more, and when it had, something rather disturbing happened. The girl watched intently, not a sign of fear or surprise on her face as the reflection of the gibbet began to move. There was a squeak of rusty chains as something twitched above her. Bones clicked. The skeleton reached up to push its jawbone back into place and then wriggled it about, testing, trying. Had it a tongue, it would have licked its jagged line of broken teeth to wet them. With a rattle and a whine of metal, the skeleton looked down, and slowly sank to its knees. It stared, still empty-eyed and very much dead, through the gaps in its cage at the young girl in the puddle's reflection. Samara leant forward to greet it. "Where are you?" said the dead thing, in a breathy voice that slithered over its weathered bones and climbed the bars of the gibbet, dripping, seeping. "North, near the border of what used to be Vorhog," replied Samara, calm as could be. The skeleton waved its bony hand. Its teeth chattered as it tested and prodded its jaw again. "What of the seer?" She prays to us no longer, it hissed. Samara frowned. She's distracted. By what, indeed? By her problems. The skeleton squinted. Its eye sockets cracked and splintered. The stones again? It said. The tone of its voice was growing angry. Samara nodded. She says her questions are too ambiguous. The stones are confused, she says. The skeleton grumbled to itself. How many have you shown your knife to now? 24 written. A dozen other mages. And how many remain? Samara shrugged. The skeleton reached down and jabbed its finger at the girl. Dare to shrug at me? Give me numbers, girl. Samara bowed her head. A score, perhaps 30. 3 that we know of for sure. The undermage and captain of the written, the archmage, and of course, him. The skeleton sniffed. The bones around its dead nostrils shivered. Powerful as we are growing, we still cannot see Farden, just as the seer cannot. Something hides his magic. But something tells me he will be unwilling to stand in your way. Do not worry about him. I wasn't, though Lilith says I should fear the archmages, especially my father's brother, Ruin. You have the blood of both, and therefore are stronger than both, child. Ignore the seer. We continue with the plan. And once you fall. The skeleton waved its hand. You will not be alone. The girl nodded to the puddle. How do you feel? Samara looked up at the mist for a while. The skeleton above her creaked inside, impatiently waiting for her answer. She finally gave it. Ready. Then you have wasted enough time stalking mages in the shadows. It is time. Don't let the seer delay you anymore. The skeleton sagged slightly, as whatever magic that was animating its lifeless bones began to drain away. And child? Yes? The skeleton slumped into a heap at the bottom of the gibbet. The voice wafted into the misty air, echoing in her mind. If the seer continues to prove herself useless, or stands in your way, you may remove her. Samara pulled a face, not quite a wince, but not quite anything else. Of course, she replied. After a while, she got to her feet and stood in the puddle, looking up at the slumped, broken skeleton hanging above her head. One of its feet had slipped through the gaps in the bars and dangled in the air. Samara reached up and flicked it with her finger. One of the toes broke off and flew into the mist. With an amused hum, the girl grabbed the foot by its ankle and wrenched it downwards. As the skeleton's foot came loose, the gibbet and its frame exploded into countless splinters, spraying the dirt road with molten iron and charred wood. The skeleton and its armor were vaporized in a cloud of fire and smoke. As the chaos cleared, Samara, completely untouched, walked calmly away, 2 smoking chickens slung over her shoulder. When she returned to the little camp, Lilith was still sitting cross-legged in the dust. She was nudging her stones back and forth with her knuckle. At the sound of footsteps she looked up. Finally, she hissed. 2 chickens landed on her lap in reply. Lilith lifted them up. She squinted at where their feathers were slightly charred. So that's what that bloody noise was. You want to watch yourself, girl. You'll draw attention to us. So what? What do you mean? Snapped Lilith, swiveling around to face the girl. You know. Samara remained standing. We've wasted enough time hunting written in the dark. It's time. I decide when it's time. No, Lilith, you don't. We're leaving tonight. Krausland's time is up. Lilith slapped the dirt, making her stones wobble. There are more written left, not to mention Ruin, Modron, and Turfing. And Farden. And not just them either, there are other mages in that city, written, and siren wizards no doubt. I'm ready for them. Are you? You might be able to take down a single mage, but what about 10 at a time, 20, 50? They'll swarm you. They've grown stronger now too, you know that. As have I. There's only one of you. Samara lifted her chin. Well, it won't just be me, will it? Lilith spat. You think you're ready for that? You've barely seen 15 years pass by, and you think you're ready? Fool of a girl. We're going north, so pack your things. Samara stepped forward and grabbed the old seer by her hair. Lilith yelped and screamed, lashing out with a handful of sharp fingernails. Samara lifted her from the dust and held her in midair. She ignored the fingers clawing at her long hair. We're going south, she said. It's time I did what I'm supposed to do. You've had your fun. With a snarl, Lilith wrenched herself free and stood, fuming and fearful, beside the burnt-out fire. Fine, she relented. Fine. In the pocket of her tunic, Samara relaxed her grip on the little knife. Moodily, Lilith sat back down and picked up her 3 stones. Samara sat opposite her and put a hand in the dead coals of the fire. They quickly came back to life, and after adding a few more scraps of wood and removing the carcass of the water rat, the spit was soon rotating over a crackling fire, sporting a freshly plucked chicken. Lilith had said nothing since their brief argument. She was still staring at her seer stones and silently begging them to make sense. Samara watched her as she fiddled with the spit. The girl pitied her in a way. Sometimes, in the dark depths of a wine-sodden evening, Lilith would occasionally let stories slip from her drink-stained lips. Samara would listen to the seer rant about her life and about its brief peaks and the more consistent troughs, about how she had lost her arm, about her stones and what they had whispered to her on stormy nights. A seer was never supposed to look at her own future, so she had said, but Lilith had been stupid enough to look. She had evaded that future ever since, living off wine and demon blood, becoming twisted and bitter from both. Fate could be evaded, but not for long. Samara sighed as she watched the old seer draw circles around her stones with a long fingernail. Lilith had raised her, after all. For whatever reason, be it her selfish, thirsty ways, or a promise to her dead father, vice, or maybe even something resembling fondness, Lilith had taken Samara under her dusty wing, and taught her everything. The girl reached for her knife and a flask of water. The glint of the steel in the morning sunlight caught Lilith's eye and she looked up, wary. Samara held the knife with its blade pointing down and dug it into the soft flesh of her palm. She barely winced. Blood sprang into the sunlight, eager to escape, and began to pool in her hand. Samara put the knife down and reached for the flask. Holding the mouth of it between her fingers, she tilted her hand so that the blood dribbled down its throat. She held her hand there for several minutes, until the cut began to close up of its own accord. The blood dried a purplish brown on her skin. Lilith could already feel the saliva flooding her mouth. When Samara silently handed the flask to her, she couldn't help but snatch it from her young hands. The girl went back to her cooking, and said nothing. Lilith turned away from her and began to sip, and then gulp, and then slurp at the bloody water. The pain came as it always did, and Lilith curled up into a convulsing, sweating ball for the rest of the afternoon. When she awoke, night had fallen, and there was a shred of blanket covering her shoulders. The fire was still burning and the second chicken was now rotating above it. Samara sat on the opposite side of it. She was hunched over but wide awake. Her face was expressionless. Lilith, on the other hand, was not herself. The gray had disappeared from her hair and face, and now pinpricks of crimson dotted her cheeks. Her skin had pulled itself together. Her eyes had lost some of the dull mistiness they had been clutching. Lilith looked down and attempted to wiggle the fingers of her withered arm. Rewarded by a faint twitching, she cackled quietly to herself. Then, remembering her seer stones, she cast about frantically for them. "Where are they?" she hissed. Samara pointed to the side of the fire and Lilith scrambled to grab them. She clutched them in her hands for a moment, warming them, whispering to them, before throwing them to the charcoal-speckled dirt. Samara looked on. Lilith moved her head from side to side, as an owl would look at a blind mouse. She looked up at Samara. "So, you want to go south, do you?" she asked, quietly. "I do." "Want to do what you were made for?" "Yes." "Fine." Lilith nodded and sniffed. Her fingernail caressed the red seer stone. Visions sprang before her eyes. She saw a mage walking out of the fog. She scowled at him, shuddering. Him. That face had invaded her dreams many a night, haunted her for years now. He was in his city. Krauslung called to her like a shout caught on a breeze. Another face appeared as the city faded, one she had never seen before. Strong, proud, scheming. Her stones whispered frantically. Years flashed by before her, unveiling futures she had never grasped at before. It must have been the magic. Lilith began to smirk, then smile, then grin, as decades flew before her eyes. They all came crashing to a glorious, bloody end. Lilith leant back, and sighed contentedly. "Then I think I'd just found the perfect opportunity," she said. Chapter 8. Take 2 hens and the finest goat, and make of them small chunks. With the innards, set aside for a later. Their bones and skins make the most mouth-pleasing of broths. Boil them so with a fistful of hewn onion, a basket weight of peeled soiled potato, and half that again of carrot. Be sure to remember the herbs, cragleaf, rosemary, rock thyme, and most of all, garlic. Seethe for a 2 hour, perhaps 3. Once thickened, take the bones and skin away, and add yon meats, the goat, the hens. Boil them again for an hour, and whilst it boil, grind the innards to a dust, and add a halfway. Stir one last time. Crack one hen's egg atop the dish, and serve whipped fresh bread. Translated from a very old cookery manual found in a cellar in Krauslung. If cities were people, then Woodhallow would be a corpulent, bloated slob, slumped and half-sunk in a marsh, still waving its goblet at the world with a sneer. It was a pit painted gold. A gash covered with a silver plate. Farden had half a mind to burn the whole place to the ground and put Albion out of its misery. In the last 10 years, Woodhallow had grown fat off the spoils of the magic trade. No wonder then that its walls had been moved twice to accommodate its swift and greedy expansion. But it was not just magic that flooded the purses of Woodhallow's finest. Slavery had come galloping to the marshes, poisoning its waters. Albion's unofficial capital now had another dark feather in its ill-fitting cap. Slave labor, hired to the highest bidder, and all for a gross profit. Farden loathed many things. Slavery lingered near the top of his list. Well, at least it would make killing the man responsible all the easier. He might even enjoy this one. The mage sat on a rock near the north wall of the city, munching on an apple and watching a gang of poor souls working on Woodhallow's latest venture. It was a huge canal, being dug 1 mile at a time, like a festering scar ripping south through the marshes and down to the mountains. No doubt Kilterin had been eager to congratulate this latest plan. Shake with the right, stab with the left, thought the mage. And he was the left. Beneath his muddy rock and a stone's throw away, the clang of hammers and picks and chains was painfully constant. Farden remembered seeing the children digging for clay the day he, Durnus, and Lacan had come to ask the dukes for help. He remembered the man in the top hat standing on the bridge, with his callous laughter. If he had known that this would be the result of those poor children, he would have drowned that man there and then. Hindsight was a wonderful thing, after all. Everybody is an expert at it. Farden didn't dare look too closely. There was enough disappointment in this city. Above it all, night was falling. In the west, behind the walls and spindly cranes, the sky was still alight with the dying glow of the sun. In the east, stars had ventured out, warming up for their nightly dance, looking west for their tardy partners. Streaks of cloud stretched out between them like rafters to the sky, the color of a bruise. Farden looked up from the busy slaves and tried to see the beauty in it all. It wasn't easy when his eyes throbbed with the pounding of the headache behind them. Nevermore wasn't without its consequences. It had been 3 days since he had last touched his drug. His body now felt weak and tired. The long trek from Fleahurst hadn't helped matters. At least the weather had been kind to him, there had only been a little drizzle to contend with. Now, he had a headache which would have embarrassed even the mightiest of hangovers. It threatened to hammer Farden into the ground. All he wanted to do was sleep, but he had a duke to kill. Ignoring the pain in his jaw that sparked every time he chewed, Farden bit through the core of his apple and put the 2 halves in his pocket for later. He didn't want to add insult to the slave's injury. He had already caught the eye of a few, glimpsed their pronounced ribs, hips, and every other bone they had to offer him. Farden picked his way down the sloping side of the granite lump and hopped onto the wooden walkway that provided the digging pit with access. It was covered in muddy footprints from the slaves. The mage set his sights on the glittering structure dominating the center of the city. Woodhallow's keep, like the walls surrounding it, had also bulged and swelled like the pockets of its more ruthless inhabitants. It had almost doubled in width and girth since the last time Farden had seen it. Fresh stone jostled with old masonry, making its walls a patchwork of construction. Farden tucked the corners of his hood into his collar and stuck his hands in his pockets. In the twilight and amongst milling throngs of people, the mage was almost invisible. Just another weary visitor on his way to gawp at the keep and the rich folk. Just the way he liked it. He closed one eye to keep the headache at bay and walked on. To peel back his cloak, however, would have told a different story indeed. Underneath it, Farden was carting around a veritable armory. Knives, daggers, vicious spikes, poisons, a short sword in the small of his back, he could have supplied a small army with what he had brought. It was his way of preparing for every eventuality. Without his magic, he had only his hands and whatever they could hold. When Farden reached the sloping road up to the keep, he was a little surprised, and a little gladdened, by the lack of guards standing at the narrow gates. Albion was obsessed by class. It wasn't unusual for cities to have concentric sets of walls to divide the echelons, to keep the peasants and the beggars from offending the eyes of the rich. That night, however, the guards were nowhere to be seen. There was even a group of beggars hovering at the empty, open gate that led up the hill. They were muttering agitatedly to themselves and peeking around its corner, as if afraid to set foot across its threshold. As the crowd around him thinned out, some disappearing down side roads, others in their finery continuing up the hill, Farden quickly fell in with the beggars, hunching over and rubbing some dirt on his cheeks so he would blend in. He listened to their eager whispers. "I'm telling you, there ain't a soul in sight. None of the spears tonight, lads and ladies, hissed the apparent ringleader. Tonight we get to see what the rich scraps taste like, said another, a leper by the looks of his scarf and gloves, and the way he stood to one side. I heard that if just one thing in their cupboards spoil, they throw out the entire cupboard. Full bellies tonight then. One of them, a woman wrapped in a blanket, turned to grin at Farden, and was immediately crestfallen to find a grim and dangerous-looking man lurking behind her. His grimy face was hidden from the evening's torches by a hood. Who's this?" she said, backing away. One of the younger ones piped up. "You a guard, sir?" he asked. Farden opened his dry mouth, feeling his head pound with every fraction his jaw moved. "I look like one?" he rasped. The ringleader, a man with a shock of bright red hair and a face that had seen the underside of a boot a few too many times, moved forward. "No, but you ain't one of us either." Farden produced a handful of silver coins. He winced as he held them out, his coffers were already dwindling. "Let's just say I don't want to venture up the hill alone. Pretend I'm not here." The beggars didn't argue with that. In wide-eyed silence, each of them took a coin. Some bit them to test their worth, others bowed or curtsied, and then, as if some lever had suddenly been pulled, they turned their backs on the mage and pretended he was invisible. Farden smiled. At least beggars knew the value of inconspicuousness, he thought. The ragged little group finally moved forward through the gate, wary and careful, as if they had suddenly been shown into a poison larder and left to their own devices. The guards of Inner Woadhollow were paid well to keep riffraff out of sight and mind. Were these poor souls, little better than slaves, caught lingering in this part of the city, it would be boots and clubs for them, and a swift trip back the way they had come. Farden didn't care. He wasn't there to beg. He wasn't one of them. However, discretion was his top priority, and to clash with a pack of guards was the last thing he wanted to do. He might have been searched, or worse, forced to fight, and that would raise an alarm quicker than a dragon could light a campfire. Farden kept his head down and his eyes peeled for quick exits and alleyways. But much to his surprise, they saw not a whisker of a single guard. Farden began to wonder whether there had been some sort of trouble in another part of the city. He had been prepared for a night of sneaking about, flitting from shadow to shadow. How fortuitous, thought the mage. The only thing they had to deal with was the wrinkled grimaces from passers-by, curled lips, and shivers. The beggars and the mage kept their faces down and their hands out for alms. Farden did the same, muttering with the best of them. The group of beggars shuffled on, deeper and deeper. With every passing street, one or two of them would peel off, licking their lips at the sights of bins and buckets nestled beside back doors. Farden soon found himself alone with the leper, who, like the mage, seemed to be heading straight towards the keep itself. Farden hung slightly behind him, staring at the stars emerging from the velvet bruise that was the darkening sky. The sunset was fading away. Woadhollow had begun to glitter and glow with torches. The leper turned around to look at Farden over the lip of his scarf. The mage couldn't help but wince at the scars and open sores on his face. "You got a name, stranger?" he asked. Farden shook his head. "No," he grunted. The leper chuckled. "So be it. I'm Burin. I'd shake your hand, but, well, you know." Farden said nothing for a while. Curiosity finally loosened his tongue. "Where you headed, then?" Burin pointed up at the building dominating the evening sky with a hand wrapped in dirty bandages. It loomed above them. They were getting closer now. The road had become steeper and cobbled. "The keep." "Same as you, by the looks of it." "Why, Dot?" "Could ask you the same question. Something tells me I don't want to know." Farden narrowed his eyes at the man. "Mark my words, you don't." Burin held up his bandaged hands with a chuckle. "No good threatening me, man with no name, I'm one step away from the grave as it is." He lowered his scarf to taste the night air. It wasn't an inspiring taste. "Some men in this city think we don't exist. Others'll tell you it's the way of things. But it ain't. Cities need schools, hospitals, places for people like me. We've got none of that. Woadhollow is blinder than a mole in a sack, he is. So, I'm going to tell him." Farden fought the urge to laugh. "Good luck." "Thank you," said the man, shrugging off the sarcasm. He coughed then, a horrible choking cough that shook his body. Farden paused by his side while he recovered, though he wasn't sure why. He could feel the looks of disdain and disgust from passers-by. "Getting worse by the day. You or the city?" "Both, Dot." Farden nodded. Burin took a few deep breaths before they walked on. He sighed. "I've asked the gods every day to heal me. Put those marketplace priests to shame, I do, the amount I pray. Men with death sentences always do, thought Farden. He snorted and spat on the cobbles. I learnt a long time ago that the gods only care about themselves. They're meddlers and time wasters. Is that so, stranger? Trust me. I heard it from a good source. You blame the gods for who you are. Whatever that may be? Farden shrugged. I am what time and circumstance have made me, he replied, echoing words a certain goddess had hissed to him long ago, in another life. As am I, man with no name. The gods didn't do this to me. Way of the world. But what good would light be without shadow to show it, eh? Look at these torches. Burin flapped his hand. They only come alive in the dark. Wouldn't know they were here if the whole world was on fire, would you? Farden stumbled over that last sentence, the leper's words tugged on a long-buried memory. His headache suddenly jabbed him, and the moment was forgotten. Burin continued. At first, I blamed myself for catching the rot. Then I blamed the gods. Then I blamed myself for getting others sick, and they blamed me too. I spent years on my own, just wandering about the marshes. I was lost in more ways than one, I was, but then I had one of those things that scholars have. Epiphanies, I'm told they're called. Why was I spending the time I had left moping about in bogs when I could be helping others? Even a life as cursed as mine is precious, so who am I to squander it? Life deserves better than that. It deserves to be lived, not endured. So that's why you're here, replied the mage, trying to ignore the wisdom in the man's words. To help someone? Burin nodded. More than just someone. As I said, one step closer to the grave than the rest of us. What have I got to lose? Your life? Overrated, in the face of the cause. There are others in this city that deserve better. If I can make a little difference, then that's all that matters. Farden resisted the urge to snort again. Morals and causes. Overrated, in the face of reality. The leper must have spent his youth inhaling books of philosophy and wise words, he surmised. He'd plenty of it to regurgitate. Farden looked up and noticed how near they were to the keep. Its main entrance, a huge set of double doors, was only a few hundred yards away. Here there were guards. Throngs of them, and plenty of people too. The babbling brook of fortuity had finally dried up. Farden slowed to a halt. Burin turned around and watched the mage tuck himself into a doorway and begin to plot his entrance. There appeared to be only one way in, and that was out of the question. Unless. Farden's gaze roved over the roots of the keep and the cluster of buildings that had been built around it. A drainpipe. A skewed roof, bristling with wind-torn tiles. Scaffolding. A balcony. There. It clung to the side of the keep walls, only 2 levels above the street, far enough away from the main entrance. The mage lifted up the back of his cloak and began to feel around in his haversack for his coil of rope and the hook. Burin sniffed. Thief, he stated. Farden shook his head. No. Much worse. Burin looked as though he was about to back away, but he stayed put. And you do this, for a living? Wouldn't call it a living. It was hard to tell behind his scarf, but Farden guessed the leper was unimpressed, grimacing. You may not be a leper like me, but something's still eating away at you, he said. Machem, Farden hummed, unwilling to give that a response. Burin shrugged. He'd tried. With a little sigh, he turned and walked away, heading straight for the main entrance. Farden lifted an eye to watch him go. Good luck, Burin, he mumbled. Burin didn't respond, but he had heard. His ears still worked just fine. Farden followed in the shadows behind. Successful or not, the leper would be a distraction at the very least, and he could use that to his advantage. Farden bit his lip, feeling the little sting of guilt for thinking in such a way. But it was cold, iron fact, he told himself, and he kept moving. The streets surrounding the keep were narrow, and irritatingly well lit. They were noisy too. As night had only just fallen, there were plenty of people wandering the streets, rich folk in their finery, heading to dinner, or home, or, if they were lucky, to whatever banquet the Duke was holding that eve. Farden worked a jagged path around to the eastern side of the keep, lurking in doorways or alleys. When he couldn't hide, he simply crouched down with his hands out, muttering about alms. It worked a treat. The people hurried past, ignoring him, save for the occasional gob of spit on his cloak or in his hands. But no shouts. No calls for guards. Farden could hear shouting coming from the keep entrance now, only a street or so away. A shrill squeal of a woman rang out. He quickened his pace. Whatever it was, by the time he reached the corner of the keep, between his balcony and the main entrance, the number of guards had doubled, and there was a throng of agitated nobles clustered together, clutching each other. They were all trying to get a glimpse of something inside the keep, but the guards were holding them back. "Keep back there. Be still, lady. Oi. No pushing. He's a leper. You want to get sick, do yer?" Burin had been a distraction after all. Farden quickly stepped into the bright street and put his back to the crowd. A throng of people rushed past him. Even a guard or two. They barely noticed him. Perfect. A few minutes later, the mage was crouching by a barrel of rainwater. In front of him was the eastern wall of the keep. A sheer construction, slimy with age, with no doors or windows at street level, just one lone balcony hovering about 30 feet above him. A single torch sat on its railing. The door behind it was closed, and its little window dark. Perfect indeed. Farden leant out into the street and cupped his ear. He could still hear the muted rattle of a commotion, tumbling through the streets. It was quiet here, between the low buildings and dark, grand houses. Distractions were wonderful things. Nobody noticed a double-sided hook, painted black with soot, soar upward into the air. Nobody heard the thud of its padded spikes as it caught the stone railing of the balcony. Nobody saw a cloaked figure run up the wall and haul himself up the skinny rope. The mage dragged himself over the railing and crouched behind the door. His breathing came in heavy slurps. His head pounded like a blacksmith's forge with the effort of the climb. His arms burnt. Farden grit his teeth. He had never felt this weak before. When the feeling had passed, he staggered to his feet, coiling up the rope and its hook. He left it on the balcony, just in case, and then went to try the door. Unbelievably, it was open. Farden had to keep from laughing. Whomever owned this room obviously hadn't expected any intruders to be so bold, or so stupid. Farden gently pushed it open, wincing with every little creak and whine the hinges made, and slipped into the dark room. He let the glow of the city light his path while his eyes adjusted. The room was empty. There was a large bed on his left. A wardrobe on his right. Somebody had laid out an outfit on the bed. Farden frowned at it. A gaudy pair of stockings with matching pointy shoes, a tartan tunic, and a jacket with ripped sleeves to show the silk lining. Fashion, he thought, a practice of the vacuous, the time-rich, a notion for the pyre. Farden barely resisted hawking a great glob of spit on the display. That would have made a nice accessory at the banquet. Farden was reaching for the doorknob when it suddenly began to turn. The door sprang open and the mage was abruptly confronted by a portly man wearing naught but a towel and a very confused expression. Farden's reaction snapped into life. Without hesitation, he grabbed the man by the throat, choking the shout that was about to escape, and dragged him into the room. Bang! He kicked the door shut with the toe of his boot. Thwack! Farden slammed the man onto the floor with both hands. "Where is the Duke?" he hissed. "Gurg!" choked his victim. "Come again?" he snapped, releasing his grip on the man's neck ever so slightly. Banquet hall." "Thank you," said the mage. He grabbed the man by his hair, lifted him up by it, and then slammed him back down, cracking his head neatly against the stone of the floor. The man went as limp as a sock. Farden knelt down and held a hand over his chest. His heart fluttered weakly, but it fluttered all the same. Farden shrugged and pushed the fat, naked man under the bed, using his own towel to wipe the little streak of blood from the stone, lest any maid come to check on her master. His head was pounding once again. All this excitement, he cursed. Farden tentatively reached for the doorknob for a second time. He turned it slowly, pulled, and a shaft of yellow light fell in to pierce the darkness. He pressed his eye to the crack and spied a well-lit corridor beyond. Two women in long dresses floated past, nattering softly to each other. There was a guard standing by a window at the far end of the corridor. The mage wrinkled his nose. This wasn't going to be easy. Farden leant away from the door and rubbed his stubbled chin in thought. Out of the corner of his eye he spied his reflection standing in a thin mirror beside the wardrobe. The mage leant into the shaft of light spilling through the open door. He grimaced at the sight of himself. If he were a guard, he would have speared the mage on the spot, no questions muttered. Everything about him screamed trespasser. Intruder. Deadly. Halt. Farden let his head loll to the side, looking at the outfit splayed across the bed. He took a deep breath. Very well, he told himself, trying his very best to think of the large sack of gold waiting for him back in Castletaine. No more than a minute later, Farden was standing in the corridor, dressed from head to toe in his stolen finery, and feeling very uncomfortable indeed. He pulled his tunic down for the 10th time and made sure his knives weren't showing. His tights itched. His shoes bit. The jacket smelled of flowers and scented oils, and his tartan tunic was too small. The man hadn't just been portly, but he was short too, and the mage, being a hint over 6 foot, barely squeezed into his clothes. The Albion fashion of long, flowing sleeves was his only blessing, they hid his vambraces perfectly. With a sigh, Farden combed his long, sweaty hair to one side, tried on a polite smile, and walked confidently towards the guard at the end of the corridor. The sound of his shoes on the carpet thudded out a death march. 1, 2, 3, closer and closer he got to the guard. Farden stretched his smile to the very limits of his jaws, fingers tightly clasped behind his back. Shoulders back. Toes pointed. He smiled and he smiled and he. "Good evening, sir," said the guard, bowing low and waving him past. "Evening," Farden cried, a little over-enthusiastically. He tried to smile even harder, but ended up grimacing, so he nodded and hurried on down the corridor, trying to keep his pace slow and calm. He barely managed. Silence. He had begun to notice it, hanging in the corridors and doorways like a low, heavy mist. Where was the music? The clattering sounds of banqueting? The whooping and drunken braying of the dancers? Save for the shuffling of his feet, all was quiet in the corridors. He soon found out why. Farden turned a corner and came to an archway leading out onto a balcony. The light and smell and warmth of a crowded hall washed over him as he left the corridor to lean over the railings. Spread out below him was a circle of tables holding a feast that would have made a beggar cry. Nobody seemed to be eating, just staring. Farden followed their gazes to a man in rags, lying on his stomach near the entrance. Specks of blood surrounded him. A trio of guards held their spears, at arm's length, to his neck, where a scarf had been tightly wrapped. Burin. The poor leper had his hands and feet bound by rope. His chest heaved slowly. There was a crowd of nobles and guests standing in a crescent around him. Nobody wanted to get too close. A large man in a purple robe was pacing up and down before him. Woad Hallow. Farden leant further forward. His voice was a low rumble to the mage's ears. Woad Hallow. He had aged badly. The paintbrush of time had daubed his face with liver spots and burst purple blood vessels. His hands were clasped across his ample belly. His gray hair had been waxed and combed sideways over his head to hide the growing bald spot that was threatening to usurp his hoary tresses. Even from that distance, Farden could see the skin of his hands were like parchment, flaked like pastry. And yet still he wore that guileful, inimical little smirk that the mage could recall from their last meeting, so long ago. His Nevermore had stolen most of his memories, burnt them to ash, but that he remembered. Farden thought of the slaves in the canal. He thought of the children digging for clay. He thought of the beggars rummaging through bins. He thought of the stench of the factory's several walls and a window away. He sniffed the air and tasted fat-drenched geese and sweet wine and sugar icing wafting around the hall. He watched the ladies and men in their finery shrug and go back to their dancing. He listened to the bards and skalds as they picked up their instruments as if nothing had interrupted them. He watched Burin as he was dragged away by the rope around his legs. Farden's hand strayed to the knife hiding under his tunic. This blade might actually do some good tonight, he thought. The mage crouched down behind a large emerald flag that had been draped over the railing and loosened his belt so he could quickly snatch at his knives. He had left the sword with his clothes in the room. It was too bulky to hide under anything but a cloak. Farden rubbed his forehead, cursing his headache. It still hammered away at his poor brain. His thoughts were a bruised mess. He clamped his eyes shut, clamped his teeth, and did his best to stifle them. When he opened his eyes he found an elderly woman with a knot of dark hair standing over him. Her arms were crossed. There was a stern expression pasted across her painted, powdered features. Farden jumped to his feet and adjusted his tight clothes, trying to smile. She pursed her red lips. "Madam. TSK. You men are all the same. Why don't you just go to bed if you can't handle your drink, She berated. Farden feigned a sheepish look and shrugged. "Just a headache, madam." The woman rolled her eyes. "Sure it is," she tooted, beginning to walk away. "The feast has barely begun and we're already knee-deep in drunks and lepers." Farden cleared his throat and combed his hair back into place. He hoped his disheveled, scarred face wouldn't attract too much attention. No doubt, in this crowd, he was a new face, and an unsightly one at that. He would have to do this quickly, before anybody became curious enough to challenge him. Farden peeked over the railing and saw the duke sitting at the apex of the circle of tables, surrounded by his lords and nobles. His fawners. A burly guard with a green cape emblazoned with the crest of Woad Hallow, a trio of boars on a harlequin platter, pushed his way between the guests and leant to whisper in the fat Duke's ear. Wodehallow nodded along to the secret words, and then excused himself from the table. High on the balcony, the mage began to move. He could sense an opportunity. It was time. As Wodehallow rose from his chair and swaggered through the clumps of people swigging wine and chin-wagging, a pair of gaudy shoes padded swiftly down the oak stairs of the balcony and onto the granite flagstones of the hall. The Duke paused briefly to take a goblet of wine from a passing servant. A woman, barely more than a girl, moved past him, a fair hand lingering on his arm. She whispered something in his ear and he chortled, flicking wine on her neck and chest. She giggled and melted back into the crowd. Wodehallow swaggered towards a door at the back of the hall. A door flanked by guards. Wodehallow reached the door. Farden was barely a few yards behind and swiftly closing in, weaving his way through the minglers and drunkards like a pickpocket. If this kill was to be public, then so be it. He would fight his way out, magic or no magic. He had done it before. Farden's narrowed eyes burnt into the back of the Duke's skull. His head throbbed with the music and the laughter in the hall, but he ignored it all. His sweating fingers throttled the handle of his hidden blade. The Duke paused momentarily at the door. He laid a chubby hand on its handle while he muttered something to the pair of guards. The mage seized his moment. He surged forward, pushing his way through a gaggle of guests like a river punching through a weak dam. A woman squealed as she was shoved aside, making the guards at the door look up. Wodehallow turned, and saw Death staring back at him. Death in the face and hands of a bedraggled, long-haired man in an ill-fitting outfit. His face was like steel, harder than the blade flashing in his hand. Wodehallow's flushed cheeks ran a horrified shade of white. Guards! He managed to gasp, before pushing through the door and hurtling into the darkroom beyond. Farden leapt after him, snarling. The guards brought down their spears, but Farden was already too close for comfort. A knife slammed into the eye socket of the first. A fist plowed into the groin of the second. Both men crumpled to the floor, one dead, one wheezing. Farden's head exploded with pain after the sudden, jerking movement, but he grit his teeth and ran on, dashing through the doorway and slamming it shut behind him. He was plunged into gloom. He felt for a bolt and found a wooden bar instead. It thudded as he rammed it down into its iron cradle. Farden turned around, and another knife snaked out from under his tunic, hungry for blood like its twin. The room was musty, low-ceilinged, and dark, lit only by a single candle on the far wall. It was also a dead end. There were no windows, and no doors save for the one at his back. As fists began to pound on it, Farden took a step forward and scoured the shadows for his prey. It didn't take him very long to find it. There, at the far end of the room, lit by the wobbling light of the lone flame, Wodehallow was cowering behind a crate of cabbages. Farden couldn't help but grin. This was all too easy. Wait, his pounding brain shouted. All too late. Something painfully hard and thoroughly heavy struck him square in the back of the skull, sending a shower of sparks surging through his eyes. Farden crumpled to the floor. The pain left him breathless. He gasped against the cold stone of the floor. It pushed against his cheek, urging him to get up. He lifted his hands and began to push, but a blunt object prodded him hard in the back of his neck. He slumped to the stone again. A line of blood began to wander down his forehead. The fiend never misses. Somebody chuckled. That it don't, Forless, that it don't, a high-pitched voice replied. Kint. It was unmistakable. Farden groaned with pain and frustration. Somebody crouched beside him. He could feel their breath in his ear, slippery like the blood that was beginning to fill it. The toe of a black boot rocked onto his left hand and pressed down. Farden winced. What have you gotten yourself into now, Forehand? Kint again. The mage didn't reply. His head swam with questions and skull-splitting pain. He twisted his head to watch Wodehallow rise from his hiding spot and waddle closer. A fine job, you two, he gloated. Kint and Fat Forless quickly bowed. They were wearing chainmail and leather, with surcoats emblazoned with the cat and daggers over the top. Thank you, your Duke. Thank ye, Lord, they chimed. Wodehallow folded his arms across his fat belly. Roll him over so I can see his treacherous face, he ordered. 2 pairs of hands grabbed Farden by his collar and turned him over. Farden tried to struggle, but he quickly found the sharp edge of the fiend pressing against his windpipe. Broken glass on rough skin. The mage tried to glare at Forless but just felt nauseous instead. He wanted to vomit. The upside-down face of Duke Wodehallow came into view, and an upside-down smirk as well. I recognize you, he mused. But why? Never forget a face, your lordship? asked Kint, swaggering about behind Forless, gathering rope and other things. Never in 100 years. It pays for a man of my position to recall every fellow you deal with, especially one as dangerous as this. Dangerous, is he? Forless couldn't help but chuckle, that low, burly grunting. Wodehallow leant closer. He peered into the mage's glazed eyes. Indeed. This man isn't just your average assassin. I wonder where young Duke Leith found you then, Wodehallow stood straight and kicked Farden viciously in the ribs with the pointy toe of his silk shoe. Farden coughed and spluttered. Kiltirin was right after all, what a vicious card that plucky young bastard Leith has been hiding up his sleeve. And barely off his mother's tit too. Little shite. Wodehallow had turned an angry beetroot. Try to kill me, in my own house? My own city? We will have to teach him a lesson. That you will, sire, Kint nodded. As Wodehallow stamped towards the door, Kint threw back the thick oak bar and opened the door wide for him. Bright torchlight flooded the room, half blinding Farden in the process. Outside, 2 lines of smug-faced guards waited patiently for him, as well as a crowd of curious men and women. The dead guard had already been cleared away. By his side, the Duke leant close to Kint so he could mutter in his notched ear. Be sure to thank your Duke for his kind warning. And please inform him I will be traveling to Tain very soon. He and I need to have a very long discussion about how to deal with Leith's treachery. Of course, your lordship. I'll tell him. Wodehallow plucked one of the gold rings from his chubby fingers and dropped it into Kint's palm. Something for your troubles. Kint and Forless bowed low. Thank ye, sire. Thank ye kindly. Now, remove that bloody tripe from my sight. Do with him as you will. I'm sure you have some ideas, ordered the Duke. Fat Forless grinned and patted the ugly head of the fiend. That we do, sire. Still beetroot angry, Wodehallow stepped out into the hall, arms raised like some sort of victor, basking in the cheering and laughter of his fawning subjects. Kint and Forless stayed behind. Farden groaned. His ragged fingernails scraped on the cold stone beneath him, clawing for a way out. The pain thundering inside his skull was unbearable. He grit his teeth and held 2 hands to his bloody forehead. If only, he thought, in between the pounding. An itching at the base of his skull sent a fresh wave of fire through his brain. No. It was far too late for that. Far too late. Even if he could summon it, even if he let himself, the pain of it would kill him now, rather than save him. No. He had banished it a long time ago. He had sworn. As Kint half-closed the door, Forless stood over the prostrate mage. He smacked his palm rhythmically with the fiend. Kint soon joined him, and together they stared down at the gasping, bleeding mage. What now then? Farden coughed. This is it? Clubbed to death in a storeroom? Oh, just you wait, forehand. We got a little business to take care of first, said Kint. Forless bent down, not without some difficulty from his ample belly, and began to fold one of the mage's sleeves. Farden wrenched his arm away, wide-eyed and frantic, but Kint kicked him hard in the ribs. He relented with a rasping wheeze. Forless pulled the mage's sleeve up past his wrist, and a splash of red and gold sparkled in the half-lit room. Well, ain't that a pretty sight? He mumbled, fingers roving the vambrace folds and joins. Look at that. Duke was right after all, muttered Kint. Forless looked up. What, you think he was lying? Kint had produced a blade. He twirled it around in his left hand while his eyes hungrily tugged at the armor on the mage's forearm. No, I just never thought this bastard would be that special. Scalustan armor. Well, I never. Farden tried his best not to laugh, nor to vomit. Scalustan, you brainless shit. Kint's face flashed with rage. He dropped to his knees and seized Farden by his left ear. The tip of the blade nicked his earlobe. Listen ere, Farden. Right now, you ain't in the place to be insulting anyone. So why don't you just shut it, or I'll see to it that your tongue finds its way to your stomach. Got it, Dot. Farden didn't answer. His vision was slowly misting over. He could feel the blood seeping into the collar of his tartan tunic. Kint grabbed the mage's other arm. He dug the point of the knife into the sleeve and found metal underneath. A matching pair, he grinned. Where's the rest, Kint jabbed at Farden's pockets. The mage yelped as the blade punctured his thigh. None in there, said Kint. Next he jabbed at his shins but found nothing but cloth, skin, and bone. Farden grit his teeth. Kint was turning red now. He stared at his fat comrade. Forless shrugged. Where's the rest of it? Kint swore darkly. Not here, that's where. He yelled shrilly as he got to his feet. He kicked Farden again and again, square in the ribs. The mage doubled up with pain. Where is it? It took a while for Farden to regain his breath. When he did, a little smile crept across his lips. Why don't you ask your mother? She told me she'd keep it safe. Kint's face turned purple. He held the dagger high above his head, and would have plunged it into Farden's chest had it not been for Forless poking him with the fiend. Oi! Remember what the Duke said. No mage, no armor, and no armor. Kint bared his teeth. He made a strangled sound of exasperation in his throat. No use coming back, he hissed. He kicked Farden one last time for good measure and then went to get some nearby rope. Looks like we're going on a little journey, Forless. Forless began to chuckle again, that slow, dumb-sounding her noise he always made when sensing some delicious misfortune ahead. Such a laugh really did nothing to quash the low opinions of the man's intellectual capacity. He poked Farden in the gut with his ugly club. South. Kint folded the rope into a stout knot and rolled Farden onto his face. The mage could taste his own blood on the floor. South indeed. And a little east, if I remember rightly. Farden's insides died a little as his heart sank to his stomach. He had been followed back to his shack. Stalked, like common prey. The pain of that realization dueled with his headache for dominance. He closed his eyes but found himself holding tightly to consciousness. Desperate. The fingers of a man clinging to a cliff. He could not let Kiltirin get his claws on his armor. Kint and Forless were discussing something above him. You reckon you can keep him alive? I'm a torturer, I ain't a healer, Kint. I know that, fool, but what I'm saying is, does it work both ways? You keep him alive for long enough, don't you? Do what I can. Good, now roll that sleeve down. Don't want his lordship Wodehallow getting greedy. This armor's meant for a different duke. What's so special about it anyway? Who knows? You tie him up and keep him quiet, I'll go see if Wharton is ready with the cart. Right you are. The following thwack from the fiend sent Farden tumbling into a pain-soaked oblivion. Chapter 9. Greed is a curious monster. It has the eyes of a hawk, the feet of a cat, the poison of an adder, and the smile of a wolf. Traditional Skullguard proverb. A single tail of cloud split the sky in two. Farden watched it between the gaps in the virescent trees. Above, curious crows hopped from branch to branch, following the rattling, bumbling cart. They peered down at the mage like he stared up at them. They were silent and watchful. Never what a dead man wants to see. Only he wasn't dead. Dead men don't feel pain. The cart hit yet another rut and his head banged on the wood. Farden squeezed his eyes shut as another wave of pain crashed down on him. It almost took his breath away. He had been better off unconscious, he thought. Even though his neck was numb from the effort, the mage tried once again to rest his head on his shoulder so that it wouldn't collide with the wood. On this flint road, with the cart's ironclad wheels, Farden's pain-racked body felt every single bump and stone. Every single one. It felt as if they were being hurled at him. The mage gasped again as the cart hit another. The corners of his eyes throbbed. He hadn't even thought that anatomically possible. There were other tortures too, lying in the grubby cart. The tight ropes around his wrists and ankles were beginning to chafe, his shoulders and hips ached from where he was splayed out and tied down, and his skin was starting to burn in the sun, even weak as it was. Farden closed his eyes and tried to retreat into the quiet semi-conscious darkness inside him, a place where he could cling to life but where the pain subsided. He was almost there when a deep voice dragged him back. You still alive, Forehand? It yelled. Forless was squinting at him. Farden moved his head so he could glare at him. A man, the guard from Tain with the broken face, Wharton, if Farden recalled, sat beside him. He was staring intently at the mage. Kint was on Forless' other side. He was busy driving the two cows that pulled their cart. There was a fourth man somewhere nearby. He could hear him whistling a lively tune from somewhere, walking beside the cart. Farden cursed all four of them under his breath. I said, are you alive? Farden's only reply was to close his eyes and lift his middle finger up. Even that little movement hurt, but it was worth it to hear Fat Forless grunt with anger. Moments later, he was splashed in the face with ice-cold water. The mage choked, but then quickly tried to lick it from his cracked lips before it slipped away. Well, there goes your fucking water ration for the day. Enjoy. Idiot. Another bump in the road, another skull-splitting thud. Farden squeezed his eyes tight, retreating into his darkness. In the gloom of his mind he could see a candle on a little wooden table, beset on all sides by thick shadows. Wind and rain prowled at the edges of the darkness. The candle was weak, but alight, afraid. Farden put his tired head on his shoulders and concentrated on keeping his candle lit. "Always were a stubborn bastard," said a voice in his head. "Maybe this time it'll keep you alive." The cart bumbled on, led by its docile white cows, deep into the east. The forest around them died away, soon replaced by scrub and moorland, miles and miles of it. There wasn't a landmark in sight, only hills, gorse bushes, and the winding flint road. Kint and Forless chatted idly between themselves, swapping stories of guts and glory. Wartan occasionally grunted something. All the while, the fourth man, who seemed perfectly content to let the miles trundle by under his feet, kept to his whistling. Farden floated in and out of consciousness as the hot day turned into desperately cold, shivering night, and then into blistering day once again. It was all a matter of moments and brief glimpses of the sky and a bumpy road, all sense of time and distance melted into flashes of pain, and a candle in the dark. Such things are dreams. It was only when the mage cracked open his swollen and sunburnt eyelids and saw a silvery gray tangle of skeletal branches resting against a gray-blue sky that he truly awoke. A tree. An ash tree if he wasn't mistaken. Just like the one that sat on the hill above his little shack. Farden tried to sit up but the ropes dragged him back down. He caught a quick glimpse of the countryside over the edge of the cart and groaned. Fleahurst. Against the stench of his sour sweat and sticky blood, of greasy wood and tired cow, he could taste salt in the air. He could hear the hissing of nearby waves. Farden groaned. "Home sweet home," laughed Kint, from somewhere nearby. Farden looked up as far as he could, trying to ride the dizziness. His mouth tasted like ash. The four men lingered at the tail of the cart, smoking their pipes. Forless idly twirled his club around in circles, laughing that doltish laugh of his. The other man, Wartan, was silent and expressionless. The last, the one Farden rightly guessed to be the whistler, simply tipped his flat hat and smiled. It took a moment, but Farden slowly began to recognize him. The man from the corridor outside Kilturin's room in Castletaine, the tall man with the shaven head and the broken nose. Farden put his head gently back and looked up at the ash tree, ignoring them all. Maybe this was just a nightmare. Maybe he would wake up. Fat chance. His head still had not stopped pounding. He was awake, and it was very, very real. He cursed at all as four pairs of hands set about untying the ropes that bound him. Once they were loose, Farden was dragged from the cart and dumped unceremoniously in the dirt. He wasn't even allowed a moment to rub the feeling back into his wrists and hands. After the tall man had bound his hands with some spare rope, Kint and Forless wrenched him upwards by his long hair and pushed him forward. It was a miracle he actually managed to stand. His legs felt like rotten wood. "Go," said Kint, pushing him again. "Show us where you're hiding the rest of it." Farden turned around to glare daggers at him, but found a spear tip pressing against his neck. Wharton was at the end of it, narrow-eyed and broken-faced. He could see it now, in that unflinching stare. The man had murder in his eyes. Farden knew it well. He lowered his head and shuffled along the dirt path towards the sea. Grudgingly, the mage led the four men down the path and towards his little shack. He desperately racked his brain for an answer or a plan, but nothing came. Nobody for miles. Not a soul nor savior, save for one rat. Farden thought of all the things in his shack, mentally assessing each one in turn to see if they could help him. A crossbow behind the fireplace. His little candle-carving knife, buried in the top of the lobster pot. Various pieces of pilfered cutlery. A pan. Whisker's sharp teeth. The mage winced as the spear nicked the back of his neck. He could feel a trickle of hot blood run down his numb back. When they came to the shack, Farden was pushed to the side and kicked to his knees. A brave seagull hovered on a thermal above them, mewing plaintively. Kint and Forless quickly went to the door, while the third man lingered by the step, arms crossed impatient. Wartan stayed behind Farden and kept his spear pressing against his skin. There was a bang as Kint kicked in the door. Part of the doorframe shattered under the impact. Farden stared at the dirt, there was nothing to help him there either. Hopeless. Inside the shack, Kint and Forless wrinkled their noses at the smell of moldy, rotting food, seaweed, and nevermore. Even for them, it was disgusting, a murderer and a torturer no less. Ignoring it, they began searching in earnest, pushing aside the threadbare furniture and smashing the boxes and chests that had been piled in one corner. Kint found a pan covered with a cloth. He lifted up the corner of it and wrinkled his nose at the foul smell. "Not in there," he muttered. Behind him Forless was busy kicking the stove apart. "Not in here either." Outside, Farden listened to the bangs and crashes, a little part of him dying with each one. A lobster pot flew out of the door, narrowly missing the tall man on the steps. He cleared his throat. Kint, Forless, enough. You're wasting your time. Kint and his comrade appeared at the door. There was soot on their faces. Well, ain't that the truth? Kint spat. What would you suggest then, Loffrey? Any bright ideas? The man called Loffrey adjusted his flat cap and turned to face Farden. He stared down at the mage for a moment, and the mage stared right back up at him. All Farden could think of was what he planned on doing to the man's face if he ever had the chance. Farden tried his hardest to look defiant, but deny it as he might, there was a dark hole of fear growing inside him, getting wider with every moment. Farden shivered even in the sunlight. The man, this Loffrey, tapped his foot on the step. What's the strongest part of any house? Roof? Ventured Forless. He was sweating profusely, as always. He wiped his forehead with the back of his grubby, travel-dusty hand. Loffrey shook his head. The foundations, you dolt. Rip up the floorboards. Kint clicked his fingers and the three went inside to start hacking at the floorboards. Farden's head sank into his chest. The dark hole kept growing. There was a grunt from behind him. You don't remember me, do yer? Asked Wartan. The mage didn't answer. He was too busy counting the bangs and crashes, moving his dry husk of a tongue around a sandy mouth. Oi. I'm asking you a question, Ot. Farden looked up at the man and his misshapen face. Whatever had happened to him had been truly brutal. No, I don't, he mumbled. The spear jabbed again. Wartan moved to stand in front of the mage. He crouched down, spear up, and pointed to his face. Remember Bean? Farden couldn't really care less. He had bigger things to worry about. I vaguely recall that pitiful hole. Wartan beamed. It was not a pretty sight. Well, that pitiful hole was where you broke me face. Remember that? I've been looking for you fair many years, I've waiting to get my revenge on the mage who broke me and my gang. Farden recalled a stormy night and a band of thugs. He remembered a man with a boot in his face, but the rest had been forgotten. Farden shrugged, wishing he had saliva to spit. Hopeless indeed. Then get in line. You weren't the first face I broke and you won't be the last. Ha! We'll just see about that now, won't we, mage? Farden didn't reply, but the man's words rang true. Wider and wider grew that hole. There came a shout from inside the shack. Rat! Farden tried to stand up, but Wartan kicked him back to his knees. Kill it! Shouted Kint. There was a chorus of stamping boots and Farden winced with every single thud. It was over in an instant. The mage strained against his ropes. It's gone, somebody said. Farden sighed with relief. And look what we found instead. The sigh caught in his throat. Moments later, Kint and Forless emerged from the door of the shack. In their hands balanced glittering treasures of red and gold. Loffrey was close behind them, hopping around eagerly. Farden put his head in the dust, straining and straining. Ain't they pretty? Forless chuckled. Her. Loffrey waggled a finger. Give one here, and make sure you keep your greasy, sweaty fingers from smudging them, you hear me? Forless nodded, looking to Kint. They obviously didn't like being ordered about by this man. Nevertheless, they did what he said. Forless handed Loffrey one of the gauntlets, and the man crouched down beside Farden. Well, these are beautiful, I must say, Loffrey began, pulling Farden's head up. The mage's dust and blood-smattered face burnt with hatred. Loffrey turned the gauntlet over and over in his hands. I do hope they are what I think they are. It would be a shame to waste all this time and coin, wouldn't it? The Duke would be most disappointed. Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. Do tell me if I'm doing it right. Farden growled as Loffrey put his hand inside the gauntlet. The metal contracted around his fingers and he clenched a fist. Incredible, said the man. Farden wondered who the hell this man was and how he had come to know so much about Skelusan armor. Loffrey closed his eyes and waved his hand in a figure of 8 in the air. What does it feel like? Asked Kint. It actually feels like nothing. Must be broken then. This from Fat Forless. On the contrary, gentlemen. Only very few people can feel the effects of true Skelusan armor. I bet a fair bit of coin that you can, mage, How do you know it ain't broken then? Or a fake? Loffrey shook his head. He tugged at the gauntlet and the metal peeled away all by itself, releasing his hand. Do you think that looks broken or fake to you, man? Kint had to shake his head. Forless piped up. What's so rare about this lot then? Loffrey sighed, a sigh of a man who had explained this a dozen times already. All Skelusan armor is rare, you idiot. It was made 1,000 years ago by the Skelusan smiths, who to this day managed to make the finest armor and arms known to mankind. That's why you'll only ever see it being worn by those who are rich enough to buy it, brave enough to steal it, or hardy enough to take it. So, I've seen some good armor in my time. The pretty stuff don't always do the job. Why's this lot so special then, aside from doing that shrinking trick and how bloody old it is? Loffrey bit his lip. Why don't you take your knife and see if you can scratch it, Kint? Kint drew his knife with relish. He held one of the greaves he was carrying in one hand and his knife with the other. With a screeching sound, Kint dragged the tip of the knife along one of the greave's steel scales. There wasn't even a hint of a scratch. He tried again and again, getting angrier every time he tried, until Loffrey snatched it from him. See? He said. Skelusan armor is magic armor. Some of it moves on its own. Some of it changes color. Some of it even burns you if you touch it. And what does this lot do? Forless asked, still sweating. This lot, gentlemen, is more than rare. So rare, in fact, that everybody thinks it doesn't exist. Loffrey turned back to the mage and lifted his aching head up and into the sunlight. How old do you think he looks, What would you guess? Kint shrugged. Not a year older than me. Or me, added Forless. Or me, said Wharton. And how old is that? 30? Kint looked around and the other two nodded. Forless didn't actually know. He had lost count a few years back thanks to the perpetual long winter and a poorer-than-average skill with a calendar. 30-ish, asserted Kint. Farden has barely aged a day since I last saw him, said Loffrey, and at this the mage narrowed his eyes, trying to place the man's face. And that was more than 15 years ago. Who knows how old he was then? Isn't that right, Written? Farden glared, confused, defeated. Doomed. If one looked close enough, it was possible to see the cogs turning in Forless' head. The man looked down at the armor in his hands. So how did he manage to get his hands on this? Did you steal it, Forehand? Kill someone for it? He asked, confused. Loffrey put his hands on his hips. That's what I want to find out. There was a book by that armchair. A diary by the looks of it. Go get it. Forless and Kint traded glances. Kint smacked Forless on the arm and the fat man went back inside the shack. He reappeared a minute later with a book. He gave it to Loffrey with a grunt and the man quickly flipped through it, noting the names and dates that had been scribbled down. Good, he said. Take those back to the cart, and be careful with them. Kilterin will have your head if you're not. Kint could be heard muttering to Forless as they walked back up the hill. So I can dig a knife into it, but I have to be careful putting it in a cart. Who's the idiot now? He said, quietly. Loffrey knelt down and grabbed the mage's armored left wrist. Farden flinched away, but quickly found the tip of the spear digging into the base of his skull again. He clenched his fist as Loffrey probed the metal. How did you do it again? Ah, yes. He pinched the bottom of the vambrace but nothing happened. He shifted his grip and tried again, but still nothing happened. Let go, Farden, he warned, pulling at the metal. Let it go, I say. The spear pressed harder, but Farden didn't move. He stared straight ahead at his shack and said nothing. Only when the butt of the spear smacked him hard in the temple did he move, and even then he just slumped to the floor. He didn't want to give Wharton and Loffrey the satisfaction. Loffrey was growing impatient. Let go. He cried, but it was no use, the vambraces refused to part with their mage. Loffrey was getting aggravated now. Kint. Forless. Bring me some more rope. This bastard is being stubborn. Kint and Forless quickly returned, eager to see what Farden was up to. Somehow one step ahead, Forless had already made a simple noose with the length of ragged rope, and wasted no time looping it about Farden's bruised neck. I'll show you how it's done, grunted Forless, as he yanked on the rope. Farden flailed as the noose quickly strangled him. Forless wrapped the rope around his shoulder and began to drag the thrashing mage up the hill. The man might have been fat, but he was stronger than an ox. Flints and stones raked at Farden's ill-fitting clothes as if the earth itself had claws. Some cut his flesh. Some bruised. Grass-whipped and dirt-choked, he gasped as the rough rope bit into his neck and made the veins there bulge. Farden's only saving grace was the 2 or 3 fingers he had managed to slip in between the rope and his neck. He pushed as hard as he could, gulping a few precious breaths, gasping all the while. The throbbing in his head became a fervent hammering, like that of his tired heart. The cold fear gripped him in a vice. The hole threatened to swallow him. Was this it? He found himself asking. He had forgotten how much he feared death. Something told him to pray, but he grit his teeth and refused. It felt as though it took an hour to be dragged to the top of the hill. But it was not over yet. Forless left the mage at the base of the ash tree to gasp and wheeze while he looped the rope over a low branch, about a dozen feet from the ground. Kint seized the rope and together they hauled the mage upright by his neck. Farden retched and spat. He had made the mistake of taking his fingers out from under the rope. Farden stood on his tiptoes as the rope pulled him ever upwards. He thrashed and gurgled and flailed and wheezed, but it was no use. No, no, screamed his air-starved brain. His greatest, coldest fear had come to visit. Loffrey was standing in front of him. Wartan and the spear too. That glint of murder in the man's eye had not gone away. Kint and Forless stood on the rope and waited. Let them go, Farden, or we'll have to see how long you can hold your breath, but... Do what he says, or I'll stick you with this, hissed Wharton, drawing a look from the others. Loffrey moved to stand in front of the eager guard, lest he do something dramatic. A nod, and the rope pulled him higher. His toes scraped the soil. Farden was turning red. Loffrey pulled on the vambraces but they still refused to budge. The mage clawed for his eyes and he stepped back. Farden, warned the man. With another jerk, Farden's feet left the floor, and he flailed even more. It took a moment for the despair to set in, the exhausted ache of already tired muscles crying out to give in and accept. He slowly stopped thrashing. Flecks of bark landed on his head. A twig rested on his shoulder. Farden stared out at the wandering landscape, eyes bulging in darkness hovering at their corners. The cart cows were staring up at him with blank faces. A crow was a fluttering speck in the distance. He could see a faint smudge of white in the west, a cottage maybe, his vision was blurring. Not a soul or savior for miles, just the four torturers standing around him. So this is it, he told himself, as he slipped into the dark hole of his fear. For a man toying with immortality, he had never considered how he'd go. He had stubbornly ignored it. A life of fire and blood and blinding light, only to be finally extinguished by the pinch of a rope on an ash tree. Killed for the very thing that kept him from death and an early grave. His precious treasures stolen. His usefulness exhausted. Farden looked up at the tree, for the briefest of moments hoping that he would see a rat nibbling on the rope that strangled him. But the blurry world before his bulging eyes was not so kind. Just a bare tree, waving in the breeze. The rope tugged at him and pulled him even higher. Farden writhed for another moment, but then sagged once again. Hanging. He'd never imagined that. Suddenly, the slowness of this death seemed graceful, painfully so, in its inexorable winding down. Strange, he thought, for a man to come into the world screaming, and yet leave it so silently. He had always imagined himself uttering some great proverb at the moment his heart stopped, some great stamp of profundity to linger in the ears of whoever listened. Perhaps a curse, perhaps some iota of defiance against the grave. Even just a guttural cry would suffice, a final lyric for the song of life. Not like this. The fear was numbed somewhat by the hopelessness of it all. The fight died with the air in his lungs. The darkness seeped into his eyes. So this is it. Words floated up to him. Cut his arm off, said Forless. We don't have to bring him back alive. A momentary flinch from Farden. Let him be dead before that. We don't have to bring him back at all. Duke's orders. A little barbaric, don't you think? You wanted the armor, Loffrey, time to get your hands dirty. A sigh. Do it. With pleasure. Might even take one of his fingers for a trophy. Her. Forless laughing. If there was one sound Farden hoped not to go out to, it was that. The air had left him now. His hands and legs were going numb. He felt the cold kiss of a blade on his arm and a sharp flicker of pain run up it. It was over in a second. Farden closed his eyes and listened to the dwindling of his heart. That bloody armor has dulled my blade. Get another then. Oh, fair God Sake, cried Wharton. If Farden could have opened his eyes he would have seen the man charge forward, spear up and glinting. The silver blade buried itself neatly between his ribs. Farden momentarily burst into life, gurgling with pain. He kicked his legs, once, twice maybe, and then sagged again. His head lolled to his chest, eyes half closed but glazed over. Wharton left the spear in the mage's ribs. It dangled oddly like some grotesque, unwanted limb. The man spat on the mage's foot and grinned at the others. Been waiting on that fair years, he said. Down on the grass, Kint was just about to clout Wharton in the face when there came a thud, closely followed by another. The men turned to see two vambraces lying in the grass. Drops of blood began to drip on them, some from the spear, some from the mage's arm. Loffrey quickly grabbed them and hurried to the cart. "Job done," said Kint, sneering at the mage dangling in the wind like a ghoulish fruit. Forless wrapped the rope around the tree trunk and tied it off. "Goodbye, old forehand. Sleep well," he chuckled, even having the sadistic audacity to blow Farden a kiss. The four men climbed into the cart. The wide-eyed cows were whipped into action, and within minutes they were trundling down the Flint road and disappearing into the west. Farden, wrapped in darkness, watched it go through narrow slits. The pain was melting away with every arduous pound of his dying heart. The chasm of death, black like the innards of an elf well, was yawning, and Farden was falling down it. So this is it, he told himself, as his heart came to a faltering stop. His eyes stayed open just long enough for him to see the sun fade behind a cloud and send shadows flitting across the moorland, the crow swooping to catch something, and the dark blotch of a figure standing in the distance, boots kicking flints from the road. Part 2. To the Dead, Revenge. 1568 years ago. Stonefoot. A subtle slide of the leg. Back as straight as a flagpole. A slight bend of the knees. Corin felt the ground grip him as he felt it with his cold, bare toes. To Hephaestus. The blade flicked up over his head. His grip slid down its handle, cupping the pommel stone. He held it as if were the bitter wind itself. To Shiver Stance. Feet slid swiftly back over frozen soil. Elbows dropped like bricks. The longsword swung in sweeping figure of 8 arcs. The metal whined as it spun through the morning air. There was a pause as Gaspard walked around him, ducking the blade to test the tension of the lad's arms and legs. He nodded, to himself more than Corin, and held up a thick wooden staff. Corin shifted his weight in his windmilling blade and clove the staff in two with a cracking thud. The splinters had barely landed before he was back in stance. "Good," smiled Gaspard. "Into Dawson." Corin grunted as he wrestled the momentum of the heavy sword into stillness. With a clap of his bare soles on the earth, he jumped and landed with his legs split, one forward, one back, sword jutting upwards into an imaginary throat. "Who are you aiming for? Bolimuel?" chided Gaspard, knocking the tip of the sword down a good foot with what was left of his staff. Waterfall, and to salute, came his last instruction. Corin rose to his tiptoes, swung the sword in a low arc, and then slammed his heels together. He flicked the imaginary blood from its edges, held the cold blade to his nose, then sheathed it. "I say." "Very good, lad," Gaspard remarked. "Keep on like that and you'll be better than me." Corin nodded and bowed. "Will you tell me now?" he asked, calming his breathing. Gaspard rubbed his mustache. The insistence of the young, he mused. With an expression that feigned annoyance, he gestured to the edge of the training platform, where the tower fell away to empty space and far below ice, the place where Corin spent his spare hours every night and morning, watching the wolves in the distance. "This way," Gaspard ordered. Corin followed and together they stood over the icy countryside, as if they were vultures. A year had passed since he had toppled Bolimuel. A year since the pens had barked his name into the misty sky. A whole year can mean everything. It had felt like 10. Did he feel different? Corin couldn't begin to count the ways. He looked down from the vista to his fists. They were white after the morning's practice. His knuckles were in a constant state of callus. He looked to his bare arms. The scars of sparring and conditioning were like worms under his tan skin. He couldn't help but smirk. Where once his body had been that of a farm boy, lean, average, scrawny in places, powered only by passion, it was now carved from steel, trained and beaten into a powerful machine, like one of the forge engines the smiths kept in their caverns. With every tough new day that passed, he felt more like a visitor in a stranger's body. It could now do things and move in ways that he had thought impossible, things that a year of constant and relentless training had beaten into him. He no longer thought about doing something, he simply did. Training. Corin shook his head. Torture, more like, but both turned a man as hard as he. And he had loved almost every moment of it. His mind had flourished with his body. It too had become a confident and practiced machine. Calculating. Silent. Controlled. That fire that had burnt in him through the testing, the fire that long ago had driven him to sneak out the green wooden door of his father's farm that cold, misty morning, still burnt as strong as ever. Bolimuel and Gaspard had taught him to nurture it and channel it. What he lacked in experience he made up for with pure yearning. The more he trained, the further away the farm slipped. On the long nights, watching the slow dance of the moon and the misty blue tendrils of the wake flutter through the starfields, Corin sometimes allowed a tired, but contented smile to wander onto his face. He had escaped his peasant name and its muddy, pig-filled destiny. He had defeated his father's ideas and become the man he had always dreamt of being. The man of his grandfather's stories. A warrior like those in the storybooks he had pilfered from old Grast's library. One of 9 elite men and women chosen from thousands. But one question yet remained. Elites they were. That was unquestionable. Chosen they had been. But for what? "They're allowing us 1 month," said Gaspard, more to the wind than to Corin. Corin almost didn't hear him. "They're what?" "Allowing us a month. Sending us home to say our final goodbyes." The news was like a hot stone in his throat. "Why?" "The pens and their ways, dear boy. We'll never fathom them. We've barely seen another human besides ourselves and our minders in the last year, and now they're turning us loose for an entire month." Corin frowned. "What if some of us don't want to come back?" Gaspard laughed heartily at that. "Good one, lad. I do not suppose we should fear such a thing from you now, should we? Gale's been moaning again. Says he's tired of all the mystery. Lop never stops talking of his tribe. We'll have to see then, shall we not?" Chuckled Gaspard. He was a man obsessed with his own mustache. He was always either stroking it or combing it. Corin had always imagined that it made up for his baldness, and that was why Gaspard was intent on keeping it. "Something tells me that we are almost at the end now, lad. We're close to the reason why we're here. Why else would they give us such a treat?" "Is that how you see it? A treat?" "Of course. Did you know I have over 20 brothers, Corin lad?" "That I do. I've damn near forgotten all their names. Whatever is to become of us, I should like to see them one last time. Perhaps that is why the pens are doing this." "Well, I don't see it as a treat." "No, from what little you have told us of your home, I highly doubt you would," Gaspard hummed. He turned around and clapped Corin lightly on the back. "You're not going back, are you?" Corin shook his head. Gaspard made for the indoors. "Go home, lad, see your father. If you were my son, I would be proud," he called. Corin waited until he heard the thump of the tower door closing before replying. "If only you were my father, Gaspard. If only." Chapter 10. I don't understand all these street yellers and godhuggers. There are too many to keep count these days. Can't hardly tell the difference between them all. I know the main ones. There's the enlightened brotherhood, the ones with the shaven heads. And who are they? They're the ones who think the gods speak directly to them. And they'll charge you a fistful of coin to hear what they say, too. Snobby goldmakers. Figures. Then there are the Thunderites, Thrawn worshippers, and siren fanciers, those are. Think Thrawn single-handedly saved us in the battle. Then you've got the company of souls. They think you have to earn the gods' love by repentance and humility and beating yourself with a stick. Then there are the voices of Jotun. An Albion movement, worshipping their earth god. The ranks of starry vengeance. Word has it they think the gods want battle and death. Think humanity has gotten all soft. Want a war. And of course the glorified remnant. Strange crowd. They think magic has caused all Krauslung's problems. From Vice to the old Siren War. They want the mages and the written disbanded. Sound like a clever lot. And then you've got the knights. The knights? Are those the moon worshippers? No, the knights of fortuitous balance, so they're called. Avernia worshippers, and rightly so. Dangerous, so I hear. Dangerous? Let's just say that people who speak out against them and their goddess tend to go, missing. Dear me. What a mess. What is the point of all this? It gives me a headache. It's our human right to ask questions, old chap. The squabble is over who has the answers. And what questions are these idiots supposed to be answering? I just don't see it. Why, the biggest question of all. And what's that then? What do you believe, Dot? Conversation overheard between 2 city guards on the night watch. Transcribed by a passing Arfel scholar. Krauslung awoke to a morning full of mists and the prospect of sunshine. Between the winding streets, windows were opened and people ventured out into the day. The quiet shuffle of shoes and heels on cobbles, shops being opened, markets being filled, and the murmurs of morning conversations floated into the air and joined the smells of bakers and fish stalls preparing themselves for the day. It was Croslung at its most peaceful state, when the drunks from the night before had either fallen into bed or into a gutter, when the city was still yawning, teetering on the precipice of another busy day. On the western side of the city, where the morning mist still wafted around the roots of the buildings, a man bedecked in sparkling armor emerged from a guardhouse and stretched, relieving his aching muscles. Modron stared up at the glistening, sheer walls of the Arcathedral, several streets away. If he looked hard, he could see the wooden cranes and scaffolding atop its lofty reaches, already in the process of being dismantled. And if he had really looked, he might have been able to see a tiny speck hovering high above them, gliding and swooping with impatience. Ilios, eager for his new nest. Modron finished his stretching and stepped out into the city, emerald cape swirling around his steel knees. It was a quiet morning, a peaceful one. The best kind. The mists caressed the buildings and turned the streets into veins of ethereal dreams. The sort he liked to start his day with, the kind where he could patrol unhindered. The peaceful morning was abruptly shattered by a horse screeching. Beware the magic devils in our midst. They seek to pervert the course of human nature. With a sigh, the undermage stopped in his tracks, placing his brow firmly between his finger and thumb. Not today, he prayed. Not this morning. His pleas went ignored. More shouting split the silence. There. That one. Ringleader of the abominations himself. Undermage Modron is his name. Modron turned to face his heckler. A man, a skinny fellow in a violently purple robe, with his hair braided in a long tail, was standing on a wooden box on the corner between two alleyways. Upon seeing the dangerous look in the captain's eyes, he cleared his throat and turned around, wobbling slightly on his rickety pedestal. He raised his arms to his listeners, what few of them there were, and shouted some more. Heed my words, friends. We of the glorified remnant are campaigning for the banning of magic users in this city. There is an epidemic, friends, an epidemic in the streets of this fine city. There was a pause as the man took a quick glance at the undermage. Modron had taken several large steps forward. The man gulped, but continued nonetheless. An epidemic that wears armor and green cloaks, an epidemic that would see this city fall into ruin again should it be allowed to remain. The man threw his hands wide to his audience, a little crescent of people that hovered in the middle of the little cobblestone intersection. Some tittered between themselves, shaking their heads at this apparent madman. A few others nodded earnestly and elbowed each other to agree. Others wandered past, a range of intrigue and bemusement on their faces. Modron, on the other hand, had seen quite enough. He took another step forward. You mean this sort of green cloak? He asked loudly, making the man jump. Modron smiled as he brushed a bit of dust from his shoulder and picked at a stray thread. It's more of an emerald, really. The man took one look at the written and held his arms across his chest. I will not wither in the presence of this dangerous beast. Do you see, friends? We live in the shadow of a marble dictatorship. We are not free, we live at the mercy of the magic users. Modron took hold of the man's robe and gave it a sharp tug. The man swiftly came free of his box. A few people in the crowd sniggered. Others shook their heads and muttered darkly. Come on now, I only want to have a little chat, said Modron, keeping his smile firmly on his face. But, the man protested, but it was of no use. Modron's grip was one of steel. The man was trapped. Cloth shoes dragging and stumbling, he tried to keep up with the undermage's swift pace. His boots thudded in time to his words. You know what gets me about you remnant lot? Modron was saying. Out of all of the preachers and raving lunatics filling our streets, you've got to be the stupidest of them all, he laughed. The man had gone a sickly shade of white. He tripped momentarily, but Modron hauled him straight back up and marched him on. He ventured. I'm glad you realize it. But... Modron shook his head in mock disbelief. But of course. Who would imagine that a city like this, a city with a proud past, a past, I might add, that has always been rooted in magic, protected on all sides by brave mages and written and governed by two of the kindest and most virtuous archmages the history books have ever had the pleasure of knowing, could breed such an ungrateful, idiotic band of simpletons such as yourselves? The man was sweating now. You? Modron clapped a hand to his forehead. You wouldn't believe it, would you? How can anyone, after all the Magic Council has done to rebuild Croslung and keep the city together, believe that its people would then call for its dissolution? Not forgetting all the training my mages go through, and the good job they do protecting this city and its people from bandits, magic pests, and the like. Who in their right mind would try to have them banned and banished, simply for doing what comes naturally to them? Who, I ask you? Silence. Modron came to a sudden halt, throwing the man off balance and then pushing him hard against a wall. He pointed a finger in the man's face, nearly skewering his eye. You lot, that's who, he hissed. You got some gall to stand on a street corner and call me and my kind abominations. I've got half a mind to send you out with the next mountain patrol, and see how long you last with the wolves and bandits. The man shook like a jelly. Trouble, undermidge, sir? Interjected a passing city guard, intrigued by the man's whimpering. Modron snapped his fingers. Absolutely, he said. Take this man and toss him in a cell for a day and a night. See if you can find some of those repugnant souls lot to throw him in with. The guard, a young man with a shaven head, looked very pleased with that. He looked at the quivering man and then back to Modron. He raised a hand. If I might be so bold, sir. Modron nodded. Of course. We just arrested some members of the ranks. They might like to meet this one. The ranks of Starry Vengeance? Those are the ones. Perfect. They like a good non-believer. Atheists, I think they call them, sir. I call them idiots. Right you are, undermidge. The man clasped his hands together as the guard seized him by the scruff of his neck. He cried out as he was hauled away. Please, no. I haven't done anything wrong. Modron put his hands on his hips. Inciting dissent amongst the populace. Spreading fear and false rumors. Slander against the Archmages, esteemed Magic Council, the Undermage himself, and my own mages. Anything I've missed, soldier? The young guard shook his head. Not that I can tell, sir. Good work. Take him away then. The guard saluted with his spear, and, with a fistful of the man's violet robe firmly in his grasp, made for the nearest barracks, his quivering reck in tow. Modron waited until they had disappeared from view before rubbing his weary forehead. This city was going mad, once again, he thought. With all due respect, your mages, I want to know why we are entertaining these thoughts at all. Yelled Malthus Barkhart, from his bench in the middle of the Archcathedral. He was yelling for two reasons, firstly to make himself heard over the dismantling of the cranes outside the stained glass windows, and secondly because he was outraged. Livid, it was obvious in his blood-rushed cheeks. A murmur of agreement came from the council gathered around him. Malthus got to his feet and marched forward, pushing his way through lines of councillors. Most of them clapped him on the back as he passed, whispering and hissing words of encouragement. He shouted as he moved. I have it on good authority that the schools are now accepting anybody who shows the barest inkling of magic in their veins. Not only that, but I've heard that the costs we originally agreed on imposing on such admissions are being waived in favor of the sheer number of applicants. I demand to know why this is happening, and moreover, I demand that it stop immediately. Council Barkhart, began Durnus, listening to the impatient squeaks of Malthus' shoes on the white marble floor. He held up his hand, but the man would not be silenced. Farm boys, milkmaids, goatherds, sailors, are these the mages we want protecting our borders? It makes me sick to think of such magical gifts that we have spent centuries nurturing in our proud bloodlines, being shared with common rabble. I hear from Essen that the situation has become even worse than here in Manie's Mark. It's an epidemic, I tell you. Another chorus of agreement from most of the council, louder this time. Enough! Shouted Turfing, nursing his head. He had spent another night in his forge, hammering blades into submission. The pounding of his forge hammer was now echoing in his tired brain. This blasted meeting was doing nothing to alleviate it. The council slowly came to a simmering silence. Malthus stood a dozen feet from the twin thrones. Like most of the Archcathedral's great hall, they had been rebuilt after the battle with Vice, and now they were more ornate than ever before. They rose from the marble tiles like two saplings entwined around a curving set of steps. Their branches curved to form two high-back seats, gilded and inlaid with the names of every Archmage and Undermage since the Arca began. At their base, set a few yards to the side, was the Underthrone, a throne similar in shape, yet smaller, and painted with veins of dark green. For the moment, it was empty. Modron was elsewhere, another source of constant comment for Malthus. I will not sit here and listen to you moan and rant, Council. Present your views calmly and objectively, or don't present them at all, ordered Turfing. Forgive me, but it seems to be the only way to get through to you, Archmage Turfing. You look as if we're sending you to sleep. If only, muttered Turfing. Durnus continued on his behalf. I will explain to you and the council once again, Barkhart, that although we are enjoying a period of peace, I refuse to keep our guard down. We are using this time to swell the ranks of the army, and we are using what the gods have given us to increase our number of mages. This burst of magic isn't something to be reviled and feared, Malthus, it is something we can use to our advantage if a foe were to rear its head. A young councilwoman stood up and raised her hand. Turfing gestured for her to speak. What foes, Archmages? She said. Who exactly have we to fear? The factions of the crumbled empire squabble amongst themselves. The Sirens are our allies now. The Albion Dukes are growing stronger, but they fight between themselves for land and coin, so who? Who do we have to fear? I agree. Came a shout. Who? What of these written murders? Should we be worried? Is that what you're afraid of? Durnus shook his head. The murders are nothing except unfortunate events. Undermage Modron is looking into them. But the possibility of a foe, so far unimagined, unrealized, still remains. Emaneska is changing, and we will see ourselves protected. End of discussion. Soldiers and mages cost more coin than farmhands and milkmaids. Magic is for the elite, not for the peasants. Came another shout, a stance that more and more of the council seemed to share these days. The city's new sentiments were not just confined to the streets, they were creeping into the magic council and infecting the ears here too. Durnus could hear it in their hushed whispers, their corridor murmuring. Some, he suspected, were already part of the new cults, secretly of course, but they grew bolder every day and with every meeting. He heard their names hissed behind hands, the ranks, the repugnant souls, the glorified remnant, the voices of Jotun, the enlightened brotherhood, the knights of fortuitous balance, and something called the Marble Cops, a rather secretive faction indeed, deeply embedded in the council itself. Durnus sighed. Nobody knows that more than I do, came a shout. It was Modron, standing at the doors of the great hall, beside the newly restored statue of Avernia. His arms were crossed and his face as stern as a storm front. He, like Turfing, was barely in the mood for another cacophonous magic council. He walked forward, sunlight and stained glass painting rainbows on his armor. The ranks of counselors parted for him, silent. They knew better than to provoke him. Modron had never quite adjusted to the politics like Turfing and Durnus had. He was still a soldier at heart, and like one, he strained to confine his arguments to his mouth, rather than let them escape to his fists, or his flames, much to the concern of several council members. Modron pushed past Malvis and sat upon his throne with a clang, steel striking marble. He rested his elbows on the arm of his throne. I'm as worried as you are by this sudden surge of applicants, Council Barkhart. It makes my job harder. Then you'll agree that this needs to be stopped, Undermage Modron. The mage shook his head. No, I do not. I agree with the archmages. If an army marched up to our gates tomorrow, I'd rather have 1,000 peasants who know how to wield a spell than 1,000 peasants who can only wield a pitchfork. Something strange may be happening to this world, but all it takes to resolve it is the right training. That I can do. A man shouted from the back of the hall. Better we take them in and teach them, rather than have them causing trouble in the towns, or splintering off altogether. Turfing clicked his fingers. Exactly, he said, thanking the counselor with a nod. At least they still had a few allies. And who pays for all of this? Malvis challenged. They cost too much. We're already stretched too thin as it is with the rebuilding. A war-sized army in peacetime is a waste of coin. Durnus held up his hands for peace. Our coffers can cope. Malvis turned around and raised his hands to the council. For how long? I would wager that they're already running low. Soon you will be announcing new taxes, and where will we be then? Stunting our trade to feed an army we don't need. Unless, of course, there's something you're not telling us? And thinning your pockets, no doubt, Malvis challenged Durnus. That is what you are truly concerned about, is it not? Malvis turned to glare, but quickly remembered his place. He bowed instead, keeping his eyes on the floor. I fear you are mistaken, your mage. My humble coin goes directly to keeping this city on its course, to becoming an empire in its own right. The only true power in Emaneska. There were cheers from some in the hall. Others grinned unabashedly. Some even had the audacity to clap, as if it were some piece of theater. Malvis adjusted his ruffled silk collar. There was the faintest hint of a smile on his face. I only wish you could see that, your mage, he said, and then suddenly held his hand to his mouth, feigning embarrassment. Oh, my apologies, Archmage, he said. Close behind him somebody sniggered. Durnus stood up and folded his hands calmly behind his back. Somehow, he stared directly at the counselor, something which Malvis found incredibly disturbing. None required, Council Barkhart. Seeing as you are so charitable with your hard-earned coin, perhaps I can rely on you to help fund a new barracks for our prospective mages? As you are so very concerned with the advancement of our fine country? Malvis narrowed his eyes. He was now stuck in a political corner, and a public one at that. He could do nothing but bow once again. I will gladly discuss those arrangements with you in private, Archmage Durnus, he muttered. I am sure you will. Turfing also stood up. He quickly descended from his throne. Until tomorrow then, counselors, he shouted. The Magic Council, some 200 strong, began to filter out through the gilded doors at the entrance of the hall. Like a lumbering, many-legged beast, it talked to itself and chattered animatedly. Malvis and his little band of loyal followers held the rear. They were deep in hushed conversation. They huddled close as they walked away, like the poisonous spur on the tail of the council beast. Turfing, Modron, and Durnus remained behind. A few counselors came to bow and shake hands, some formal and polite, others overly eager to express their shared views. The Archmages patiently heard each of them out and then thanked them graciously. They needed all the supporters they could get. It took half an hour for the great hall to empty. As soon as they were alone, Modron slumped back into the underthrone. Today was particularly trying. And you only had to suffer through a tiny slice of it, sniffed Turfing. He seemed so distracted at the moment. Modron knew better than to ask why. Durnus didn't have to. Turfing coughed then, another one of his choking, rasping coughs that seemed to take him by surprise. He covered his mouth with the hem of his mage's robe and then ran a hand across his mouth. "Where were you anyway?" he asked, hoarsely. Modron rolled his eyes. "We had trouble before dawn, down in the docks." "What happened?" "A group of those Thrawn nutcases." "The Thunderites," offered Durnus. "Those are the ones. Campaigning about their beloved god on the western boardwalk. Not very clever to start denouncing all other gods, especially the god of the sea, in that area." A group of Njord-following shipboys took offense to their preaching. Took a couple of broken bottles to their necks. God's sakes. Indeed. There was a pause as each man took a moment to collect their battered thoughts after the assault that had been the Magic Council meeting. Turfing ran a charcoal-smudged hand through his hair. Like a drawn-out siege, his mop of black hair was slowly giving way to a silvery gray hue that betrayed his age. His blue eyes, now glued to the floor, were surrounded by deep, dark rings of tiredness, signature of a week of late nights. Still, all things considered, Turfing had just crept into his 70s, and although the lines were now showing in his dark, sun-leathered skin, he looked good for his age. And as far as any written was concerned, he was a marvel. Most mages never lived past their 50s, thanks to a combination of the madness and certain occupational hazards. 55 had been the previous record. Modron broke the silence with another issue. The written are starting to ask questions. "Which ones?" asked Durnus. His face, as always, had the appearance of a crinkled old map, bleached by the winter sun. His immortality had locked his age in time. Cruel irony perhaps, that he hadn't been restored to a younger man, but those who are immortal hardly have cause for complaint. Modron held his hands up. "All of them." "Then bring them in. I think it is time they knew." Turfing looked up from this staring spot on the marble floor. "Are you serious?" "Very." Modron got to his feet and headed for the door. "Right you are then." As the mage departed, Durnus put his hand on Turfing's shoulder and let it linger. "Let us venture up to the nest. That will cheer you up." Turfing knuckled his eyes again. "I don't need cheering up. I just want the Magic Council to leave us alone, Farden back, and his bitch of a daughter to just kill herself and save us all the trouble." "Anything else?" Turfing was about to answer when he abruptly began to cough. He clamped his hand over his mouth as he hawked and barked, deep in his throat. Tears squeezed from his pinched eyes. When he'd recovered, he took a breath and wiped his hand on the hem of his robe. Crimson smeared across the white cloth. Turfing quickly clenched a fist. Sometimes, he was glad Durnus was blind. "I think that's it," he replied, folding the hem over to hide the blood. His friend chuckled. "You don't want much at all then." Turfing walked Durnus behind the thrones. There was a gap of about 20 feet between them and the back wall, and there, as part of the rebuild, the workers had placed a thick oak door with a silver handle. The design of a splayed hand had been carved into the wood and inlaid with silver. It was quite the piece of craftsmanship. Turfing pointed his friend to the door, and Durnus let his hands wander across it. His wrinkled fingers traced the cold shape of the carving. He sank his hand into it, finger for finger, palm to palm. There was a click and an echoing thud, and Durnus pushed the door open. Turfing led him inside. A set of curving stairs led them into a circular room. There were skinny windows set in the walls, stained glass panes depicting the Battle of Krauslung. The glass was so new that the dyes looked wet, fresh, like the memories they had been drawn from. Dragons swooped over gray walls. A dozen ships sat in a crescent in the harbor waters. Fire bloomed in one pane, brave soldiers in another. An evil, dead face grimaced in the last. The archmages paced through the room and headed for another door, one that was more like a giant misshapen porthole than a door. It too was made of painted glass. The craftsman had decorated these panes with feathers. Slate gray fading to a translucent white, the detail was so incredible it seemed that if the latch were to be loosed, the doors might fly away into the morning sunlight and escape. Turfing ran his hand across them. These were new, the final touches to what the workers had come to call a nest. Turfing described them for his friend, and Dernis smiled. He had the smell of the dyes and paints to enjoy, the taste of marble dust on his tongue. With the gentlest of pushes, the ornate doors swung open and revealed a long balcony with a spiral staircase on either side of it. Above them, the tendrils of marble trees pawed at the sky. Turfing and Dernis stepped out onto the balcony and ascended the left-hand set of stairs. The breeze was cold at the pinnacle of the archcathedral, but gentle. They could hear voices, the hissing of brooms, and the soft tapping of wooden mallets above them. The nest was finished. It had taken one long year to complete, but it was the crown to the archcathedral's brow. Sitting directly on top of the great hall's marble roof, the nest was a two-tiered tower built for one purpose and one purpose only, Ilios. Though the griffin was nowhere to be seen, Turfing could feel his eyes on the back of his neck as they set foot on the top level of the tower. A group of dusty craftsmen bustled nearby, packing their tools into boxes and sweeping marble chips and dust into buckets. Turfing looked around, drinking in the vista. Behind them, the vertical granite walls of Harja reached up into the sky and pierced the clear blue of the morning with her jagged peak. Directly ahead of them, far on the other side of Crosslung's narrow valley, was Harja's twin sister, Ursufal. She was a black arrowhead in the bright white light of the early sun. In the south, to their right, was the endless sea and a port bristling with masts and sails. Hazy smudges, flocks of gulls and rimmelings, parried with each other as they fought for scraps on the boardwalks. In the far distance was a line of black specks, the faraway islands of Scap. Between them and the coast, flecks of white and brown scuttled slowly across the water. To the north and left sat Manismark and the jagged range that was the Osvan Mountains. In the distance, dominating all, was Emaneska's loftiest peak, Laki. Turfing momentarily pondered whether there was a reason the mountain's name sounded so similar to the gods. He made a mental note to ask Heimdall. If the Archmage squinted, he could just about make out the cranes and the scaffolding around the new spire on Manismark Hill. It would never be as grand or as tall as the old spire, but it would do its job of housing all of the new mages. They needed a home. They had to have a home. If the wind blew right, Turfing could imagine hearing the thud of the giant granite blocks as they were lowered into place, or the hissing of the fire and water spells as the blocks were melted to join one another, perfectly sealed. Below the nest, the great hall pointed directly east. It and its adjacent rooms stretched almost to the precipice of the archcathedral. There the thick battlements clung on for dear life as the walls fell away like a waterfall of white marble, plummeting to the cobbles 1,000 feet below. Two skinny white towers teetered at the very edge. They were almost as tall as the nest. They held the twin bells, aptly named Harjet and Ursufal, that rang every dawn and every sunset. It was the nest itself that Turfing found he couldn't tear his eyes away from. Open to the sky, it was essentially a varnished oak platform, diamond in shape. But it was what stood around and over it that robbed a man's breath. At each point of its compass, a milk-white marble tree sprouted from the oiled oak and curled into the sky above it. Polished so that they seemed almost liquid in texture, each tree bowed to its opposite and joined together over the center of the platform, branches forming a knot of carved marble, willows grappling over an oak river. The marble looked pure white at a distance, but up close the tiniest capillaries of gray and blue mica could be seen under their skins. In the early sun, they threw strange shadows on the oak at the Archmage's feet, shadows that seemed to sway with the breeze despite the stone they were carved from. It was pure mastery. Art, imitating wood. "I wish you could see this," whispered Turfing, awed, a breath from Speechless. Dernis shrugged and smiled. "I wish that I could too, old friend." He was listening to the whispering of the nearby craftsmen. The wooden spars and tangled ropes of the cranes were slowly being ushered below. One of them, a foreman by the look of his spotless blue coat, came to bow. "All finished, your mages." "I trust you're pleased?" he asked. "Judging that Archmage Turfing is lost for words, I would say we are, Stonemaster Rhett. We finally have an archcathedral." Rhett grinned, tipped his cap, and bowed again. He turned to his crew of craftsmen and builders. "You hear that, boys? You've done a fine job," he announced, and the dusty men smiled proudly. Rhett turned back and a serious, slightly concerned look came over his face. "There was one thing, your mages, that I wanted to ask you." "And what is that?" "The, beast, sir. Now that we've finished, will he be returning soon? The only reason I ask is that last time he nearly frightened several of the younger men into jumping from the roof." Turfing looked up at the clear morning sky. I'll make sure he waits until you've finished. Master Rhett blew a great sigh of relief. Oh, thank you, sir. And again, you've got me and my crew's word that we'll keep quiet about him, he said. Glad to hear it, Turfing said. He beckoned the foreman closer as he reached inside the pocket of his robe. He withdrew a cloth purse, fat with coins. It clinked as he pushed it into Rhett's hand. For you and your men, whispered the Archmage. The craftsmen had already been paid, of course, but it didn't hurt to give them a little something for the taverns. Make sure it's used appropriately. Rhett grinned knowingly. Thank you, sirs. I'll make sure it is. The man bowed one final time and quickly rejoined his dusty and weary band. There was a moment of hushed conferring, and then a chorus of cheers. They turned, swept off their caps, and then bowed to their masters. An honor, your mages. Thank you, sirs. Much obliged. Came the shouts. Rhett thrashed about with his cap. All right, you lot, back to work. That's enough. When they had gone back to their tidying, Durnus sighed. Be careful that Malvis and his cronies do not hear of that little expense. That purse was heavier than we had discussed. Turfing tapped his nose. And luckily for us, most of it came from Elio's own hoard. Well then, all's well, Durnus replied. He twitched then, and sniffed the breeze. Do you feel that, Dot? Turfing slid the sleeve of his robe up his forearm. Even though the fingers of time and age had faded some of his self-inflicted scars, the deeper ones still remained, purple and silvery twine embedded in his leathered skin. But in the middle of them all, as stark as the day the whalebone needle had first kissed him, was the key tattoo of his book. And it was glowing ever so softly. That was quick, he said. Let us not keep them waiting. Turfing led Durnus back down the marble steps and into the tower. With every step, his tattoos grew brighter. They could feel it growing in the air too, the magic, the thick, hot touch of it, stirring and simmering as though the blood in their veins was coming to the boil. Durnus and Turfing let their own magic swirl and mingle with it as they walked, unfurling like wings behind them. Any normal person, unfortunate enough to be walking alongside them, might have felt the pressure of the airdrop, maybe even felt their ears pop or their chest tighten, the flash of a headache maybe, but they would be clueless as to why. The Archmages, and the written gathering in the hall, could taste it, smell it, hear it, wave their hands through it, even imagine it tumbling through the air like an unraveling rainbow, alight with fire. It was intoxicating. Dangerous. Such was how they had grown in the last 10 years. Turfing pushed open the door to the great hall and drank it in. His tattoos were now glowing white-hot. Durnus let go of his arm and found his way to his throne without the tiniest moment of hesitation or the slightest hint of a stumble. It was almost as though the magic gave him another kind of sight, one that Turfing could only pretend to understand. He took to the steps of his throne. Once they were seated, they looked out over the pitifully small group that stood in perfect lines before them. The written. The last of their kind. 26, counted Turfing. That number made his heart heavy. The written had once numbered well over 100. Vice's cruel battle had slashed their numbers by half. Nobody was more painfully aware of that than Modron and Turfing, for they had been responsible for a good number of written corpses that day. Corpses of traitors, mind. Farden's spawn had culled the rest. 24 bodies had been counted so far, over the years. Their numbers had been halved again, and mercilessly too. A dying breed, and no scribe to save them. Such was Vice's legacy. But the men and women arrayed in formation in front of them didn't look defeated, nor worried by their dwindling numbers. Every single one had their hands folded calmly behind their back, and each one wore a tiny smile on their face. Turfing had once worn a smile like it. As had Farden. It was a smile that smacked of confidence and power. A smirk of the elite. The Archmage looked at each of the mages and recited their names in his head. Modron's earlier words echoed in his head and he found himself smiling back at them. He would rather have 26 of those smiles, he thought, and know what caused them, than 20,000 men without. Durnus waved them forward, and one by one the written fell out of formation and gathered at the foot of the twin thrones. How did he know? Wondered Turfing. He looked down at them as they sauntered forward. Some of them wore gleaming suits of his newly designed armor. Some had been given Scalussan pieces. Some were still waiting patiently for theirs. Some were old, with scars on their faces, while some were young, some of the last to taste the scribe's needle. All of them were silent and calm. Their magic screamed loudly enough for all of them. Modron, Durnus called to the undermage, who was standing at the back of the hall. Ilesi was there, standing beside him. Turfing couldn't help but notice the frown on her face. Seal the doors, ordered Durnus. Modron nodded and gently moved Elessie aside. She went to sit on a bench by a window, arms crossed and face ashen, rubbing her head as if in pain. Modron wiped his hand across the gilded doors, first the left, and then the right, and two resounding thuds echoed through the hall. "Written," announced Durnus. The Written watched him expectantly. "It is time for you to hear why you have been training so hard," he began. One of the younger mages put her hand up. "Is this about the murders, your mage?" Durnus nodded. His face was grave. "My dear, the murders are just the beginning. There was a cairn at the very peak of Harja. The little cone of jagged pebbles was a miracle of balance. It had survived 100 storms, tasted 100 caps of snow, felt 100 different faces of the wind, and was now being stared at by a god. A tiny slab of rock sat at its foot. The ice and wind and rain had stolen the words that had once been carved into it, a forgotten time ago. Heimdall shifted his feet. His boots crunched on the snow that still stubbornly clung to the peak. An inch from his foot, the rock fell away into a sheer, ice-clad cliff, meeting the walls of the Arcathedral far below. If the god was worried by the stomach-churning drop, he didn't show it. His boots were firmly wedged in a snowy nook. One hand firmly grasped the side of the cairn, while the other shaded his tawny eyes against the morning sun, teetering on top of the opposite peak. He was watching two figures standing on top of the Arcathedral, one being led by another, standing under a set of marble trees. Heimdall turned his face to the distant west. There came a whistling sound from behind him, and the grating of claws on loose rocks and ice. A lion's tail flicked at the brisk morning air. Heimdall shook his head to the griffin's question. "I cannot see him, wait." Another whistle, more urgent. "Wait." "Yes, now I can." Ilios could hear the dark concern in the god's voice. He crept forward a little more, and put his beak on the god's shoulder. A pair of piercing golden eyes joined Heimdall's tawny pair. "I see death on him. He is not moving." Ilios clacked his beak a few times. His claws clutched at the rocks, concerned. "Maybe. It is down to Loki now." The griffin sighed, a musical little hiss. Heimdall shook his head, and stared down at the stubborn snow that was attempting to swallow his boot. "We will see," he said. "And hope." Ilios hummed a sad tune through his closed beak. His feathers shivered in the breeze. "No, we cannot tell Turfing. We keep this between ourselves, until we know. Understand?" The griffin clacked his beak once, and only once. Chapter 11. Old Adrin's dying wish cursed us all. Cursed this city. Cursed it with a murdering madman and a blind old fool. How dare such as they sit on the thrones and bear the weights? A Written? Such a thing has never been allowed, and for good reason. And Durnus, the blind old crone. Where did he come from? Who had heard of him, before the battle? It is too suspicious. They are unfit to rule, I say. They will see our proud country go to the dogs. Something must be done. An entry stolen from the diary of council member Malvis Barkhart, dated spring of the year 905. The light was slippery, a nest of eels. Their tails poked through the curtained window, stabbing him every time he cracked an eye. Sound drifted around him like treacle. Time was dust in his mouth. Voices were ancient echoes in his ears, drifting by on a lazy wind from a forgotten land. They were not real. They were not for him anymore. Why isn't he waking up? Hand me the cloth. Who did this to him? Do something. It's up to Time now. Time, the cruelest of mistresses. Time did nothing but wound. Farden had been in this place before, this cold, dark, and faceless land hemmed by black mountains. He remembered a ship, a half-drowned cat, and a shingled beach that stabbed him like a spear. He remembered a tree and rope. A crow. A shadow. Memories? Pondered the mage, dazedly, in a voice that echoed around him in the void, thrown back by the dark mountains that bordered his consciousness. No, not memories. Dreams. Mere dreams to be drowned by a deeper sleep. The mage felt the cold breeze of his void wash around him. He felt sand in between his naked toes, and closed his eyes. He was ready to let go. Dead men don't dream. The sand became wet velvet between his toes, icy cold. Farden opened his eyes and found himself by a ribbon of fast-flowing river. It was blue. Lanky shadows pushed him forward from behind, bodies half-realized in translucent flesh. They shoved and pressed against him, but the mage stood his ground, and pushed back with his own shadowy arms. Some shouted for him to move. Some jostled past to slosh through by themselves, but the water took them and swallowed them like a leviathan gorging on an overturned ship. And only the dead belong here. Farden twitched, feeling the spray as the river swallowed another. This was no dream. This was a thin stab at reality, the precipice before the void. Farden took a step into the icy water, and felt the pebbles grate against the faint skin of his feet. Back! Boomed a voice. Farden looked upstream and saw a ship surging towards them. The ship was long and narrow, sporting tall, gaunt masts that scraped at the mists of Farden's dream, sailless and empty. As it came nearer, flowing with the strong river, Farden saw it had a figurehead, and what a ghoulish thing it was. Half a vulture, half a grinning man, both spat from some nightmare. From its ribs down, ribs that had been picked garishly clean by its own curved beak, it was an emaciated man wrapped in a blood-red loincloth. His insides were all splinters and rotten flesh. His porcelain feet dangled in the frigid waters and kicked at the shadows that pawed at the ship's sides. From the chest up, the creature was a giant vulture, like the ones Farden had seen in the Parian deserts, in another life. An old life. In the place of arms it had wings, and they had been nailed to the crusted bow of the ship at many points. Some of the nails appeared to have wormed free and then bent back into place like rusty hook. Its head, that terrible head, was a giant beak framing black eyes. Dead eyes. Dead eyes that flicked back and forth from shadow to shadow. The creature was screeching at him. Back! Back, I say! It yelled, with a vulture's pink tongue. But it was the ship itself that was truly nightmarish. Now that it was close, Farden saw it for what it truly was. Not wood, no, nor metal. Nails. Innumerable finger and toenails, clasped together with some unholy magic. Every inch of the ship was fashioned from them. Farden felt the bile rising in his throat as the ship sidled up to the riverbank, scraping the shingle. You! Spat the figurehead, hanging over him. You must go back. You do not belong. Straddler! Farden turned around, seeing the faces of a countless crowd of shadows queued behind him. An impossible horde, miles and miles in the making. In the distance, Farden's eyes somehow spied a single light burning in the blurry dark. A single candle. Somehow he knew. Farden winced as a shiver of pain coursed through his insides. No. To go back meant pain, in every sense of the word. Farden took another step forward into the river. The grotesque figurehead began to squawk and flap. Back. Not today. The mage's feet were becoming numb. It was strange to hear himself say the words that followed. I don't want to. Straddler. The one who lives in a sea of dead, go away. Farden shrugged. He tried to remember why he had come here, but found he could not. How many paths can be blamed for a man's end? There had once been a woman. A child, maybe? He thought of a tree, and felt a rope around his neck. But I am dead, he whispered. It seemed so easy now. The incessant thoughts that had plagued him had finally been silenced. How simple and quiet it was by this strange river. The dead pushed him forward towards the ship. They were flooding aboard now, shadowy feet rasping across the nails of its decks. Something red and gold flashed through his mind. I planned on living forever, he remembered. Lost? Screamed the vulture. Take him away. Instead of pushing him, somebody behind him pulled. Hard, for a ghost. Farden was dragged from the river and barged aside. A pain began to burn in his chest, soft at first, and then blinding. We will see you again, winked the creature on the bow of the ship. But not today. Then when? Yelled Farden. His shadowy flesh had begun to shiver, to crawl. The creature shrieked as the ship moved on. Take him away. It screeched. Farden was lifted up on the arms of the shadows, the countless shadows of the dead, and tossed around like a buoy in a storm. The river and the crowd faded to blackness as he was carried towards the lone candle. Alive, in a sea of ghosts. Hold him down, woman. Hold him down. Somebody shouted, their voice muffled and strained with effort. A pair of dark shadows loomed over him menacingly. Smears of light painted the room behind them. Farden tried to open his eyes further, but they refused to obey. A pair of strong hands grasped him by the shoulder and Farden thrashed about as wildly as his weakened body would allow. Pain filled every bastard inch of his body. His throat felt as though he had swallowed a fistful of broken glass. Get the bottle. And the cloth, quickly now. There was a crash as Farden's foot caught the corner of a table. A cloth was clamped to his mouth. He tasted something foul on his tongue and in his nose. Farden roared out as the blurry world grew dark again. The next 2 weeks were a mere snap of the fingers to Farden, a dreamless blur of cold nights and dull aches. It was merciful in a way. While his mind fell into a deep coma, his fever raged like a bonfire through his body. His wounds spent the first week suppurating and festering, and then somehow, with the aid of Syria's needles and the foreigner's strange herbs, they cooled and calmed, and slowly began to heal. While his body burnt, Farden rambled senselessly for hours on end. Trafford built a bed for him on the porch so he could heal and breathe in the fresh air, and so they could get some sleep without being woken by his feverish, unconscious raving. Syria had never paced so much in her life. Trafford barely saw any sleep. The foreigner, Farden's apparent savior, did nothing but sit in the corner, smoking a pipe and producing strange liquids and herbs from his pockets when needed. It was on the 18th day that Farden finally returned to the world of the living. His fever had broken 3 days before, but the mage had turned a shade of ghostly white and had fallen deathly silent. Syria sat by his side, her head on his leg, a half-polished fork clenched in her drooping hand. It was the first time she had slept in 3 days, and she was snoring like a boar. A few yards away, the rain pestered the plants and flowers of the garden. It was a light rain, the tail of a spring storm that had rolled through Fleethurst the day before. The earth was silent save for the pattering and Syria's snoring. Farden cracked open a crimson-rimmed eye and saw a thatched roof hanging above him. Wherever he was, it was raining, softly but persistently. He could tell by the rattling of the wooden gutter above his head. He opened his other eye, and saw a doorframe, and a wall of dry flint, the color of dusty bone. There was a rumbling sound coming from somewhere. It sounded like distant thunder. A storm, he decided, after a moment of confusion. His thoughts were like sand trickling through an hourglass. Grain by grain they were coming back to him. With a great effort and a greater deal of pain, Farden turned his head to look out at the rain. The sight of it softly pelting the leaves and petals of a garden reminded him how dry and cracked his lips were. Farden tried to move his hand and felt a heavy weight on it, a weight that snuffled and croaked as he twitched the lazy, leaden arm. Thunder, it wasn't. The woman lying on his arm instantly sat bolt upright. It was Syria. She was almost as bleary-eyed as the mage was. "Farden?" she whispered, half in awe, half in worry. The farmwife quickly rubbed her eyes and then, for some reason known only to herself, she reached forward to slap him lightly on the cheek. Farden flinched, then winced as the pain blossomed inside him, like a thorny rose. The mage was too bewildered to say anything, and his throat was too dry to speak. He just blinked like a newborn, as she got to her feet and rushed inside the cottage. Trafford appeared moments later, his old face packed with the same mixture of emotions as his wife. "Farden," he said softly. He looked hesitant. The mage moved his raspy tongue around his lips. "You aren't going to slap me as well, are you?" he croaked, barely words. "Jotun, no." "Did she really?" "Dear me," old Trafford's face fell solemn when he saw the light red blotch blooming on the mage's one cheek. "She spent every hour with you these past 3 days. Ain't slept at all, bless her." "She don't mean it." "3 days," gasped Farden. Trafford quickly grabbed a bark cup and dipped it into a nearby rain barrel. He gently lifted the mage's head and held the little cup to his lips. The mage managed a few sips before he choked on the rest. He spluttered and Trafford fetched a cloth. 3 days, said Farden, when he had recovered. "Is that all?" "No, my friend, you've been unconscious for 3 weeks now, by my reckoning." Farden let his head droop onto the bed, hearing the gentle crunch of the dried moss and pungent herbs inside the skinny pillow. 3 weeks. What happened? He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to make sense of the dismembered pictures flashing behind them. A tree. A rope. A ship. Fingernails? "You died, Farden, several times," replied Trafford. Farden turned his head at that. His eyes were wide. "Stopped breathing on us more than once. You think Syria slapping you now is bad, you should have seen how she brought you back to life. You gave as good as you got, though. Tried to kill me, you did, when you finally came back around. You were bellowing something about ghosts. Rivers. Traitors. Nonsense mostly." Trafford's leathery hand moved to his throat, and Farden, if he looked closely enough, could see little telltale bruises on the old farmer's skin. He turned back to look at the thatch. "I'm sorry. PSH, you weren't yourself, man. Forget it. Anyways, you had a fever like I ain't ever seen. You burnt for days. It was only when that friend of yours gave me some of his herbs, what did he call them? Gungfoot? Gritfear?" Farden looked even more confused. If he could have lifted his arms he would have grabbed his head and shaken everything back into place. "Wait," he said. "Friend? What friend?" A moment of nonsense capered through his head, an image of a rat gnawing through a rope and dragging him halfway across the moors by it. Fardan shook his head. Trafford looked confused as well, and more than a little worried. Said he's known you a long time. Says he came at just the right time too. He was on his way to visit you, and when he did, he found you swinging by your neck. He dragged you to this cottage. Gods wonder how he knew we'd take you in, but he did. He's been here ever since, not sleeping, not eating, just waiting for you to wake up. If you ask me, lad, I don't trust him one bit. But he saved your life, and that counts for something in my book. Fardan lifted a shaky, heavy hand to rub his crusty eyes. Dried tears and sweat turned to dust under his fingers. His hands felt as if he had stolen them. As did the rest of his body. He tried, very briefly, to sit up, but the weakness forced him back down. Trafford put a firm hand on the mage's chest. Easy now. A man don't die and then go running around in the same month. Besides, it ain't just the rope you're recovering from. Your friend told me about your habit. Your body's recovering from that too. Still in the woods, if then you ask me, lad, But I have to, they took my. I know. You were screaming bloody murder for several days. Rest, Fardan. You ain't going anywhere just yet, said the farmer. Fardan wasn't sure whether it was the warmth of the heavy hand pressing on his chest, or the calmness in the old man's voice, but he found his eyes closing, and the rain fading to silence. When Fardan next awoke, it was still raining. Even softer this time. The air was cold, blissfully so, and full of mists and swirling curtains of drizzle. The sun was a myth. The day was colorless, save for the paint blotches of old Trafford's garden and the patchwork fields beyond it. Fardan blinked at the view, lopsided as his prone position made it. Somebody came to check on him. A door creaked and the sound of clanking dishes and hushed conversation momentarily spilled onto the patio. Footsteps wandered towards him. Boots, if Fardan's ears were not mistaken. There was a tap as a beaker was placed next to his head. That bastard Griffin, said a voice, a man's voice, but not Trafford's. Fardan wondered if his mind was playing tricks on him again. His mind still felt numb, but the pain had gone for now. That's what you kept muttering when I was watching you, said the voice. Fardan turned his head and found a fair-haired man, probably a handful of years above 30, staring down at him. He seemed tall, but that was probably because the mage was lying down. He had a youthful face. It burnt with a strange measure of intensity he had only witnessed once before. Fardan's mind tried desperately to remember where. His clothing was fresh, foreign. He wore an off-white cloth shirt buttoned tightly to his neck and a long leather coat. There was no armor on the man, no jewelry of any kind, no scars. Not even a mole or a birthmark. Every single one of his blonde hairs was in perfect place. He wasn't even blinking. The realization landed like a brick in a well. It made Fardan's heart sink, and made his lip curl. And which one are you? Fardan croaked. The man touched the beaker to his lips. He spoke while Fardan sipped. For a man who's just been hauled back from the brink of death, you don't seem very grateful. Fardan lifted his hand to wipe his lips. He felt a little stronger today. I'm sure it wasn't out of the kindness of your heart. And why would you say that? It never is with you lot, replied the mage. He shook his head. Which one are you? The man ducked his head so he could look out into the garden. He watched the rain for a moment, and then turned a little to point east. You can see me, before sunrise. I am the Lightbringer. Orvandil in our tongue. Loki in yours. Loki. Like the mountain? No, that would be Loki. An unfortunate coincidence. That's a shame. MMM. Fardan rubbed his face with his hands. He couldn't help but notice how much his beard had grown, and how dry his face and lips were. He must have looked like a wild man. He could feel the lumps in his neck where his muscles had been bruised and the rope had torn his skin. He dreaded the next mirror he'd see. He sighed through his fingers. Why? He asked, question muffled. Loki still hadn't blinked. Why what? Why are you here? That really doesn't elaborate on your question. Why did I save you, do you mean? Because I arrived just in time. Why was I coming to you? Because I was ordered to. By whom? Heimdall. And who is he? The Guardian. One of the oldest. And where's Avernia in all of this? Loki raised a hand and pointed to the thatch roof and the sky above it. I see. Why now? Because I have news for you. Fardan groaned. He felt a tightness in his chest. His betrayal by Kiltirin was bad enough, but it was his business. He groaned as he imagined his little world crumbling around him, as though it were being invaded and chewed by vermin. Vermin he had left far behind in another world, on the other side of a sea. Now one of them was staring down at him. "No," he spat. "I don't want any news, I don't want any information, I want nothing. Understand? What makes you think I was going to tell you?" Farden pulled a face, confused. Loki looked up and down the mage's tortured body. "It looks as if you have enough to deal with at the moment as it is," he said, and without a further word, Loki went back inside the cottage, and shut the door firmly behind him. Farden was left staring at the wood with his eyes half closed. He was surprised, to say the least. Farden stared up at the thatch. A god arriving on his moldy doorstep meant trouble. His past had come to bite him. Fine, he thought, it had saved him, but only so it could bite him later. Farden squeezed his eyes shut and tried to dig at the pain-sodden blur that had been the last few weeks. The moments flew through his head in flashes of light and color and noise. He saw the faces of the men who had tried to kill him. He felt the rope tightening around his neck and found himself gasping. He felt the jab of a spear and the grin of the man, Wartan. Kind was there, beady-eyed. The slow chuckle of Forless. And the other man, holding his armor in his greedy hands. Lawfree. Farden cursed at them all behind clenched teeth. Then he saw a ship and a horrifying creature pinned to its bow. The mage felt ice water between his toes. He felt the dead pushing him, then dragging him. Farden opened his eyes, breathing hard. The bastard griffin, indeed, he wheezed. Meddlers. They'd found him. He just wanted to be left alone to his own little world. As dark and as murderous and as treacherous as it was his, and his alone. It took an hour for Farden to summon the strength and the wherewithal to sit up, and when he did, Trafford appeared at the door with a bowl of watered-down stew and a spoon, right on cue. Farden asked for some bread, but the old farmer shook his head, muttering something about Syria's orders. His stomach wasn't ready for it, and Farden understood why. It took everything he had to keep the simple stew down. He couldn't tell whether it was the Nevermore or his dying. It took yet another hour to make it onto his feet, and even then Trafford had to carry him to the chair on the edge of the porch. While Trafford packed himself a pipe, Farden sat with his head on his arm and his hand in the rain, letting the coolness of it calm him. The wound in his left side throbbed and twitched with every little movement, so he thought it best to stay still. "We saw them, you know. The ones who did this to you." Farden tried not to look up. Trafford nodded and tapped his pipe against his teeth. "We saw them in their cart a few hours before your friend brought you to us. I was in the front garden. Didn't say a word to me. Just sneered and stared, they did. You're lucky. If they had hurt you, I wouldn't have forgiven myself. If they had, then you'd be dead, and have no use for forgiveness, lad," said the old farmer. "Bah! Maybe your friend would have saved you anyways. Who knows? He's not my friend." "I see," Trafford said. "Then who is he?" Syria's beginning to ask questions. Farden clenched his fist around the water gathering in his palm. "He's not my friend," he repeated. Trafford blew a smoke ring. "But he did save your life." "That he did." A moment passed, full of dripping and lazy smoke. "Do you want me to get rid of him for you?" asked the farmer. Farden thought long and hard. "No," he said. And that was that. It was another week before Farden could move about freely. The mage was going stir-crazy in the cottage. Old Trafford took him for short, shuffling walks around the garden to keep him from Syria's concerned fussing. Loki would trail behind them, taking the tips from the herbs he passed and dabbing them to his tongue to taste them. At first, Farden had ignored it, but after a while he couldn't help but remark on it. "I thought gods didn't eat?" He challenged him one afternoon, while old Trafford had gone to fetch some water for the mage and his plants. The spring sun had returned, and his garden had bloomed eagerly. Loki had shrugged, and nibbled on the base of a tiny carrot. "We don't," he said, cryptically. Oddly enough, the god had also taken to smoking too, and drinking for that matter. He seemed to be intrigued by human occupations and idiosyncrasies, and while he was alone with the three humans, he seemed intent on testing and tasting everything. It was strange behavior for a god, Farden decided, but after all, Loki was only the second sky-fallen deity he had met. He just kept to ignoring the slippery bastard. It was much easier. Syria and Trafford seemed to be tiring of him too. As the days passed, their suspicions were only heightened by Farden's cold attitude to his supposed savior. The god swapped between streams of constant questions and hours of frozen silence, staring into dusty space. When the old couple challenged him on anything, such as his origins, or why he was visiting the mage, Loki would shrug and change the subject. Gentle and kind as they were, Farden could tell their patience was wearing very thin. And so it was, that at the end of the week, Trafford and Syria returned from a walk to find Farden and his odd companion sitting on the front step of the cottage. The clothes that Farden had stolen from Woodhallow's keep were long gone and burnt. He was wearing an ill-fitting tunic and trousers that Trafford had lent to him. Farden got to his feet, shakily, when they reached the gate. Trafford looked the mage up and down and sniffed. Syria's hand hovered on the gate. "You'd best be going east," she said. "Or else." Farden nodded. "I am," he replied. "For now." Syria fixed him with one of her dark looks as she walked up the path to the cottage, husband in tow. "I ain't joking, Farden. Those men tried to kill you. If they find out they didn't, well, we won't be sabon you a second time," she said, putting her hands on her hips. "Too worryin' it is." Farden might have been wrong, but he thought he saw a tear creep into the corner of Syria's eye. She quickly flicked it away, a trespasser. The mage stood and held out his shaky arms. Syria nearly crushed him to death in the hug that followed. Trafford stayed behind as she released him, nodded grimly to Loki, and then went inside. Once she had shut the door, the old farmer crossed his arms. "What are you going to do then?" he asked. Loki looked to the mage, also eager to know the answer. Farden looked east, where the clouds cavorted like eels and minnows and chased each other across the upper reaches of the distant sky. Their long, spectral fins trailed for miles behind them as they rode the high winds. "I'm going to kill them all," he said. Trafford looked at the flint in the path under his feet. "And what about the next time? What about the next batch of thieves and murderers that want you dead?" "There won't be. Not when I'm finished." "Trafford." "Then what?" Farden just shrugged. "Then maybe you'll get that helper you wanted." The farmer walked forward and patted the mage on the shoulder. He didn't try to hug him. "Just you remember that corpses can't plow fields," he said quietly, and then went into his cottage. "Thank you," mumbled Farden, just before the door closed. The words were foreign to his tongue. The closing door paused for a moment, and then shut with a click. A bolt slid into its hole, and all was silent. The mage exhaled. Loki stood there quietly. There was a blank look on his face. Farden looked at him. "What of you? Where are you going?" "With you, Dot." "I doubt that very much. I told you, I don't want to hear whatever message you have for me. You can go back to whoever sent you and tell them I don't care. That goes for my uncle, that Griffin, Durnus, Laryl, and whoever else. Tell 'em all I'm dead." "What about Alessi?" Farden began to march down the path. "Her too," he growled. The sun was hot. He tried to ignore how weak it made him feel. Loki followed in Farden's wake. His hands were deep in his coat pockets. "Fine. But I can still help you." "Help me with what?" "With your revenge." "And for what price?" He heard the god come to a halt. "No price. I'm just a messenger. If, after you've slaughtered all the men you need to slaughter, you want to hear my message, you can have it. And if you don't, then I will disappear back to Krauslung, and I will tell them whatever you'd like." "No price. You have my word on that." Farden stopped and turned around. Loki was holding out a pale hand. His skin almost took on a translucent quality in the light. His eyes, those blue-white eyes that had watched him incessantly for the past week, burrowed into him. Farden felt another shiver of weakness and queasiness run through his body. Did he trust him? No. Could he use him? Possibly. "Fine," he said. He reached out and grabbed the god's hand. He found it cold and hard, just like he'd expected. "Just stay out of my way," warned the mage. "With pleasure," Loki replied. Chapter 12. First due, year 1301. Last night I dreamt the goddess visited me once again. Her hand was cold as she led me to the deck of the ship. She pointed to the north, where Krauslung lay naked and glittering in the valley. "There," she spoke, distantly. "That is where you will build it. Against the face of Harja, and facing east." "Build what?" asked I, shivering for the cold. "The crown this city needs." "A castle. A fortress. An archcathedral," replied the goddess. "I must confess, now that I wake and write this down, I doubt that these are dreams at all. I shall consult Farka, and hear what he says." Archcathedral. How I could summon such a word from my own imagination. Diary of the Archmagelos, one of the first female archmages to sit on the twin thrones. A note for the student: you may be confused by Los use of the year 1301. This is a common theme throughout her diary, as she always refused to use the new count. Los insisted that we should remember how long the humans have been free of the elves and their kin. As you know, at the end of the Scattered Kingdoms period, we began to count the years again, to signify a new age. For instance, I write this in the year 899, but by the old count, I am writing in the year 1899. Why did our ancestors do this? In hindsight, it wasn't the smartest decision. We scholars never have it simple. Prepare for a lifetime of confusion. From the notebook of our fellow scholar Yaminus, writing in the year 899, or 1899. Whiskers returned that evening. Possibly drawn in by the smell and the light of the fire on the shingly beach, he hovered in the doorway of the shack before entering. He sniffed the evening breeze and squeaked softly to himself. The inside of the shack was still an upturned mess. Farden hadn't bothered to move anything. That afternoon he had simply slumped onto his straw mattress and passed out for a good few hours, leaving Loki to rummage around in his bare cupboards and examine his strange collection of carved candles. The rat picked his way between the smashed furniture and broken floorboards. He paused at the edge of one particular gaping hole, near where Farden's bed had been. Whiskers sniffed at the straw lying around the edges of the hole, and scuttled on. Drawn by the muffled sound of a voice, Whiskers wandered to the back door and onto the sand-dusted rocks of the little beach. Two figures huddled around a little cooking fire, sitting under the stars and the fingernail moon. One stoked the flames with an old poker, the other sat a short distance away, running a whetstone along a very long knife. The man with the poker was talking in quiet tones. As if he were eavesdropping, Whiskers sat for a moment on a nearby rock and listened to their mumblings, trying to make sense of the strange noises. Farden had been glaring at his unwanted companion for a little while now. "Where did you get that poker?" he asked, suddenly. Loki looked up. "Was that a reply to my question?" he asked. A moment ago he had asked if the mage felt any different after his foray into death. They had been having a one-sided debate ever since Farden had risen a few hours ago. "No, it wasn't," he said stiffly. "Where did you find it?" "I don't remember ever having a poker." "I have a habit of finding things," Loki replied. Another cryptic answer to grate on Farden. He ran the stone along his knife again with a metallic whisper. "Just like you found me?" Loki raised his poker and his spare hand to the evening sky hanging above them. The stars were pinpricks in its black velvet blanket. "It's my power. Some of us know the truth in everything, some of us gave birth to the song of magic, some of us usher in the weather and the seasons, some of us wield power like you humans wield a spoon, and what is mine? I lead the dawn. That sounds pretty important to me." For the first time since he met him, Farden saw a flash of emotion pass across the god's face. Irritation, anger maybe. A servant's task. Ceremonial, rather than an actual duty. A menial chore passed to me when I was born, by an older god. At that Farden had to pause his sharpening. Born? Gods are born? Loki looked up at the sky and shook his head. Of course we are. Why do you think the stars constantly revolve and wander? Our war is still being fought, albeit slowly. I was born in Haven, in your tongue. The sky. This is the first time I've ever set foot on your earth. Well, that explains why you're acting so oddly. Loki gazed at the waves and let the susurrations of the calm sea licking the sand fill the silence. The others would not condone it. Farden smirked. You sound bitter, Loki. Almost as bitter as me. Loki delved into the inside of his coat and brought out a fork. There was a pan sitting amongst the glowing logs of the crackling fire. Inside it was a fish stew that Farden had thrown together. All fins and heads and moldy vegetables. Better than nothing. He needed his strength back for all the killing he had planned. Loki lifted its lid and poked at its contents. Farden ignored him, plucking at the edge of his blade. He hummed satisfactorily and put the knife to one side. He reached for the next and began to sharpen that one. It was at that moment that Whiskers joined them. The rat scurried onto Farden's lap, and the mage couldn't help but yelp with surprise and joy. He hadn't expected to ever see the little beast again. He dropped his knife and stone and grabbed him. He held the rat up to the starry sky and watched him wriggle and squeak. Old boy, he whispered. A rat. It figures, muttered Loki. Farden didn't hear him. Farden cradled the rat on his shoulder and he curled up instantly with a contented chatter. Farden picked up his blade and went back to his honing. The mage and the god sat there in silence for a while. Loki was content to poke the fire with the poker and shepherd the logs and coals into various positions. His line of questioning seemed to have died away. Farden was glad of it. Even if the man had not been an unwanted presence, his choice of conversation disturbed him, deep, invasive questions that Farden would grimace and scowl at. He feigned silence, but inside his tired and numbed mind, Loki's questions rattled around like hot marbles. After sharpening 2 more knives, Farden put Whiskers on the sand and got up to check the stew. Loki produced another fork from inside his coat. Farden snatched it away and poked the fish. "It's ready," he grunted. "I hope you have a bowl," he asked, swiping his from the shingle near the fire. He had only the one. Why need any more, when his only houseguest was a rat? Farden dipped the bowl into the stew and walked back to his spot. He tested the watery concoction with his tongue. It was a poor man's stew, but he found himself ravenous, and quickly began to slurp despite the boiling heat. Loki watched the mage eat. He looked neither dejected nor angry. He simply reached inside his coat and rummaged for a few moments. Then, like a jester pulling a coin from an infant's ear, he yanked a small wooden bowl from a hidden pocket and dipped it into the pot. Farden caught the movement in the corner of his eye. He scowled. Gods and their tricks. The two ate in a silence. The sighings of the sea and the breeze were the only sounds. A lost gull squawked somewhere in the darkness. Whiskers nibbled on a spare bit of carrot. Farden grunted as he got to his feet. The broth had made his stomach churn. He collected his knives and headed back indoors. Loki didn't look up. He was too busy examining each individual ingredient swimming in his bowl, nibbling and licking each one in turn. Idiot, thought Farden. The air was cold inside the shack. Farden shivered and clutched himself. His hand grazed his rib wound and he grit his teeth with a growl. There was a shard of broken mirror on the floor. Farden scooped it up so he could grudgingly examine his reflection. It was worse than he imagined. Aside from the ugly wounds around his neck, his split lips, and his bedraggled beard, the fever had burnt the fat from his face. He looked horrifyingly gaunt. Farden lifted up his shirt and examined his ribs, which now resembled sharp, jagged fence posts. The spear wound was an ugly thing. Puckered like a pair of blood-soaked lips, the spear had pierced him just below his lowest rib, a few inches down from an ancient arrow scar. He prodded it and then almost doubled up with the resulting pain. Syria had done a good job of sewing the wound up. She had been a seamstress in another life, and that had saved Farden's. For the first time in many, many years, Farden wished for his magic. He could have wiped his hand across the ugly wound and have his magic seal it. Farden threw the shard of mirror aside and slumped onto his bed. What was it about the arrival of Loki that had rattled the mage so much? It was as though someone had picked a scab in his mind, making it ooze. That was how Farden thought of it. 15 years he had spent locking away his magic and his memories. It was why he had hidden himself away in a shack by a forgotten beach, why he buried himself in wine and moored in Nevermore and refused to get close to anyone, why he had been content to be a hired blade, so long as he was left alone. A scab for his wounds. Now Loki had come to pick at it. What wound needed such a scab? Him. Farden himself. The mage was a curse. Although his world had been shattered by Kiltirin's betrayal, it was still his world. He had let those people, the Duke, Kent, Forless, Jason, this lawfree bastard, into it, and therefore the benefits, or the detriments, he had reaped were his and his alone. They were actors in his morbid little drama. Up until now they had been inconveniences and sources of coin. He had let his guard down and therefore brought this situation upon himself, but it was upon himself, and no other. That was why Farden could handle this world, this melancholy, immoral morass he had willingly sunk himself into. But the god sitting on his beach was an intruder. An interloper who had come to pick and probe, and laugh like a jester while he did it. Loki was an ambassador for those he had hurt and been forced to leave behind, those he had cared about. Farden had left them behind to save them from further harm. Why in Emaneska were they trying to drag him back? The fools. Bad decision after bad decision he'd made. Years of them, queuing up like the dead in his dream. Murder, betrayal, death, he had caused them all. He had even, and it hurt Farden to dig the thought out from where he and the Nevermore had buried it, even brought a monster into the world. He had burnt his bridges long ago, and now Loki had been sent to rebuild them. He was sure of it. Messenger or not, lesser god or greater, he loathed him for it. He would use whatever resources Loki had to offer, drown the bastards in their own blood, and then laugh as he sent the god packing back to the east. Farden, like any disease, needed to be left alone to infect those who deserved it, and no others. The mage rolled his knives up in a patchwork cloth and left them beside the lopsided door. He rummaged through the contents of an overturned box and found a splintered handle with a length of chain and a spiked metal ball at the end. It was a flail, and an old one at that, speckled with rust. Farden hummed as he felt its points with his sandy thumb. Rusted as it was still sharp. That was what he needed. Sharp, brutal, ugly things to embed into skulls and faces. Farden folded the flail carefully over his shoulder and rifled through a disheveled pile of rumpled clothes with his toe. There was a cloak there, a dark red cloth one with a hole in the hood. Better than nothing. He found a spare belt draped over the stove's battered chimney. It would do. His borrowed trousers were good enough, as was the shirt. His boots would barely survive the next few weeks. He only needed one. As he turned to head back to the beach, Farden instinctively patted his wrists to check his vambraces. He growled darkly when he realized they weren't there. The strange emptiness and lightness of his arms was made stranger by the feeling of the cold, curious air across his naked skin, where normally he would have felt the scales of warm metal and the rush of their subtle magic. The mage had forbidden himself from contemplating their permanent loss. He refused to entertain the thought that Kiltirin could have sold them or dispatched them to some far-off and secret corner of his duchy. It made his stomach clench every time it crossed his mind. He would have them back. Prize them from as many dead fingers as he had to. And quickly too. He tried not to pay attention to the strange aches that flitted across his joints and bones. Nevermore wasn't the only thing he was withdrawing from. Blood, there will be, thought the mage, and not a drop of his. He had spilt enough. Farden clenched his fists and contemplated strangling something. He spied a candle on the floor, one with a smiling, half-drunken face, and he crushed it with a vicious stamp of his sandy heel. Served it right, grinning at a time like this. The mage donned the dark red cloak and went back to the beach, taking the rusty flail with him. The warm breeze welcomed him. Loki was still playing with his stew. Whiskers had made a bed for himself in the warm sand near the fire. Farden let the flail drop in the sand with a thud, drawing a glance from Loki. "That looks friendly," said the god. "I imagine it looks even better embedded in a duke's ribcage," Farden muttered. He sat cross-legged in the sand and began to scrape the rust from the weapon with the whetstone and a scrap of oiled cloth. Whiskers watched and sniffed. It took him half an hour to make it battle-worthy. Farden tested the points again with his thumb and nodded. "Good enough," he mumbled. He swung it around above his head to test it. The weapon rattled and hummed as it spun in its deadly arcs. Farden brought it down on a nearby driftwood log, making Whiskers jump. The metal ball broke the log in two, sending a shower of splinters to float on the breeze. The mage smiled as he pictured what he might do with it. Loki had finished his stew. "So what exactly is your plan? I assume you actually have a plan?" Farden shrugged. "Go to Castle Tane, start with Kint and Forlis, and then work my way to that Loffrey man and then the Duke. Kill them all, and make sure the last thing they see is my grinning face. Then I get my armor back and leave," he said. He suddenly thought of Timian and Moirin, and Jizan, and wondered how they would fit into all of this. He rubbed his forehead. "I'll make the rest up as I go along," he added. "Sounds like a fine plan to me," replied Loki, dissatisfied. He couldn't imagine the Dar mage really grinning at anything at all. He wondered, not for the first time, what Avernia saw in him. Farden clenched his fists once more, almost as if testing his fingers. "I'd been waiting for this for years." Loki raised an eyebrow. "For somebody to try to hang you?" Farden shook his head. "For the day when Kiltirin would give me an excuse." "I see. And how exactly do you expect to get into the Duke's castle undetected, and have enough time to kill all four of them without raising the alarm? That's assuming he's still in this Tane place, and not elsewhere?" Farden stared at the quiet flames of the fire. "He's in Tane. He thinks I'm dead, and therefore has no reason to move. Like I said, the rest I'll figure it out as I go." Loki sighed. "And how do you plan to escape once you've retrieved your precious Skalusan armor? It would be a terrible waste of time for you to make all this effort to get your armor back, only to die again on the castle steps." Farden looked up at the god. He was mimicking Farden's exact pose, cross-legged on the sand, knees tucked into his elbows, hands clasped around his bowl. Why send this one, of all the gods to send? He didn't seem wise, or ancient, or powerful, or inspiring. He spoke more like a jumped-up stable boy than an immortal. "And what do you know about my armor?" asked the mage. Loki rolled his eyes. "I'm a god, Farden. Don't insult my intelligence." "I wouldn't dare," Farden sullenly replied. "I'm sure I'll come up with something." But Loki was persistent. "And what are you going to do after it's over? What are you going to do for coin?" "It's an expensive habit you seem to have adopted," he said with a nod towards the shed. "I'll take what I'm owed from the Duke." I survived before, I can do it again. I can't imagine you really settling down with Trafford and his wife and living the farmer's life. You might as well keep killing for coin, said Loki. Farden wondered if he was trying to antagonize the mage, but he seemed serious enough. He was staring at the stars and counting their shapes. Served me well so far, mumbled Farden. And I take it you won't be using your magic? Farden shook his head very quickly and very firmly. No, if the mage was a curse, a disease, then his magic was the root of it. Even now, when he most likely needed it the most, the stubborn mage refused to even think of it. I imagined you wouldn't. It's a shame to see such skill go to waste, and especially at a time like this, when it could probably come in handy. I said no, insisted the mage. Well then, I suppose you might be needing these, Loki said. He tapped his bowl on a nearby chunk of driftwood, slipped it back into his coat, and got to his feet. The mage didn't move. He and Whiskers just watched warily. Still with his hand in his coat, Loki crouched down beside Farden. He rummaged for a little while, eyes distant and thoughtful as eyes tend to be when the fingers are doing the looking. Before Farden could ask what on earth he was doing, Loki produced his first item. Mistrund, he said, dropping a strange object on the sand. It looked like something halfway between a pear and a pinecone, but was a reddish pink in color, and had furry spines that curled around it. Whiskers moved to sniff at it and quickly retreated. Loki explained while he continued to search his pockets. From the shores of the gas sea in the distant east. Grows on a single tree on a single beach each year, and a different beach every time. If you eat it, it will give your skin a fog-like quality, yes fog, not frog, for a short while. Makes you very hard to see. It also makes you violently ill, so use carefully. Next came a little vial of brackish liquid. Farden wrinkled his lip at it. Loki looked up. Beggar beat sap. I'm surprised you didn't see this stuff in Pariah. It smells worse than anything you can imagine. Might be useful. How? You said you'd make it up as you went along. Loki then dug out a length of ship's rope, crusted in salt, a long yet impossibly thin dagger for doors and their locks, a hat with a mop of blonde hair sewn into its hem, and 2 pages that looked as though they had been ripped from a spellbook. Farden nudged these warily. I told you. No magic. Loki ignored him. A few magic markets discovered a little while ago that burning certain spells had the same effect as reading them out loud. It's not a popular trend, seeing as it involves the burning of some very expensive books and paper, but for those who can't manage the feel of magic, it's perfect. These are light spells. Specifically, bursting spells. They'll blind anyone. Where did you get all this stuff? I told you, I've a habit of finding things. Farden shook his head. And why should I trust you, Dot? Loki left his things in a pile by the mage's knees and returned to his spot on the other side of the fire. Because, mage, you need all the help you can get. You could barely walk 20 miles today. You shake every time you think of your armor. Farden resented it, but he was right. He could feel the weakness lurking inside him, as though a leech had wriggled its way to his heart and was gorging itself. It stung to accept the help of the god, but he had to. Fine, he said. He gathered the god's supplies and then got to his feet. As if to prove Loki's point, his legs wobbled unsteadily. But don't you get to thinking I'm in debt to you for helping me. Or for saving my life. I didn't ask for either, he said, as he walked away. Whiskers looked up but stayed by the fire. You don't ask for a lot of things, Farden, and yet they come to you nonetheless. Fate, I believe you humans call it. Besides, I'm just protecting my investment. How exactly am I supposed to deliver a message to a dead man? Loki called after him. For some reason, and despite the warm breeze, Farden shivered as he walked back to his little shack. Don't worry. I died once. I don't intend to do it again anytime soon, he said. All he needed was his armor back. Loki waited until he was almost at the door of the shack before asking his last question. He knew the mage wouldn't answer, but he asked it anyway. I understand blaming us gods for your misfortune. I understand blaming your magic too. I even understand seeking out this sort of life, and burying your past in solitude and nevermore. What puzzles me most of all, mage, is why would somebody who lives like you want to live forever? Farden hovered at the door. He felt no anger at the question, no shame, just an intense feeling of puzzlement. After a moment of silence, listening to the breeze and the undulating sea, he stepped indoors and slammed the rickety door behind him. Farden took a moment to stand in the middle of his dark shack and look around. The faint orange glow of the fire outside threw a little light through the windows. The mattress in the corner beckoned to his tired legs and leaden eyes. The corner of a little cloth bag poking out from under the stove beckoned as well. Farden let himself move toward the ladder. Bending down, hearing his knees click, Farden slid the cloth bag from its hiding place and looked inside. The bag was emptier than he remembered. He looked at the mattress, then back at the bag. He would regret it tomorrow, he knew it, but for now. His body and mind itched to feel its numbing claws, its warm glow, to banish his bothersome thoughts. It had been over 3 weeks, and his body was crying out for it. Maybe just a little, he thought. No pipe, just the good old-fashioned way. Farden stuck his fingers into the bag and pinched a grape-sized amount. Rolling it between his fingers, he tucked it between his teeth and his lip while he folded the bag away. He shed his cloak and went to his mattress. As he put his head on his pillow, he began to chew, and the room quickly melted into that foggy haze. That glorious numbness. His eyes drooped. Suddenly he began to panic. His legs twitched uncontrollably and his chest clenched. A cold fist clutched his heart. Farden sat bolt upright and found a dribble of sweat coursing down his face. The Nevermore had turned bitter in his mouth, and between erratic and panicked breaths, he began to gather it together with his tongue and spit it on the floor. Farden scrabbled to press himself up against the wall, and sat there, wheezing and coughing. It took him several minutes to get his breathing back to normal, and even then his heart pounded like a war drum in his chest. No matter how many times he wiped it away with the back of his hand, the sweat kept coming. The dizziness from the drug blurred his vision, and no amount of blinking would make it go away. It was the feeling of dying all over again, Farden suddenly realized, and it terrified him to his very core. The numbness creeping over his body. Ice water washing his veins clean. Breath becoming slow, tumescent, laborious. Darkness lurking in the corners of his eyes. It was all there. It was horrifying. Farden shivered again, and slowly, ever so slowly, slumped into his mattress so he could curl up into a ball. Tentatively, he allowed himself to fall into a fitful, twitching sleep full of dark mountains, screaming vultures, and a strange whistling sound. Outside, on the beach, Loki was still staring at the slow-dancing stars. Some he squinted and narrowed his eyes at, others he sighed for. The fire was slowly dying. A faint finger of cold had crept into the breeze. Loki felt it, but he didn't mind. On his right, Farden's rat was crouched in the sand. His beady black eyes were glued to the back door of the shack, as if he were anxiously waiting for Farden to return. "What is it?" asked the god. Whiskers glanced at him briefly and then looked back at the door. His whiskers twitched with every little breath he took. Eyes fixed on the rat, Loki reached into one of his many mysterious coat pockets and this time he withdrew a little pipe. The musical sort, not the tobacco kind. He ran his fingers along its tiny holes, testing each one. Once he was happy, he put it to his lips and blew a low note, one that seemed to swell and billow with the breeze and the hissing waves. The god let this note wander and waver for a minute before allowing it to fall away into the sand. Its lingering echoes were soon joined by a slow melody that seemed to skip and jump from each note to the next. At points it was slightly discordant and haunting, and then suddenly the notes would tumble over each other and gallop, and then slow again. Whiskers turned to watch the god play the little pipe, and then, as the melody ebbed and flowed, the rat rose up onto his haunches and began to dance. His tail flicked back and forth in the sand, and his tiny paws jabbed the air. Occasionally he would squeak along to the tune, and at other times he would close his eyes. Loki leant closer and played along to the rat's strange little dance. When he was finished, when the odd tune had faded, the rat settled back down. He watched the god intently. Loki nodded to it, as if thanking him for the dance, and then looked over at the shack, still faintly lit by the orange glow of the dying fire. Didn't know gods were born, he mused thoughtfully. He turned to face the sliver of moon loitering in the south. Next he'll be assuming we're immortal. Chapter 13. A written will serve the Arca and the Arca only. A written will never reveal his book to another, nor allow it to be revealed. A written is forbidden to breed with written, mage, or otherwise. A written shall not seek to use his powers against his fellow Arca. A written will serve the Archmages, the Undermage, the Council, and the Arca with his life. A written, like any mage, is forbidden to consume the poison known as Nevermore. A written, if his book has taken his mind, shall face permanent exile or death. The penalty for breaking these rules is death by hanging, unless pardoned by the Council. The rules of the written updated charter of the year 799. Far to the east, where the mountains slid into the sea, under the same sliver of white moon, Ilesi was staring at the stars. It was a clear night over Krauslung, no clouds had yet been brave enough to come out and bare their nebulous faces. The maid stood at the edge of the new nest, one hand resting lightly on a marble branch while the other clutched a shawl about her to stave off the slight but cold wind. At least the oak under her bare feet was still warm from the day's sun and from the rising heat from the cathedral below. Her green dress and apron did their best to keep out the wind. It was content to pester her long brunette curls. Beyond and below her the city was spread out like a long bed of yellow coals. She had stared at the view for what felt like an hour, and now that her eyes had glazed over with deep thought, the scenery had melted into a single blur of black, bespattered with glowing whites and shades of gold. Ilios slumbered behind her. As a creature of the desert, he was used to sleeping outside. He loved the fresh air. The nest was perfect for him. At first, Ilesi had been petrified of the beast, but Turfing had shown her how gentle and calm he could be, and she had grown to trust him. In fact, she had grown to treat him like a big and clumsy cat, often scolding him for leaving feathers and fur all over the place, or getting claw marks on the marble, or generally getting in the way. Only Ilesi could treat a griffin like that. Only harmless Ilesi could get away with it. Harmless. That word was so closely tied to pushover. She pulled a face at that. Ilesi had come up to the roof to be alone with her thoughts. She had many of them to keep her company. Another hour of staring and cold wind passed, and finally Ilesi turned to leave. As she left, she patted the big beast on the ridge of his dangerous beak, making his tufted ears twitch. Silently, the maid descended the cold steps to the tower beneath, and then down into the silent, dark, and apparently empty great hall. It was not as empty as she thought. As she paused by the underthrone to wipe a patch of dust from its marble arm, a hoarse voice startled her. "For most maids, I would say it is a little late for cleaning duties, but I know you better than that," said Durnus. He was slumped in his throne. His head rested sleepily in his hand and his eyes were closed. He was wearing a thin tunic that was unbuttoned to the middle of his chest, and a pair of soft cloth trousers and sandals. Chamber wear, hardly befitting an archmage upon his throne. But nobody was around to care. It was his throne, after all. Ilesi would have smiled, had she been in the mood to, had it been anybody else but Durnus. He was one of the reasons behind tonight's staring contest with the city. She hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say, wondering whether to simply walk off. "Why now?" She sighed, finally. "A very good question, Ilesi. I was just forgettin' about him." Durnus looked a little pained by that, as if it were almost an insult. "The rest of us have not. Cannot, even. He is like a son to me, and he is Turfing's nephew, but he's also a deserter, and the reason we're all here today. Considering you and Modron, I would hardly say that was a terrible thing." Ilesi flapped her hands impatiently. Her shawl fell to the floor around her bare feet, forgotten. "No, you know that's not what I meant. Stop trying to play your word games with me, Durnus. I've known you too long for that." Durnus sighed. He leant forward. "I know what you mean, Ilesi. I'm sorry." The maid crossed her arms. "So? Why'd you do it? Why now, when we've just announced the wedding?" she demanded. "Because of that very reason, Ilesi. Your wedding could be the only thing that brings Fardan out of his stubborn exile. Ilios refuses to tell us where he is, as does Heimdall. None of our messengers or emissaries have been successful. We need him, Ilesi. Krauslung needs him. Turfing needs him, and now I need him," confessed the old archmage. He had always needed Fardan, he had just never admitted it. The loss of that mage was more painful than the loss of his eyes. Ilesi took a breath to try to calm herself down. "Well, I don't want him there. He does not have to be there, as long as he is here, finally back with us, after all these years," Durnus said, sounding wistful. "Don't you miss him, Ilesi? For all his faults? Don't you worry about him?" "No," replied Ilesi, without even a hint of a lie. "He hurt me. It's been 16 years, Ilesi. And it still hurts, Durnus. Modron may have agreed to this, but I haven't. And as usual, my opinions are ignored. Even when it's my wedding. I'm just a maid." Durnus nodded, and the conversation died. "I am sorry," he muttered, as she paced away. Before she left for good, he called out to her. "Have you and Modron set a date yet?" Ilesi opened one of the giant doors with a heave. The guards behind it came to attention, even despite her maid's attire. They knew exactly who she was. 3 weeks from today, she said over her shoulder. She knew he would hear him. Durnus waved, and she left.